A century ago, a mysterious star pierced through the cosmos, crashing into the demon realm, and from its depths, an impossibly powerful dragon-like creature emerged, standing as a colossal, formidable entity against the vast, starlit sky. Our protagonist, Shu, finds himself in a dire state, coughing up thick, black blood as he struggles against his wounds, while an ominous voice declares that his relentless meddling with the demon realm, despite his strange power, has finally brought him to his end. Despite his critical condition, Shu's eyes hold a fierce resolve as the dragon-like entity challenges him, demanding to know his ultimate wish and what drove him to such extreme lengths to confront a creature of its immense power. Barely able to speak through his agonizing coughs, Shu whispers his desperate desire, expressing his profound longing to return to his home, to the place he was ripped away from. The colossal dragon looks down upon the weakened Shu, scoffing at his seemingly simple wish to return home, finding it trivial for someone who gambled their very life in a suicidal attempt to challenge it. Shu grimaces, still struggling with his wounds, as the dragon acknowledges that despite the apparent impossibility of his wish, Shu somehow knew precisely where to come to seek its fulfillment, hinting at a hidden knowledge. A chilling smirk spreads across Shu's face as he reveals his profound insight, informing the dragon that the power to return home, the fabled dimensional orb, resides within its very heart. With a hardened gaze directed towards the formidable beast, Shu challenges the dragon, asking if it truly comprehends the sheer depth of his suffering and the agonizing struggle he endured to uncover that crucial piece of information. Clutching his chest where dark blood still seeps, Shu's voice is filled with the weight of untold torment as he recounts the unbearable 100 years he was trapped and suffered in this cursed, alien world. The dragon, now looming with intensified power and an almost blinding aura, responds to Shu's revelation with a daunting command, suggesting that Shu should consider himself grateful for what is about to transpire. The colossal dragon, flexing its immense power, declares that it will decisively end Shu's futile life right here and now, a crushing blow to our already wounded protagonist. But just when we think it's over, Shu, despite his grievous injuries, flashes a chilling smirk, a golden aura erupting around him as he reveals his true intention, affirming that he can finally put an end to this ordeal. Suddenly, a blinding burst of power explodes from Shu, engulfing the entire space in a radiant, golden light, completely overwhelming the colossal dragon. The mighty dragon is caught completely off guard, reeling from the unexpected assault, letting out a pained cry as Shu's potent attack continues to consume it. As the light clears, the dragon stares in disbelief at Shu, who stands seemingly unharmed, baffled by an unsettling debt and a mysterious name Gongcha, questioning what just happened. Shu reveals the impossible truth, informing the stunned dragon that the wounds he just sustained are rapidly healing, causing the beast to incredulously repeat his words, healing? The dragon's expression darkens with a chilling realization, as it grasps that this isn't just a simple healing ability, but something far more profound and terrifying than it could have imagined. Our boy Shu, now fully regenerated and brimming with power, confronts the colossal creature, demanding whether it will surrender the dimensional orb from its heart willingly, or if he needs to rip it out himself. The dragon, still trying to comprehend Shu's healing magic and the black tendrils draining it, is given an ultimatum by our protagonist, who warns that it has exactly 3 seconds to make its decision. Shu begins his countdown, his face etched with a mix of resolve and impatience, dismissing the dragon's hesitation by coldly stating that he has already waited long enough, preparing for the final decisive move. After a grueling 100 years and a fierce battle, our hero stands triumphant, fully healed and radiating immense power, having overcome the dragon and secured his path home, finally asserting his true identity as Hunter Min Saiwu, the healer. Shu holds the glittering dimensional orb in his hand, a prize he fought tooth and nail for, while his snarky partner, Pred, complains about its appearance and the terrible taste of this world's food supply, prompting Shu to clarify what it actually is and tell Pred to quiet down. With the dimensional orb activated, Shu is enveloped in a brilliant, golden surge of energy, ascending into the starry sky as he prepares for his long-awaited journey back to Earth. A genuine, relieved smile spreads across Shu's face as he looks up, the blue light now swirling around him, declaring with a hopeful heart that he is finally going home. His deepest desires manifest as he thinks of his disciples, his younger sibling, and finally, a clear image of Earth, the home he was ripped away from a century ago, now within his grasp. Moments later, Shu lies unconscious on the soft, mossy ground of what appears to be a lush forest, bathed in dappled sunlight, with leaves gently fluttering down around him, a stark contrast to the harsh demon realm he just left. His eyes slowly open, adjusting to the sunlight, and he lets out a soft, thoughtful hum, taking in the familiar yet subtly different scent of the air, indicating his return to Earth. Shu abruptly sits up with a sharp gasp, his senses fully kicking in as he looks around at the vibrant green forest, realizing the incredible journey is truly over and he's back where he belongs. Settling into a meditative posture, Shu addresses Pred, still residing within him, referring to his partner as a freeloader, already back to their usual dynamic after the harrowing ordeal. From within Shu, Pred immediately retorts, questioning why he's being called food supply and complaining that he's too busy dealing with motion sickness from the dimensional travel, highlighting the humorous and bizarre nature of their bond. As Shu recovers on Earth, he casually addresses Pred, noting that his freeloader partner also made it across safely, then immediately calls him a disgusting bastard, prompting Pred to worry about the dire consequences if his own body were to be digested within Shu. Our boy Shu, still looking a bit green from the dimensional jump, curtly tells Pred to shut up before he throws up again, clearly still feeling the effects of their intense journey. Shu glances around the lush, unfamiliar forest, questioning if this is truly Earth, to which Pred snarkily asks if he can't even recognize his own home, while Shu thoughtfully reminds him that Earth's scenery changes drastically depending on location. Shu muses that the mana flow here feels eerily similar to being inside a gate, leading him to wonder if they're actually in one, but before he can dwell on it, Pred chimes in, calling Shu food supply and noting that he smells like a weakling. Suddenly, Shu cries out in alarm as a blue aura envelopes him, his mana acting erratically, leading Pred to jokingly ask if Shu was a scam all along and declare a breakup. Shu shouts in frustration, realizing that again, this is happening, as Pred echoes his exasperation, highlighting that this mana disruption is a recurring and unwelcome problem. He explains that this is a debilitating side effect of dimensional travel, recalling how his abilities were greatly reduced 100 years ago when he was first transported, and now estimates his condition is only at a mere 15, or even 20%. Pred reacts with disbelief and annoyance, demanding to know if Shu is kidding and urging him to quickly recover before he gets kicked out, but Shu grimly retorts that it's not such a simple problem. Shu looks up at the sky, lamenting that last time it took him decades to fully regain his strength, which prompts Pred to threaten contract termination, while Shu adds that with such a tiny amount of mana, he cannot use most of his amazing abilities. Shu ponders the severity of his weakened state, acknowledging that it's not that he cannot use his abilities at all, but clearly implying his powers are severely restricted. While Shu is grappling with his weakened state, elsewhere, a frantic female hunter realizes she's completely lost her teammates in the chaos, her desperate thoughts consumed by their safety and her own mounting panic. Her terror becomes reality as a colossal, brutish orc with a spiked club crashes through the trees, chasing her relentlessly, leaving her screaming in disbelief that such a high-level monster is even present on the lower floors. Her desperate cries for help are cut short as the monstrous orc swiftly knocks her off her feet, sending her sprawling onto the ground with a sickening thud, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Face contorted in pure terror, tears streaming down her face, the hunter can only utter a single, chilling thought, believing her life is about to end as the beast closes in. Just as all hope seems lost, a figure emerges in a flash of blue energy, Shu himself, standing over the now defeated orc, casually asking the terrified girl, "Hey, I have something to ask you." Shu flashes a somewhat unsettling grin, still looking a little rough around the edges, as he directs his question to the bewildered girl, asking if this place, this lush forest, is truly Earth. The girl, still recovering from her near-death experience and the sudden appearance of her savior, stares at him in utter confusion, barely managing to stammer out a response to his bizarre question, "Why yes?" Shu presses further, confirming this is Korea, then asks the pivotal question about the current year. The girl, still amazed that he took down the orc in one hit, answers, 2037. Shu processes this new information with a thoughtful, almost pained expression, realizing the incredible truth. 100 years for him in the demon realm has only translated to a mere 10 years passing on Earth since his disappearance in 2027. With a newfound urgency, Shu follows up by asking about the current president, to which the still startled girl quickly replies, "The current president is Choi Dae-soo." Upon hearing the name Choi Dae-soo, Shu is absolutely flabbergasted, grabbing the girl and frantically asking if she means that musclehead with one eye, while the bewildered girl wonders if his strange reaction is some kind of elaborate prank. A dark, menacing smirk spreads across Shu's face, a shadowy figure of an older Choi Dae-soo looming behind him, as he repeats the shocking news in his mind, "President? That bastard Choi Dae-soo is the president?" The girl, completely confused by Shu's extreme reaction, can only wonder if South Korea is truly that desperate for talent, pondering if this bizarre situation is part of some regression storyline. Shu, still reeling, shifts his focus, pointing out that the mana flow here is incredibly strange and asking if they are inside a gate, only for the girl to excitedly correct him, shouting that they are actually inside the tutorial tower, which leaves Shu utterly baffled. The girl explains that the tutorial tower appeared a few years ago, acting as a gateway where hunters awaken abilities, gain skills, and depending on their rank, join good guilds, making everyone rush to clear it as fast as possible, prompting Shu to scoff, recalling how in his time, they awakened just fine without such a place. The girl dismisses Shu's comment as an outdated sentiment from first-generation hunters, while Shu stretches, then asks how long it typically takes to clear the tower, since it seems he'll have to conquer it to leave. The girl informs him that it usually takes about 8 weeks, with outstanding hunters completing it in 6, but then reveals the current record holder is the second-generation prodigy hunter Ryu Jihuan, who cleared it in an astonishing 3 weeks, which makes Shu thoughtfully repeat, 3 weeks. As Shu contemplates the timeline, a massive, formidable white tiger-like creature silently stalks into view behind them, its presence a chilling surprise to the girl, who gasps in utter shock. The monstrous beast is revealed to be a terrifying troll tiger, its eyes glowing ominously, its sharp teeth and claws ready to strike, radiating an immense and dangerous aura. The terrified girl instinctively urges Shu to run, but our hero stands unfazed, arms crossed, completely ignoring the looming threat and calmly declaring that 3 weeks is a bit too long, focusing solely on his incredibly tight schedule. Shu, still concerned about his diminished mana and the difficulty of movement due to dimensional travel, casually deflects the charging troll tiger, pushing the screaming girl away. He scolds her for not knowing to run from a monster, then grimly states that he has no choice but to accelerate his incredibly tight schedule, pulling the terrified girl close to him as the tiger lunges. In a blinding flash of blue energy, Shu delivers a devastating blow, sending the colossal troll tiger hurtling backward with a pained screech, utterly obliterating the powerful monster in a single, swift movement. The girl stares in absolute disbelief, covered in the monster's black blood, as Shu calmly declares his new target, 5 days, setting an ambitious new challenge for completing the tower. Wiping a speck of the monster's black blood from his cheek, Shu lets a confident smirk play on his lips, assuring himself that 5 days will be more than enough time for him to clear the tower. Meanwhile, the stern-faced Min Saiwu, leader of the Empire Guild, receives a report from an assistant that someone has just exited the tutorial tower, a place where hunters gain their abilities. Min Saiwu, casually impressed, acknowledges that the exiting hunter took about 8 weeks to clear the tower, remarking that it's a respectable time for completion. His assistant quickly corrects him, clarifying that this individual was not among the initial group of entrants, causing Min Saiwu's hand to visibly pause mid-stroke, hinting at a growing intrigue. Min Saiwu presses for more information, asking which batch the hunter belongs to, only for his assistant to reveal the baffling truth, that the hunter's name isn't on any entry list. A serious expression settles on Min Saiwu's face as the assistant adds that this mysterious, unlisted hunter is currently causing quite a stir outside the tower, further escalating the unusual situation. Min Saiwu's eyes suddenly widen in shock as he catches a glimpse of something in a reflection, a faint but familiar image, causing him to whisper a single, disbelieving word, "Bro," his mind racing with a powerful, unsettling realization, "Brother." After that shocking revelation, we cut to our protagonist Shu, who has just blazed through the tutorial tower. He's trying to shake off the extremely bewildered girl he just saved, playfully asking her how long she plans on chasing him. The girl, completely overwhelmed and looking a bit dazed, can barely process what just happened, her mind screaming in disbelief, "Is this for real?" Shu, having just shattered what looks like a huge golem or statue, stands triumphant amidst the rubble, realizing that battling monsters has actually helped him recover his power faster, boosting his strength to a formidable 35%. The tower's system confirms tutorial complete, while it tries to calculate Shu's stats and skill compatibility, clearly struggling with the sheer extent of his abilities. Our hero gives a confident, knowing smirk as the tower's system fails spectacularly, declaring measurement impossible because Shu's power is simply off the charts. A massive, dazzling gate bursts open before Shu and the girl, signaling their triumphant exit from the tutorial tower. Shu wastes no time, taking a determined stride towards the gleaming exit, leaving the startled girl to gasp in surprise as he practically leaps through the gate. Bathed in the radiant light of the gate, Shu flashes a relieved smile, finally back in his beloved city, whispering finally, "Soul," as the girl frantically calls out, begging him to wait for her. On the other side of the gate, outside the tutorial tower, a scene unfolds with Shu, the girl, and a bewildered official, while another man watches from the foreground, possibly Min Saiwu, the guild leader, observing the commotion caused by our protagonist's unexpected arrival. A burly man with a guard armband, accompanied by two others, strides forward, questioning the sudden noise and recognizing that the gate has just opened, but something is clearly amiss. The burly guard, trying to make sense of the commotion, looks at Shu and the bewildered girl, wondering if these are the two who just emerged and recalling that he might have seen the pretty one in the entry log, but not Shu. As our heroes stand there, the imposing second squad leader strides forward with a stern expression, while an official nervously acknowledges his presence, clearly anticipating a confrontation. The squad leader, his face etched with suspicion, confronts the official, pointing out the anomaly. These two just exited the gate, but the man, Shu, is nowhere to be found on the entry log. He continues, questioning how a guy could clear the tower without a single scratch, scoffing at Shu's calm demeanor, thinking he looks like a half-starved parasite who must have stumbled into a decent skill. Taking charge with an arrogant smirk, the guard leader pushes the official aside, declaring that he will personally handle this situation, setting himself up for a rude awakening. He immediately turns to Shu, demanding to know his identity and why he's not on the list, to which our hero calmly replies that he didn't enter through the designated entrance, hinting at his unconventional arrival. Shu's internal monologue jokingly explains his logic, while the exasperated guard, still confused, repeats that Shu came out the exit despite not entering the entrance, wondering if it just sort of happened as he struggles to comprehend. The guard leader scoffs, calling Shu a punk who disrespects his seniors, while Pred, always observant, chimes in from within Shu's mind, sarcastically noting that this guy seems to have a peculiar fondness for trouble. Escalating the confrontation, the guard leader boldly pokes Shu's forehead, condescendingly calling him rookie, completely unaware of the immense power he's poking fun at. The guard continues his aggressive taunt, asserting that Shu must have awakened a disguise skill and is just playing games, threatening him to cut it out if he doesn't want to die. When Shu remains unfazed, the guard notices his expression and, completely misreading the room, concludes that Shu really does love trouble, having no idea he's about to face a century's worth of built-up frustration. The guard's taunts reach a furious crescendo as he demands Shu stop playing games, threatening to rip off his smug face, only for our protagonist to deliver a chilling, dismissive retort, telling him to shut his mouth because he reeks of something foul. Shu's unexpected and utterly insulting comeback completely stuns the burly guard, his aggressive posture faltering in utter disbelief as he struggles to process what he just heard. As the guard grapples with his shock, Shu casually stretches his neck, a sly, knowing smile playing on his lips, then coolly reminds the guard of his earlier threat about ripping off faces, clearly unbothered by the aggression. Shu's expression hardens as he decisively challenges the guard to fight, layering on another deep insult by telling him to breathe as little as possible because his smell is unbearable, pushing the guard to his absolute breaking point. Enraged beyond reason, the guard unleashes a wild punch, but Shu, with a confident, effortless smirk, casually blocks the blow, his calm demeanor a stark contrast to the guard's fuming fury. Still unfazed, Shu looks down at the flailing guard, casually remarking that he told him to shut up, adding a dismissive. The two officials nearby, having witnessed the sudden, violent escalation and Shu's effortless counterattack, stand frozen in wide-eyed shock, completely speechless at the unfolding chaos. The scene widens to reveal several guards, including the squad leader, completely incapacitated and sprawled on the floor, while the officials stare in utter bewilderment at the chaos, one demanding to know what in the hell is going on here. The female official, still visibly shaken, tries to explain to her superior that the culprit they reported for causing a disturbance got into a fight with the guards, only to realize mid-sentence that Shu has completely vanished into thin air. The male official, his face a mix of concern and intrigue, immediately asks if there's any CCTV footage that managed to capture the mysterious person in detail, recognizing the need to understand this powerful anomaly. Responding to the request for footage, an official brings up the CCTV recording, revealing Shu effortlessly dodging and weaving through the attacks of the bewildered guards, moving with impossible speed. The footage continues to play, showing the guards being sent flying through the air, completely overwhelmed by Shu's lightning-fast movements, as he dispatches them in a blur of unparalleled power. Watching the shocking playback, the officials confirm that Shu took down 5 hunters in mere seconds before vanishing, leading one to speculate if he possesses a stealth skill, given his apparent invisibility on camera. But another official, with a look of stunned realization, refutes the stealth theory, adamantly stating that Shu wasn't using a skill, he was just moving at an incomprehensibly fast pace. Min Saiwoo, holding a tablet, listens in disbelief, asking for clarification on how this could be, and then his eyes widen, recognizing the name Saiwoo, a chilling realization dawning on him. He stares intently at the image of our protagonist on the tablet, his gloved hand trembling slightly as he unequivocally confirms that it's him, declaring that Shu looks exactly the same as he did 10 years ago. With a newfound intensity, Min Saiwoo addresses the officials, greeting them sharply, to which a startled aide quickly responds, sensing the sudden urgency in their leader's voice. Min Saiwoo, now completely frazzled, shouts urgent commands, demanding a wanted notice be issued and the entire Empire Guild mobilized to find Shu, but he emphatically warns them not to engage, only to tell Shu he's with Min Saiwoo and bring him in quickly. Walking away, Min Saiwoo is deep in thought, grappling with the mystery of his brother's disappearance and sudden return, wondering where he's been and why he's only showing up now, certain that if Shu were in Korea, he would have come to find him already. He ponders his next move, trying to anticipate where his long-lost brother would head first in this utterly baffling and impossible situation, his mind racing to connect the dots after a decade of absence. As Min Saiwoo races to find his brother elsewhere, his friendly female assistant approaches the girl Shu rescued, asking if she's one of the new hunters from the tutorial tower. The girl, still a bit stunned, confirms it, but quickly adds that she didn't do anything herself, giving all the credit to someone else who got them both out. The assistant, now engaging with the girl outside, notes that she must have completed the tower faster than expected and probably awakened a powerful skill, to which the girl modestly replies that she's not sure how good it is, but it's at least an A-rank skill. Min Saiwoo, hearing about the A-rank skill, internalizes that they need to secure her for the Empire Guild right away, even before the final evaluation. He approaches the girl with a confident smile, offering her a contract with his guild and promising the best possible conditions. The girl's eyes light up with pure joy and disbelief as she enthusiastically confirms, asking if she's truly being offered a spot with the prestigious Empire Guild. Overwhelmed with emotion, she exclaims that it would be an honor for her and her family to join, but her words are abruptly cut short as a new voice chimes in, snarkily remarking that while the guild's name is Empire, their actions are more like a gang. The newcomer, Hunter Ryuji Hwan, with a casual flick of his hair, coldly warns Min Saiwoo to watch what he says, completely ignoring the wide-eyed girl and the surprised Min Saiwoo. Ryuji Hwan, with an unsettling smirk, walks forward, accompanied by another man, and mockingly asks Min Saiwoo if his choice of words offended him, clearly relishing the confrontation. He continues his taunt, calling Min Saiwoo surprisingly sensitive, revealing himself as Ryuji Hwan, an S-rank hunter and the guild master of Jumgang Guild, a formidable rival. Then, another powerful player enters the scene, Choi Sungil, an S-rank hunter and guild master of the White Lion Guild, who wryly comments that Ryuji Hwan beat him to it, implying they both rushed here after the Hunters Association sent out a notice. Looking at the incapacitated security team sprawled on the floor, Choi Sungil deduces that the entire security detail was wiped out, wondering aloud if this chaos is the work of the unregistered awakened the association mentioned, while Ryuji Hwan lets out an impressed few. Ryuji Hwan, the S-rank guild master of Jumgang Guild, smirks over a fallen guard, finding the chaos caused by the unregistered awakened rather flashy and entertaining. Choi Sungil, the S-rank guild master of White Lion Guild, agrees, emphasizing that this individual's immense power means they've awakened a high-tier skill and have the potential to become an elite hunter, making their immediate capture paramount. Ryuji Hwan bursts into laughter, openly admitting that he finds this mysterious awakened quite tempting, and then proposes a challenge to Choi Sungil, suggesting that whoever finds them first gets to claim them. He then adds, with a sinister smile, that he assumes a few unconventional methods to secure this powerful new asset shouldn't pose a problem, hinting at his ruthless approach. Min Saiwoo, standing nearby, listens with a serious, contemplative expression, clearly unimpressed by Ryuji Hwan's underhanded intentions and the implications of his methods. Choi Sungil, seeing the emerging rivalry, proposes they search separately to save time, agreeing to keep each other informed, while Ryuji Hwan casually offers the rescued girl his business card and dismisses her, telling her an A-rank hunter like her will be welcomed anywhere. Ryuji Hwan waves them off with a sarcastic smirk, mockingly promising to let them know if he finds the unregistered awakened, clearly intending to keep any discovery to himself. Min Saiwoo watches Ryuji Hwan walk away, his expression filled with annoyance and distrust, mumbling, "Yeah, sure you will," perfectly understanding Ryuji Hwan's deceptive intentions. Later, Ryuji Hwan, back with his subordinate Jinsik, orders him to gather all C-rank and D-rank members from the Jungang Guild to form search squads, making it clear they urgently need to find someone specific. Jinsik, sensing the seriousness in his guild master's tone, questions who he's referring to, as Ryu Jihuan's chilling smirk suggests a target far more significant than just any unregistered awakened. Ryu Jihuan, with a chilling expression, thinks about the Min Sijuan's damn bloodline, setting the stage for his hunt for a specific individual, while our hero Shu walks calmly through the bustling streets of Seoul. Pred, still inside Shu, is utterly baffled, asking if, after 100 years of being away from Earth, Shu's first destination is a fried chicken shop, to which Shu enthusiastically declares that if Pred just tries it, he'll understand why he ran here like a dog, savoring the glowing, crispy chicken. Shu devours the fried chicken with an almost religious fervor, exclaiming that it's insane and he's wasted his entire life, questioning what kind of magic makes it taste so good and how anyone could survive 100 years without it. Pred, annoyed by his over-the-top reaction, tells him to be quiet and restore his humanity, then demands that Shu hurry up and give him some, claiming everything else is his. After their delicious detour, Shu continues to walk through the city, and Pred, ever the practical one, asks where they are heading next. Shu, with a determined yet soft expression, simply replies, "Where else?" a clear answer already forming in his mind. The destination is revealed through an overhead shot of a cozy residential neighborhood, the word home echoing Shu's deepest longing. Shu stands before a familiar, charming traditional house, and Pred, still observing, asks if this is his actual home. Shu confirms it with a simple, heartfelt yeah. As Shu waits at the door, a warm, female voice calls out from inside, "Saiwu, are you home?" stirring a mix of anticipation and emotion within him. A man, who looks like Shu's brother Min Saiwu, is revealed, smiling as he holds a newspaper, casually greeting Shu with "You're back? You're a little late." Another warm voice, presumably his mother, asks if he's hungry, holding a pot, and suggests calling Sijuan to eat together, creating a heartwarming scene of a family reunion that Shu has longed for a century. In a heartwarming memory, Shu recalls his younger sibling, Sijuan, cheerfully exclaiming yes, moem, to their mother, ready for dinner. The memory continues, painted in a golden glow, showing the entire family gathered at home, Sijuan running an excitedly for soybean paste stew as their mother tells them to wash up, and Shu himself returning with a warm "I'm home." But the idyllic memory shatters, revealing the harsh reality. Shu stands alone in a dilapidated, empty house, cluttered with forgotten items and dust, a stark contrast to the vibrant home he just envisioned. He sits on the worn porch, a grim realization washing over him, acknowledging that he can't even recall his parents' faces, and while some say forgetting is a gift, for him, it was an unimaginable curse. Shu reflects on the agonizing 100 years he spent trapped in the demon realm, a century of endless, brutal battles on a blood-soaked, alien planet, where every moment was a fight for survival. He remembers the horrifying process of his human senses dulling, his body frozen in time, his very self eroding away, and how he desperately clung to his memories, fearing the curse of forgetfulness would consume him entirely. These precious memories, represented by glowing silhouettes, were his anchor, a desperate fight against the insidious erosion of his past. Specifically, the vivid memories of his younger sibling, Sijuan, became a beacon in his century of darkness. Alongside Sijuan, the glowing images of his beloved disciples also fueled his resolve, keeping him from succumbing to despair. And so, his memories never faded into mere recollections, instead, they transformed into an burning obsession and a profound regret, driving him forward through the demon realm's endless challenges. Despite the harshness of his memories, Shu reflects that they were precisely what allowed him to survive a century in that desolate realm, but Pred, ever the critical companion, observes that Shu's old house feels lonely, even colder than the demon realm. However, Shu quickly realizes that the demon realm lacked one crucial thing: fried chicken, a point Pred logically concedes is impossible to argue with. With a slight smile, Shu decides he's seen enough of his old home for now, declaring it's time to move on, his determination set on new objectives. He walks with purpose through the city, thinking aloud that it's time to find his disciples, wondering how they've all fared during the 10 years he's been gone. A soft, hopeful smile touches Shu's lips as he thinks of his younger brother, Sijuan, hoping he's doing well, only for his thoughts to be shattered by a sudden, aggressive shout, "Found you!" Shu finds himself surrounded by a group of hunters on a rooftop, one of them, a red-haired hunter with a scar, declaring with a scowl that it was a real pain in the ass to track him down. The scarred hunter, Byun Hakmun, a C-rank from the Diamond Guild, introduces himself, mockingly calling Shu the little brat who caused a mess at the tower exit and demanding to know if Shu has any idea how hard they struggled to find him. Our boy Shu, completely unfazed by the aggressive confrontation, calmly turns his head to Byun Hakmun, asking if he expects a consolation prize or something for his troubles. Byun Hakmun, his patience wearing thin, reiterates that they are from the Diamond Guild, but Shu, with a dismissive shrug, states he doesn't care who they are or what they want, demanding to know their purpose directly. Shu stands with a casual, almost bored stance, observing that these guys clearly don't understand the situation, then suggests that crawling might suit their ugly mugs better than walking, showing his complete lack of respect for their posturing. Still completely unimpressed, Shu scoffs, wondering if gorillas are becoming hunters these days and sarcastically remarking that the world must be a truly great place now, given the caliber of his current opponents. Hakmun, the scarred red-haired hunter, turns away, his body beginning to crackle with green electricity, declaring that Shu is absolutely hopeless and they'll have to forcibly take care of him before bringing him in. With a twisted, aggressive grin, Hakmun lunges forward, his fists glowing with powerful electric energy, fully intending to deliver a devastating blow to our calm protagonist. Hakmun's electrified punch connects with immense force, sending Shu flying backward into the ground, shattering the concrete beneath him and leaving a visible crater, seemingly incapacitating our hero. Hakmun stands over the fallen Shu with a triumphant smirk, loudly demanding to know who Shu thinks he's calling a gorilla, as his grinning teammates behind him relish their apparent victory. Shu lies motionless amidst the rubble, looking utterly defeated, while Hakmun's cronies mock him, laughing and urging Hakmun to hit him again, celebrating that Shu couldn't even get his hands out of his pockets. Despite lying on the ground, Shu's mind is sharp, consuming a new C-rank skill called Lightning Flash which temporarily boosts movement speed, musing that this is the first skill he's tasted since returning to Earth. In a blink, Shu suddenly springs to his feet and dashes past the bewildered Hakmun, who can only watch in utter confusion as Shu, with a calm okay, moves at an incomprehensible speed. Hakmun spins around in sheer disbelief, his face a mask of shock as he shouts, what the, completely caught off guard by Shu's impossible speed and sudden reappearance directly behind him. Before Hakmun can react, Shu delivers a blindingly fast counterattack, sending the red-haired hunter crashing face-first into the ground with a sickening thud, leaving a bloody crater as he screams in disbelief, how the hell? Hakmun, the scarred hunter, lies face-first on the concrete, groaning in sheer agony and disbelief, while his fellow hunters stare wide-eyed in stunned silence, utterly shocked by Shu's impossible counterattack. Our protagonist, Shu, stands coolly over the defeated Hakmun, barely acknowledging the stunned onlookers, his hands still in his pockets, completely unperturbed by the chaotic scene he just created. Shu extends his hand, a chilling golden aura erupting around him as dark, shadowy tendrils emerge, consuming Hakmun's skill, and he calmly tells Pred, his inner partner, to eat up, confirming his predatory nature. The system confirms skill extraction successful for Lightning Flash, a C-rank skill that more than doubles movement speed, allowing Shu to revel in his newfound ability and the increase in his power. As the other hunters whisper in confusion, Shu strolls past them, a knowing smirk on his face, observing that his skill-stealing ability works on Earth too, but humorously laments that it still doesn't taste as good as the fried chicken he recently enjoyed. From the ground, Hakmun finally recovers enough to furiously scream at his squad, demanding they all attack Shu at once, while our boy, completely unfazed, nonchalantly tells Pred that they should try out the new skill they just acquired. Inside Shu's mind, Pred, ever the snarky companion, replies, "Got it, food supply," as green lightning begins to crackle around Shu, signaling the activation of his newly acquired Lightning Flash skill. In a blinding, electrifying burst of green lightning and supersonic speed, Shu unleashes his Lightning Flash skill, transforming into a blur that sends multiple attacking hunters flying through the air, utterly overwhelming them. One of the remaining hunters, engulfed in a furious red aura, unleashes a guttural roar, shouting, "You son of a," ready to engage Shu in a desperate, rage-fueled attempt to fight back. But before the enraged hunter can even complete his thought, Shu's fist connects with brutal force, sending him reeling backward with a painful urgh, as Shu calmly delivers a final, cold insult, "Bastard." As the last hunter reels from Shu's brutal hit, our hero effortlessly consumes another C+ rank skill, Vital Strike, which automatically targets weak points, and with a casual dismissiveness, Shu remarks that a swordsman should always sharpen their blade, highlighting the inferior skill of his opponent. In a blink, Shu's body phases through another stunned hunter, absorbing yet another skill, casually declaring, I'll take this, leaving the remaining foes utterly dumbfounded by his impossible ability to steal their powers. Amidst the defeated hunters sprawled across the rooftop, a young man, supporting a downed comrade, suddenly screams Hyung, his eyes wide with disbelief as he recognizes Shu, who stands calmly, his back to the viewer, implying a deeply personal connection. A close-up reveals the young man, clutching a knife and trembling with a mix of fear and recognition, his expression conveying utter shock as he stares at Shu, whom he just called Hyung. The young man, Min Sejuan, Shu's younger brother, stands wide-eyed, his fists clenched in disbelief, as a radiant, almost ghostly image of his older brother, Shu, in his younger form, floats above him, signaling his profound realization that his long-lost Hyung is finally here. Tears stream down Sejuan's face as he whispers Saiwu Hyung, while in another location, a stern-faced Min Saiwu, his other brother and the guild leader, holds a knife, his expression grim and contemplative, implying he's also aware of Shu's mysterious return and is looking for him. Our boy Shu, now reunited with Sejuan in front of a building, gently calls out Sejuan, his voice filled with a mix of relief and tenderness, finally connecting with the brother he thought he'd never see again. The narrative then jumps back in time, 20 years ago, to a peaceful Earth suddenly thrown into chaos when monstrous gates opened, sending people running in terror as a menacing red gate looms over the city. Monsters, including a fearsome dragon-like beast, rampage from the gates, marking the emergence of the first-generation awakened individuals who manifested abilities alongside these portals, plunging the world into a brutal era of savagery where policies were non-existent and everyone was utterly unprepared. In this chaotic new world, the orphaned brothers, Shu and Sejuan, faced impossible odds, leading Shu, a first-generation awakened, to quit school and become a hunter, sacrificing his own future to raise his younger brother, Sejuan, who was still just a child. In a poignant flashback, a young Sejuan looks up at his older brother, Shu, his innocent eyes wide with confusion, asking why Hyung isn't going to school today. A young Shu, with a determined yet gentle smile, reassures Sejuan, telling him that he's not going to school anymore, but instead, he's going to work, a heavy sacrifice for his younger brother. Sejuan, visibly distraught, his eyes welling up, asks if Shu was making this sacrifice because of him, feeling the heavy burden of his brother's choice. Shu gently pats Sejuan's head, fondly calling him Min Sejuan and reassuring him that it's not his fault, claiming he's just terrible at studying and decided on his career path early, but the young Sejuan, still worried, asks when Shu will be back. With a final, hopeful smile, Shu assures his little brother not to worry and that he'll be back soon, before stepping out the door, unknowingly embarking on a century-long ordeal. Fast forward to the present, and a stylish, confident adult Sejuan, now a successful hunter, steps into a dazzling, luxurious apartment, marveling at how amazing his new home is. Sejuan, surrounded by celebratory chibi figures, boasts about buying this incredible house by the Han River all by himself, without any loans, proudly declaring, Min Sejuan, you've made it, then humbly adds that he earned the money using the skills Shu taught him. He then turns to Shu, telling him he bought the house for them to live together and that there's a room for Shu too, but his voice breaks with emotion as he questions if Shu's sudden return after 10 years of being unfound is even real. Shu, a sly grin playing on his lips, playfully exclaims that raising a younger brother sounds fun now, acknowledging Sejuan's incredible success, while internally, he praises Sejuan for all the hardships he's clearly endured. Sejuan, his eyes filled with warmth and a hint of a smile, retorts that Shu is the one who went through all the hardship, then admits that seeing Shu joke around like this truly makes him feel like his brother again. After their heartfelt reunion, Sejuan, now in a more formal setting, looks at Shu with genuine emotion, asking how long he's been looking for him and where on earth he's been all this time. Shu, with a warm, reassuring smile, puts an arm around his brother, telling him to sit because he has an entire 100 years worth of stories to tell. The brothers settle down on the floor surrounded by snacks, drinks, and a laptop. Sejuan, taking it all in, begins to summarize the incredible tale Shu has just recounted, ready to process the unbelievable journey. Using cute pixel art to illustrate, Sejuan recounts how 10 years ago, the very moment Shu defeated the fourth Demon King, he was suddenly transported to another dimension by a powerful artifact the Demon King possessed. The pixel story continues as Sejuan explains that in that strange other dimension, Shu met a mysterious being named Predator, a creature with the unique and terrifying ability to extract other beings' skills. With Pred's power, Shu grew exponentially stronger over the next 100 years, relentlessly searching for a dragon possessing dimensional magic, until he finally tracked down and decisively defeated the fearsome Dragon King. Sijuan concludes the epic tale, confirming that Shu defeated the Dragon King and successfully used the dimensional orb from its heart to return home to Earth, showing a triumphant pixel Shu declaring his return. Back in the present, Shu, looking a bit tired but content, confirms that Predator also came back to Earth with him and is now residing within his body, before making a random, bizarre comment about long legs being delicious. Sijuan reacts with wide-eyed alarm, questioning if Pred's presence is some kind of possession. Shu calmly corrects him, calling it more like a parasite, which immediately triggers Pred to angrily threaten Shu from inside, warning him about dire consequences. Seeing Sijuan's stunned expression, Shu tries to reassure him, telling him not to take it too seriously and admitting it sounds like nonsense, but he insists that his brother isn't crazy. Sijuan, still processing, reassures Shu that he believes him because it's his brother telling the story. He acknowledges that they live in a world where such absurdities are now commonplace, even if it's hard to immediately grasp, and ultimately, he's just happy Shu is finally back. Sijuan, now completely caught up on Shu's insane journey, takes a serious tone, switching to what happened on Earth while Shu was gone. He pulls up a wiki page for President Choi Dae-soo, expressing his utter disbelief and fury that this bastard is now in charge, especially after Shu's strong reaction earlier. Sijuan reveals the shocking truth: after Shu vanished, Choi Dae-soo, the absolute snake, shamelessly stole all the credit for defeating the fourth Demon King, branding himself the god of war and writing that fabricated fame all the way to the presidency, all while actively screwing over Sijuan's own guild. A dark smirk plays on Sijuan's lips as he ponders the sheer panic Choi Dae-soo will feel when he realizes his one true rival, the legendary Shu, has returned from the dead, completely shattering his carefully constructed lie. Sijuan scoffs at Choi Dae-soo's inflated ego, calling his claim as the only SS rank hunter in Korea a total joke, then asks Shu if the Diamond Guild goons who attacked them earlier were actually Choi Dae-soo's lackeys. Sijuan clarifies that Choi Dae-soo runs the Immeasurable Legion Guild, then shows a breakdown of the heptagram, the 7 major guilds ruling South Korea, including their own Empire Guild, the Diamond Guild, White Lion, Warrior King, Azure Blossom, and Frost Soul. Sijuan reveals that the Diamond Guild is led by Ryu Jaiwan, that snake-like bastard, his face contorting into a terrifying grin as he declares that he'll personally handle the incident with his guild's attackers, warning Shu not to worry about it. Shu, observing his brother's intense resolve, can only think about how incredibly tough Sijuan has become in just 10 years. Changing the subject, Shu, with a softened gaze, asks about his disciples, the students he left behind, clearly worried about their fate after a decade. Sijuan delivers the somber news: his disciples have all gone their separate ways, and it's been a long time since any of them were in contact, leaving Shu with a heavy heart. He provides more details, explaining that one disciple, Xiaolong, returned to his hometown, but then drops a bombshell: another disciple, Kang Yohwa, has shockingly joined Choi Dae-soo, the very man who stole Shu's legacy. Shu, visibly troubled by the news, especially about Kang Yohwa joining Choi Dae-soo, asks with a heavy heart about the fate of his last known disciple, Minjun. Sijuan delivers the devastating news, his voice heavy with sorrow, that Shu's last disciple, Minjun, was brutally murdered, a revelation that sends a chilling wave of disbelief through Shu. Shu, utterly heartbroken and furious, whispers in disbelief, asking if Minjun is truly gone and demanding to know who dared to take his life. Sijuan explains the grim details, revealing that Minjun's body vanished, leaving no trace of the killer, and despite the Hunter Management and Control section investigating, there were absolutely no leads, a stark reminder of the lawless nature of hunter-on-hunter crimes. Shu, overwhelmed by the tragic news and new information, massages his temples and asks his brother about this unfamiliar HMCS. Sijuan, now focused on his laptop, clarifies that HMCS stands for the Hunter Management and Control Section, a powerful international agency dedicated to handling hunter-related crimes on the front lines. He further explains that the HMCS possesses the authority to investigate and arrest any awakened criminal, essentially functioning as the world's elite hunter police force. Shu's piercing gaze meets Sijuan's as he directly asks if his brother happens to have any connections within this powerful agency, clearly formulating a plan. Sijuan, with a worried expression, admits he does have contacts but cautiously asks if Shu is genuinely considering going there, suggesting their guild's intelligence team would be a safer option for information, emphasizing the inherent danger of such a place. Shu, his face set with grim determination, dismisses Sijuan's concern, stating with chilling resolve that he needs far more than just mere information from this agency. Sijuan, now standing, earnestly reminds his older brother that while hunters usually focus on combat, the HMCS deals with brutal crimes like murder, urging Shu to take it easy and fully regain his combat senses before diving into such a dangerous environment. Despite Sijuan's earnest warning about the dangers of the HMCS, Shu casually clicks his mouse, delivering a cool, calm retort to his worried brother, reminding him that he's been fighting in another dimension for an entire century. A chilling smirk plays on Shu's face, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light, as he asks rhetorically what he possibly couldn't have done in those 100 years, emphasizing his unparalleled, brutal experience. Sijuan, completely taken aback by Shu's intense demeanor, gulps nervously, realizing with a jolt that he's completely forgotten his Hyun's nickname, a testament to how long Shu has been gone and how much he's changed. Regaining his composure, Sijuan, with a gentle smile, agrees to help his brother, telling Shu he'll contact Li Yeji, a high-ranking official from the Frost Soul Guild at the HMCS, and Shu gratefully thanks his younger brother. Sijuan observes that while Shu's face is still the same, his aura has definitely changed, leaving him to wonder what truly happened in that other dimension. Suddenly, Shu's attention is caught by a face on Sijuan's laptop, and he leans in, asking who it is, a spark of recognition in his eyes. Sijuan identifies the man on the screen as Hwang Jonggu, the team leader of HMCS Gangbuk District and a 1.5 generation hunter, asking if Shu knows him. Shu, with a knowing smirk, replies that this bastard's name definitely isn't Jonggu, hinting at a past connection and a changed identity. 2 days later, at the HMCS headquarters in Gangbuk, Hwang Jonggu, now revealed as a loud, boisterous man, erupts in an angry rant about these second-generation bastards, clearly having a bad day and making a scene outside his office. A younger subordinate approaches, asking what's wrong, and Jonggu, with a chibi-style cloud of steam erupting from his head, angrily complains that the higher-ups parachuted a newbie into his team, disdainfully calling them the greenhouse generation whose minds are rotten. The subordinate nervously agrees, as Jonggu, with a chibi red-eyed thought bubble, passionately recalls the good old days when it was a lawless land for hunters, a world where strength was everything and they literally wrote wills before missions. He then asks if he's ever told them about the time he almost died 10 years ago. His subordinate, looking utterly exhausted and with a strained smile, mutters that he's heard that story about 768 times, confirming he's definitely heard it. Completely oblivious, Jonggu excitedly starts recounting the tale again, describing how he got a fatal injury during a rookie mission. Still recounting his harrowing near-death experience, Jonggu describes how his party was on the brink, losing all strength and plummeting into despair during that rookie mission. But just when all hope seemed lost, a miracle happened. A healer with incredible abilities suddenly appeared, literally glowing with power, ready to save the day. Jonggu, now back in the present and laughing as he finishes his story, recounts how this amazing healer, using skills like the legendary Hua Tua, saved his life, calling him by a familiar, yet different, name, Byungguya, as Shu casually walks into the office, hinting at his true identity. Shu, completely unfazed by Jonggu's dramatic storytelling, calmly asks why he decided to change his perfectly fine name, admitting it's quite confusing for him, leaving Jonggu and his subordinate wide-eyed with shock. With a sly grin, Shu points directly at the startled Jonggu, asking if he remembers him, and cheekily reminds him, "I'm your life's savior," officially revealing himself to his old acquaintance. Jonggu's face contorts in absolute horror and disbelief, sputtering as he recognizes Shu, finally shouting, "Hunter Min Saiwo," his mind reeling from the impossible reunion. After the initial shock, Jonggu, still looking a bit frazzled, manages to regain some semblance of composure and introduces Shu to the entire Gangbuk team as their newest recruit, Hunter Min Saiwo, leaving his team looking utterly bewildered. He then instructs his team to provide Shu with any information he might need, given that he's new, and in a low, almost desperate tone, tells them to treat the rookie with proper respect, clearly trying to smooth over the awkwardness of Shu's unexpected arrival and his own flustered reaction. 2 female teammates, one with glasses, whisper to each other, with one pointing out the contradiction in their team leader's words, while the other quickly hushes her, observing that Jonggu's extreme reaction means this isn't just any ordinary recruit. Jonggu, flustered and seemingly trying to assert control, yells at the female teammate, ordering her to follow him into the meeting room for a simple briefing for their newcomer, a clear attempt to manage the situation and keep his team in line. As Jonggu tries to bring order to his team, the 2 female teammates whisper, stunned by the new recruit, wondering if a formidable 3-star hunter has actually joined them, trying to make sense of the chaos Shu's arrival has caused. In the meeting room, Shu makes himself comfortable as a diligent male teammate offers him his choice of mixed coffee or Americano, to which Shu casually requests a mixed, while the female data manager, Kim Sunga, awkwardly asks for his uniform size. Sunga, the data manager, looks completely confused, raising her hand to Jonggu, questioning what exactly she's supposed to explain to this mysterious new recruit when she hasn't received any briefing at all. Ignoring the administrative confusion, Shu, with a serious expression, cuts straight to his point, demanding that she summarize and hand over all data on hunters who have been killed over the past 20 years. Sunga reacts in shock, protesting that 20 years of data is an enormous amount and would require a report to the Hunter Association, but Jonggu, eager to impress Shu, loudly cuts her off, telling her not to make excuses and to just handle it. Jonggu, practically beaming, assures Shu that their data manager will handle everything with absolute efficiency, leaving Sunga to wonder in annoyance if the team leader's loyalty suddenly shifted without her knowing. Sunga, adjusting her glasses, cautiously approaches Shu, tentatively asking if, when he says killed, he's specifically looking for information on people, trying to clarify the scope of his rather unsettling request. Taking a sip from his drink, Shu calmly specifies his demand. He wants only cases officially recognized as murder by the HMCS, along with a list of currently unidentified hunter murderers. Shu's internal thoughts reveal his deductions. Killing an awakened hunter is nearly impossible unless the attacker is equally powerful, meaning Minjun's killer is a professional. He knows if the perpetrator was awakened and caught, there would be a record, so his priority is simply finding them now. Finally accepting the daunting task, Sunga, with a resigned sigh, asks Shu where she should send all the requested information, acknowledging the massive undertaking ahead. Shu, ever the impatient one, cuts straight to the chase, telling the data manager to just send all that information directly to his phone for now, as a male teammate approaches Jonggu, politely asking for a moment of his time, which Jonggu grants. The teammate delivers urgent news. The police have requested HMCS support for a brutal turf war that's erupted between awakened gangs. Jonggu initially scoffs, thinking it's just low-rank thugs the police should handle, but his face hardens when the teammate reveals one of the gangs is the infamous Cerberus. Jonggu explodes in frustration, cursing those bastards again, clearly indicating Cerberus is a recurring and serious problem, while Shu, completely new to Earth's modern criminal underworld, casually asks what Cerberus even is. The data manager, Kim Sunga, explains the horrifying truth. Cerberus operates on a completely different level from regular gangs, involved in weapons trafficking, contract assassinations, and even the chilling suspicion of hunter trafficking, making them far too dangerous for the police to handle alone. Shu's eyes narrow at the mention of hunter trafficking, and he immediately turns to Jonggu, demanding, "Byunggu, take me with you," completely ignoring Jonggu's flustered correction that he's Younggu now and he changed his name. Jonggu, flustered but beaming at Shu's command and his old nickname, declares that if Hyungnim insists on calling him Byunggu, then he'll happily be Byunggu from today onward, and eagerly shouts, "Let's go together," with Shu giving a subtle nod of agreement. Shu, now donning his HMCS jacket, walks with a serious, determined expression, completely dismissing any notion that he, a rookie in this new system, needs to go through any training. Meanwhile, in a bloody and chaotic scene, Cerberus's second-in-command, Kangho, a burly, scarred man, gloats over the defeated warlord Reaper's forces, casually dismissing them as not a big deal when facing Cerberus's shield, with his younger subordinate enthusiastically agreeing. Another Cerberus leader, the red-haired, Claude Jiken, their third-in-command, playfully whines to Kangho that it's unfair he sliced up half the opponents with his flesh-cleaving blade, clearly wanting more action and credit. Kangho, with a jovial yet challenging grin, tells Jiken that if he's feeling left out, he should just beat him in a fight. Jiken, with a mischievous smile, accepts the challenge, promising to surpass his Hyungnim someday. Kangho, the Cerberus second-in-command, is still gloating, laughing that he's glad he quit being a mere hunter to join this organization, praising their boss for his discerning eye, while a subordinate eagerly asks if it's time to mark their new territory. Kangho, declaring this entire area Cerberus territory, unleashes a devastating, fiery attack that sends enemies flying in all directions, turning the place upside down, while Jiken, covered in blood, marvels at the fierce fighting, wondering if there was a strong sword user among the defeated. Meanwhile, back with our hero, Pred, still inside Shu, struggles to recall the name of something important, questioning if it was CMYK, but Shu, with typical sarcasm, internally dismisses Pred's poor memory, simply remembering it as Ham. Kangho is absolutely furious, yelling at Jiken, asking if he just killed someone, warning him that messing with the HMCS will make things incredibly complicated, but Jiken, completely unconcerned amidst the chaos, nonchalantly tells Kangho he doesn't care and to deal with it himself. Suddenly, our boy Shu, now in his full HMCS gear, stands coolly over a bloodied and utterly stunned Kangho, his face a mask of shock as Shu, with a chilling calmness, asks if, from the way Kangho talks, he's killed hunters before. With an unsettling, wide grin and eyes glowing ominously purple, Shu delivers a chilling challenge to Kangho, daring him to show me what you got. Jiken and the other Cerberus members are completely bewildered, questioning who this strange person is, how he's perfectly fine, and what kind of idiot walks into their territory alone, as Jiken nervously calls out to his Hyungnim, Kangho. Kangho, his face still etched with shock, mutters that he just heard the distinct sound of a skull cracking, but quickly shakes off his confusion, declaring with a fierce glare that if Shu wants a show, they'll give him one. Kangho activates his rank B skill, full body armor, enveloping himself in a protective, fiery red aura as he shouts a menacing welcome to Shu, telling him to kill him, while Jiken and other Cerberus members also ignite their powers, yelling for a simultaneous, brutal assault. Suddenly, in a bizarre cutaway, someone is utterly disoriented, questioning what's happening and wondering who that old man is across the river, only to realize with a gasp that it's their grandpa, who, with a gentle smile, asks if he's being called over or told to stay, as the voice repeatedly calls out to him. After Shu's terrifying display of power, one of the Cerberus members lies defeated, coughing up black blood and utterly stunned, realizing the sheer, overwhelming force he just faced. Our boy Shu, completely unbothered, grabs the dazed thug by the hair, roughly pulling his head up and calmly telling him, "Hey, get up," a casual dominance that chills you to the bone. Shu surveys the club floor, now littered with the defeated Cerberus members, and kneels over the one still conscious, confirming with a chilling certainty that this guy is the only one left standing. With a golden glow emanating from his hand, Shu commands Pred to eat the defeated thug's skill, and Pred, always eager, enthusiastically confirms that it was a quite delicious skill and so satisfying. The Cerberus thug, struggling on the ground, begs for answers, demanding to know why Shu is doing this and protesting that they're just grunts who have never killed a hunter, desperately pleading their innocence. Shu, with a knowing, almost mocking smile, confirms his suspicions, admitting that he knows no way you small fry would pull something like that, dismissing their capability for such serious crimes. Still bleeding and utterly confused, the defeated thug looks up at Shu, barely able to ask the lingering question in his mind, then why? Shu, cool as a cucumber, casually explains his true objective. He simply wanted to check the skill level of today's awakened criminals, adding with a smirk that since they look like bad news, he might as well take them out preemptively. Just then, Jonggu bursts into the room, looking completely frazzled, accompanied by a female teammate, frantically shouting for Hunter Min Saiwoo and asking if he's okay, announcing that the entire upper floor of the club has been secured. Shu, glancing back at the stressed-out Jonggu and his team amidst the carnage, casually remarks, "Oh? You guys are done too? Took you long enough," utterly unfazed by the chaos he single-handedly caused. Shu, completely nonchalant, informs Jonggu that he kept one of the Cerberus bosses alive, just in case, then casually asks if it's fine that he killed the rest, leaving the red-haired Jiken sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood. Jonggu, his face a mask of panic and disbelief, tries to rationalize Shu's actions, mumbling about HMCS protocols that allow preemptive strikes if attacked first, and agents needing body cams for justification. He struggles internally, acknowledging the enemy's ruthlessness but utterly baffled by how Shu, with a blank expression, wiped them all out. He thinks to himself that Shu is known as the Mad Dog, but wonders if he was always this merciless, while Shu, rubbing his head, casually admits he forgot his body cam and is still on probation, as if it's a minor inconvenience. With a calm, unsettling look, Shu asks Jonggu if he'll cover for him, to which Jonggu, now on his knees and practically sobbing with fear, frantically shouts, "Yes, SIR," as other HMCS agents scramble to clean up the carnage. Shu crouches down, pointing to a bloodstain on his clothes, claiming they hit him first and asking if Jonggu can see the blood on my clothes, prompting Jonggu to cry, "Why yes, of course. I believe you," even as his internal thoughts betray the truth, that's obviously someone else's blood. Meanwhile, the repercussions of Shu's rampage echo through the underworld as a frantic voice reports that Cerberus was completely annihilated and, more crucially, their third-in-command Jiken is dead, prompting a chilling, authoritative voice to demand, "Say that again." A menacing figure, identified as Gut, an A-rank hunter from the Hong Kong Red Light Guild, is seen on the phone, his eyes glowing red in the shadows, asking with deadly calm, "Who died?" Gut, accompanied by his entourage, strides purposefully through an airport, as a voiceover confirms that Hunter Gut from the Hong Kong Red Light Guild has just entered the country and is proceeding to a designated location. A grim-faced Lee Junyoung from the South Korean Hunter Association formally greets Gut, offering condolences and stating his name, but Gut, completely unconcerned with formalities, cuts straight to the chase, demanding, "Where is my brother?" Lee Junyoung, now wearing sunglasses, coolly informs Gut that the body of suspect Jiken is in the Hunter Forensic Department, instructing Gut to accompany them to confirm the body, complete procedures, and then be escorted to his designated accommodation, attempting to control the highly volatile situation. Gut, the A-rank hunter from the Red Light Guild, simply scoffs at the official's use of the word suspect for his deceased brother, a chilling smirk playing on his face, clearly refusing to accept the official narrative. He confronts the stoic HMCS agents, stating he heard that the one who killed Jiken was from the HMCS itself, but they immediately shut him down, flatly refusing to provide any information on the matter. Gut's frustration grows, his expression twisting in anger as he asks if it's even possible to operate outside of their strict, scheduled plans, clearly chafing under the bureaucratic restrictions. The HMCS official, completely unyielding, lays down the law. Gut must remain in his designated accommodation until his approved departure date, threatening forced expulsion and severe disciplinary actions under international hunter law if he dares to leave without permission, before curtly instructing them to head to the forensic department. Gut looks utterly furious, his eyes narrowed in disbelief, as he sarcastically questions if they're simply telling him to mourn his brother and then meekly leave, without any opportunity for real answers or justice. As the HMCS agents walk away, Gut calmly calls out to a subordinate, Ryu, who immediately responds with a sharp "Yes, senior," confirming Gut isn't finished with this situation just yet. Ryu Yinfang, a B+ rank hunter from the Red Light Guild's Shadow Division, receives a silent command to find it, and Gut's face hardens with vengeful resolve. He vows to hunt down the bastard who killed my brother, declaring with chilling menace that he will find Shu's hideout while he's still alive. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Min Saiwo, his expression serious, asks a colleague if everything was taken from Min Jun's belongings, indicating the thoroughness of the crime scene cleanup. The colleague, a glasses-wearing investigator, confirms the grim detail. About 2 days after Min Jun was murdered, his entire house was completely cleaned out, leaving no trace. The investigators at the time deduced that the culprit meticulously took everything to erase all traces of mana, as a hunter's mana print is like a fingerprint, revealing their role, affinity, and rank. Since Min Jun, an archaeologist, had numerous research materials, his entire home was completely stripped, leaving not a single item that could contain his mana. The bespectacled investigator, reviewing the case, voices his doubts, questioning if the extensive clean-out of Min Jun's home was truly the work of the killer, or if it was merely a random burglary exploiting the empty house, leaving the other man stunned by the suggestion. The investigator continues, explaining that many valuable items were explicitly targeted and stolen, and ironically, such a messy, thorough clean-out would have actually increased the likelihood of leaving behind evidence, contrary to the idea of erasing mana traces. He further elaborates, asserting that if the true goal was to completely eliminate all mana traces, then simply setting the entire house ablaze would have been a far more foolproof and efficient method, cementing his belief that the motive wasn't purely mana-related. The younger investigator, taking the lead, clarifies that he believes a random thief simply took advantage of the empty house after Min Jun's murder, confirming he's already checked HMCS crime records and found an unexpected number of similar cases, strongly suggesting a pattern. He then strides off, confidently declaring they should round up and question various black market dealers, while the older investigator expresses his profound doubt, wondering if any of Min Jun's belongings could possibly still be out there after all these years. The younger investigator, a wide, determined grin on his face, dismisses the elder's concerns, asserting that they simply won't know until they check for themselves, before announcing his plan to meet tonight for the investigation. Fast forward, and that confident declaration now echoes with a hint of regret as the young investigator, looking utterly exhausted and covered in grime, admits. He rants in exasperation about the sheer number of useless thieves in this country and all the wasted effort, then, with a flicker of hope, claims his instincts will guide him right, only to collapse in frustration, declaring it a useless dead end, before finally settling on a thoughtful. Elsewhere, in the gritty underworld, two figures converse, one asking the other, their boss, if he's heard the recent rumors about the HMCS cracking down on fences in massive numbers, even completely wiping out the entire Yeongdongpo area yesterday, which leaves the boss bewildered, questioning the lack of reports or warrants. The subordinate explains the HMCS's terrifying global jurisdiction and their authority to execute awakened criminals on the spot, warning that resisting their badge-wielding agents won't just land them in prison, but 6 feet under. Yet, the stubborn boss, still underestimating them, dismisses them as mere government employees and orders his men to simply kill them. The subordinate, still underestimating the HMCS, argues that top-ranked hunters go to guilds for money, not government institutions. He insists the guy raiding fences isn't just some average lunatic, causing the boss to worry they should move their storage of stolen goods, urgently asking for its location. Before they can even react, our boy Shu casually walks into the alley, clad in his HMCS uniform, and announces with a calm smile, "Alright, we're conducting a warehouse seizure starting now," leaving the 2 thugs absolutely stunned and screaming, "WWHO's there, and what?" The subordinate, his eyes wide with panic, immediately recognizes Shu, shouting to his boss that this is the HMCS guy who's been relentlessly hitting all the fences. The boss, now in full-blown alarm, frantically shouts into his phone, ordering backup to Zone 2 as an emergency situation. Shu, completely unfazed by their panic, turns his back slightly and demands to know the location of their warehouse, stating with chilling calmness, "If you don't want to die, just tell me." The boss, enraged, orders a subordinate named Hansen to take care of him, but Hansen immediately protests, "I'm not a combat type though." As the situation escalates, 2 more criminals, one with flowing long hair, rush into the alley, questioning what's happening and angrily asking, "Who the hell is this guy? Why is a cop here?" The boss, still foolishly underestimating Shu, lets out a derisive laugh, pointing a finger and scoffing, "Ha! Does this fool even know where he's walked into?" Shu stands calmly amidst the encroaching thugs, one of whom confidently declares that even if Shu is HMCS, all they have to do is bury him in concrete and dump him in the sea, believing no one will ever find him. With a radiant golden aura exploding around him, Shu delivers a chilling retort, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he casually remarks, "You're making it so easy for me to round you all up in one place. How considerate." Engulfed in his golden power, Shu declares, "Let's use a skill, it's been a while," to which Pred, ever the demanding partner, responds, "1 skill, 1 chicken payment," and Shu, without hesitation, seals the deal. And just like that, a blinding, devastating shockwave of golden energy erupts from Shu, completely engulfing the entire alley and sending the unprepared criminals flying, utterly overwhelming them in an instant. After that devastating shockwave, one of the utterly flattened criminals lies dazed on the ground as Shu calmly looms over him, confidently asking, "Alright, now you'll show me where the warehouse is, right?" The criminal, terrified and disoriented, struggles to comprehend the sheer power he just faced, barely managing to stammer out, "Who the hell are you?" Shu's mouth forms a chilling, predatory smile as he leans in, ready to answer the criminal's desperate question, "Me?" Our boy Shu, with a wide, unsettling grin, casually identifies himself to the petrified criminal with a single, ominous word, "a lunatic." Inside the warehouse, a dozen awakened criminals are already tied up and helpless, as Shu stands over them, smugly declaring, "See? My instincts were right," while Pred, ever the snarky inner voice, retorts that it was just a lucky guess. Shu holds up a book, confirming it's Minjun's research notes, which he recognized by its mana, stating it's good that at least 1 item remained. Pred, ever hungry, comments on the suspiciously studious vibe of the mana he was searching for, which he calls food. Shu taps the book, observing that it's secured by a complex spell, not just an ordinary lock, requiring a specific formula that only opens with the owner's mana, complicating his plan to extract Minjun's traces. Pred, ever impatient, asks if Shu can't open the book, to which our hero calmly replies that he doesn't care about reading the book itself, he just needs the mana contained within it. Shu turns his back to the tied-up criminals, pulling out his phone to make a call, greeting the person on the other end, "Oh, Byunggu. It's me." On the phone, Shu coolly informs Byunggu, "I've got a dozen awakened criminals tied up here. Come pick them up," then adds, almost as an afterthought, "Ah. And bring a car," as the bound criminals in the background look utterly defeated and traumatized. After rounding up the criminals, our boy Shu makes a quick call, informing them that he's got somewhere important to go, signaling his next move and uncovering the truth. His destination is a clandestine marketplace within a combat-neutral zone known as Black Heaven's Fall, a place where hidden techniques and mysterious abilities are openly exchanged, a bustling hub for the awakened underworld. Within this mysterious realm, a woman in traditional attire, surrounded by divination cards, sits in a room, her expression hinting at a deep sadness or contemplation. Suddenly, a sly, knowing smirk spreads across her face as she holds up one of her cards, realizing an interesting visitor is on their way. This is Grand Warlock Mumayon, one of the formidable 12 leaders of Black Heaven's Fall. Shu arrives in the traditional market street, observing that not much has changed in 10 years, but Pred, ever the hungry one, notices all the powerful hunters staring at Shu, calling him food and enthusiastically suggesting they beat one up and eat. Shu immediately shuts Pred down, reminding him that they're in a combat neutral zone and a fight here would be a huge hassle, but before he can finish, a familiar voice calls out, "It's been a while, you," as a hand reaches out to him. The voice belongs to none other than Mumayon, who now greets Shu with a warm, knowing smile, welcoming him in and telling him she's been waiting for his arrival. As they meet face to face, Mumayon comments that it's been 10 years and Shu hasn't changed a bit, to which our hero coolly retorts that neither has she, calling her Mume. Mumayon, still smiling, presses him for answers, asking what on earth happened over the past 10 years that he completely disappeared without a single word. Shu, holding Minjun's mana-sealed book, dismisses his long absence as a long story, and not a very interesting one, before cutting to the chase and asking Mumayon to extract the mana stored within the book. Mumayon, our mysterious warlock, lets out a soft chuckle and a knowing smile, remarking that Shu still gets straight to the point, then agrees to his request, acknowledging that this particular task is something she actually enjoys, as she gestures towards a knife and a goblet. Our boy Shu takes the knife, his expression calm and focused, clearly preparing for whatever ritual Mumayon has in mind to extract the mana from Minjun's sealed book. With a swift, precise cut, Shu slices his palm, letting his blood drip into the ornate goblet below, as the narrative explains that it's nearly impossible to take materialized mana and convert it back to its raw form. Mumayon's unique ability, dubbed mana reversion, is likened to trying to separate cooked curry back into its raw ingredients. It makes the impossible possible, a power that completely defies the natural order and causality. The text on screen reveals the dark truth: abilities like Mumayon's are considered illegal mediums that defy causality, making them results that go against the natural order and often associated with serious crimes, leading society to regard them with extreme caution. With a chilling smile, Mumayon, still clutching the ritual knife, stands amidst swirling magical energy, the process of mana extraction complete, her expression both serene and slightly sinister. Mumayon, now in a cute chibi form, declares that it's all done, making it extra clean, fresh, delicious blood, and goes on about how it tastes like life itself dancing on her tongue, prompting a disgusted Pred to exclaim that her ability is absolutely revolting and not his thing at all. Shu, having received the mana he needed, offers his thanks and playfully adds that this one's on the house, as he stands to leave. Mumayon, with a hint of sadness in her smile, asks if he's leaving already, to which Shu replies that he still has things to do and will come back next time. Mumayon, with a wistful, knowing smile, acknowledges Shu's mysterious nature, hinting at his hidden depths and the countless secrets he carries after his long disappearance. Back in his car, driving through the city streets, Pred immediately complains that Mumayon's place was creepy and he never wants to go back. Shu, clearly used to Pred's dramatics, asks why he's so picky today, only for Pred to retort that both Shu and Mumayon are perverts and absolutely depraved for enjoying such a bizarre ritual. Still reeling from Pred's bizarre complaints about the mana ritual, Shu playfully questions why Pred is so dramatic over a small cut on his arm. Pred, completely ignoring Shu, demands to know their next destination, whining that he just wants to go home. Our boy Shu, with a determined gaze, finally reveals their next stop, the Ancient History Research Institute, the very place where they hope to uncover the truth. Shu arrives in front of a grand, imposing building, the Ancient History Research Institute, and with a solemn expression, states that this is the exact location where his beloved disciple, Minjun, was tragically murdered. As Shu casually strolls through the institute's open doors, Pred, still grumbling, calls him food and warns him about trespassing. Shu, however, reassures Pred, explaining that the building belongs to the Empire Guild, and he's grateful his brother Sijuan bought and preserved it. A somber look crosses Shu's face as he internally reflects on the profound grief and difficulty he experienced, realizing that he wasn't the only one who found it nearly impossible to endure such a loss. Shu enters a large room, now hauntingly empty save for the lingering, ghostly outlines of people, and completes his thought, acknowledging the unbearable pain of accepting Minjun's untimely death. As Shu's hand hovers over the cold, hard floor, Pred, sensing his intention, questions if he's planning to use that particular skill, a hint at a powerful, yet perhaps unsettling, ability. Shu, kneeling on the floor, confirms his intention with a simple yeah, preparing to activate a powerful ability within this silent, echoing space. Our boy Shu activates the enigmatic skill, Mana Reminiscence, enveloping himself in a radiant blue aura. The skill's description reveals its power. When used, it manifests the emotions experienced by the mana owner at that exact location, with the clarity depending on the quality and quantity of mana used. From the center of the room, a goblet-like structure materializes, pulsating with a brilliant, vibrant blue light, acting as a conduit to visualize the emotions and events etched into the very mana of this tragic place. As the Mana Reminiscence skill fully activates, ethereal, glowing blue figures materialize around Shu, revealing ghostly echoes of past events and emotions within the room. Shu, frustrated, notes that there's barely enough mana left for a clear vision, but reminds himself that this skill only shows raw emotions and lingering impressions, not precise, actual memories. A serious expression settles on Shu's face as he internally acknowledges that Minjun was never a weak hunter, reinforcing his belief that his disciple's death was far from an easy feat for any perpetrator. He deduces that if someone managed to act alone and complete the deed so swiftly, the culprit must possess considerable skill and power, indicating a formidable opponent. Shu continues to observe the ghostly mana echoes, one resembling Minjun, appearing distressed, as he immerses himself in the lingering emotions of the tragic event. A wave of emotional fragments washes over Shu, picking up faint whispers about VIPs and chilling suggestions of peace orders, hinting at a sinister, organized plot behind Minjun's death. A hooded, ghostly figure with glowing eyes appears, seemingly speaking through the mana, indicating that the orders came from someone higher than that, escalating the mystery and the power players involved. Shu is visibly shocked, internally questioning if these orders came from individuals even higher than the VIPs and pondering if Minjun was secretly involved with another organization beyond his research lab, while Pred, sensing his distress, asks if food is okay. As blue mana wisps swirl from the goblet, Pred's voice echoes in Shu's mind, recalling how Shu constantly spoke of his younger sibling and disciples during his 100 years in the demon realm, never forgetting them, and immediately searched for the disappeared one upon returning to Earth. Pred confronts Shu, questioning if he has a heart of steel to watch his disciple die right in front of him and remain unfazed, but Shu deflects with a touch of dark humor, asking where Pred learned such sophisticated vocabulary. Pred's blunt reply, X reveals his unusual source of wisdom. As Shu stands in the ghostly echoes of Minjun's last moments, Pred's voice echoes in his mind, observing that even now, Shu's emotions are surging so much that Pred is getting motion sickness, but he questions if Shu simply can't, or refuses to, show it on the outside. Our boy Shu, looking haunted by the weight of a century's worth of pain, quietly responds that he's fine, then, with a chilling resignation, acknowledges that after 100 years, it's only natural for things, or perhaps himself, to break. Suddenly, a new figure, a masked man with striking blue hair, appears behind Shu, calmly addressing him by name, Min Saiwu, right, interrupting his somber reflections. The masked man, with a casual air of authority, scolds Shu for wandering around all day, making them go through so much trouble, then tells him to come quietly because someone's been dying to see him, clearly implying a capture. Shu, completely unfazed, nonchalantly counts to himself, realizing he's surrounded by 6 of these masked individuals, whom he dismisses as rats who are still acting all smug despite their numbers. The masked leader, with a slight smirk, acknowledges Shu's sharp perception, stating it will make things easier, then offers Shu a choice, setting the stage for their impending confrontation. He lays out the options. First, Shu can immediately allow himself to be tied up and taken away. Second, he can resist and get brutally cut up before being dragged off, as other masked figures begin to close in. Shu, with a slight grimace but a knowing glint in his eye, seemingly agrees to the first option, muttering that it's better than getting cut up, but his clenched fists betray a deeper, more dangerous intention. The masked leader, confident in his victory, orders one of his subordinates to tie him, and the subordinate, without hesitation, responds with a sharp yes, sir, preparing to advance on Shu. The subordinate takes a confident stride towards Shu, reaching out to grab him, completely unaware that he's about to face a century's worth of built-up power and frustration. The subordinate, who dared to grab Shu, is immediately sent reeling backward, coughing up thick, black blood, completely overwhelmed by a swift, brutal counterattack he never saw coming. Our boy Shu, with a playful, dangerous smirk, holds up Pred on his finger and coolly declares that he prefers cutting, revealing his agreement to be tied up was nothing but a cunning fake-out, completely fooling his attackers. As Shu effortlessly dispatches the masked attackers, sending them sprawling, one of the more formidable opponents, with fiery red hair, charges forward, his face contorted in rage, demanding an end to this chaos. The red-haired masked figure, now identified as Gut, steps forward, his body glowing with immense, menacing red energy, confidently declaring that he will handle Shu personally, claiming our protagonist as his own prey. Shu simply observes Gut's aggressive posturing, looking completely unfazed in his HMCS jacket, casually remarking with a smirk that Gut's dramatic entrance is rather cool. Gut stands amidst his fallen subordinates, his hands still glowing with fierce red energy, directly confronting Shu, demanding to know if he is indeed the HMCS-affiliated hunter Min Saiwu. Gut, his face contorted in a mix of fury and anguish, then demands to know if Shu is the one who murdered Jaikin of Cerberus, the man who was his brother, finally revealing his true, vengeful purpose. Shu, completely ignoring Gut's rage, casually converses with Pred, who finds Gut's skills appetizing. Then, Shu turns to Gut, delivering a chillingly dismissive retort, asking if one needs to know the name of trash before throwing it out, effectively calling Gut's brother garbage. Gut, utterly enraged by Shu's insulting words, lets out a furious shout of bastard as he slams his foot down, cracking the concrete floor in an explosion of pure, unbridled fury. Gut, consumed by rage, lunges at Shu with a powerful, red energy-infused punch, but our protagonist effortlessly blocks the blow, a golden aura erupting around him as he coolly muses that Gut isn't half bad for a mere groundling. After effortlessly blocking Gut's initial enraged punch, our boy Shu stands firm as Gut, disbelieving, realizes Shu possesses instant healing, then unleashes a furious arrogant bastard, and launches another red energy attack, showering sparks around Shu. Two masked subordinates watch in utter shock, one questioning how Shu managed to block Captain Gut's attack, as Gut, still fuming, bellows at them to stop standing around and get into the fight. But before they can react, Gut warns a subordinate not to interfere as Shu, with a mischievous grin, activates the lightning flash skill, enveloping himself in green electricity and casually remarking that it's been a while since he's had this much fun. As Shu blazes through the room, effortlessly knocking down other masked figures, Gut watches in disbelief, realizing Shu is a healer using an acceleration skill and, more unnervingly, that he saw through all of Gut's escape routes, dodging with minimal movement, calling him crazy. Gut, still reeling from Shu's impossible speed and precision, admits that no acceleration-type hunter he's met has shown such skill, questioning the sheer breadth of Shu's vision and acknowledging that this guy is no ordinary opponent. Enraged, Gut prepares to go all out, but Shu, casually grabbing a subordinate, interrupts him, stating that Gut seems mistaken about something, and then coldly declares that if someone commits a crime, whether it's Gut's brother or his child, they must be punished. Shu, holding the choking subordinate, then asks Gut what's unfair about that, logically pointing out that if he were to kill Gut, it would make Gut an awakened criminal, and questions whether the wronged citizens and Gut's harmed brother shouldn't feel the consequences. Gut, furious, his face contorted in rage, shouts, "Don't spout nonsense. Are you saying all criminals should be killed?" his indignation boiling over. He rages, accusing Shu of not understanding his brother's life and thinking he can just wield authority as he pleases, then, in a poignant flashback, reveals that his brother was forced to become a criminal to feed a younger, innocent Gut, desperately struggling in his own way to survive. Consumed by a vengeful fury, Gut's body ignites with red energy, unleashing his rankest skill, Lengya 1000 Kills, a devastating bombardment of magical arrows, declaring that Shu will pay with his own life for trampling on his brother's memory. As Gut unleashes his deadly Lengya 1000 Kills, a barrage of red energy arrows, Shu finds himself surrounded, realizing he can't dodge this with just movement and needs to use a skill, prompting Pred to complain about being overworked and Shu's low mana. Shu, however, insists on one last use before Pred takes a break. In a blinding flash of golden light, Shu activates Skill, Neutralize, an incredible ability that analyzes and negates or weakens any opponent's skill, a testament to his sharp control and observation skills, ready to completely shut down Gut's attack. Gut stares in utter disbelief, screaming Dispel, as his powerful Lengya 1000 Kills skill completely dissipates, leaving him vulnerable and shocked by Shu's unexpected counter. One of Gut's masked subordinates is stunned, realizing Shu possesses a high-tier skill capable of nullifying an A-rank hunter's power. Meanwhile, the masked leader, seeing 4 of his men already down, decides to forget revenge and orders a full frontal assault. Shu, now enveloped in a crackling green electrical aura, swiftly moves to confront Gut, coldly dismissing his emotional plea by asking if everyone facing similar circumstances becomes a criminal, telling Gut not to peddle cheap sentimentality, which leaves Gut completely speechless. Our boy Shu continues his lightning-fast assault, striking Gut with a powerful green electrical burst, forcing Gut's red energy to dispelled. As a subordinate yells Captain, Gut, consumed by rage, shouts for everyone to stay out of his way, preparing to unleash his full fury. Gut, still enveloped in a fierce red aura, confidently believes that Shu, as a healer, cannot continuously use such a high-tier skill and that his mana will soon run out. He decides to end this in close combat, concentrating all of his Lengia 1000 kills power into a single, devastating strike. With a furious roar, Gut unleashes his concentrated, swirling red energy attack, but Shu, moving with impossible speed, effortlessly sidesteps the devastating blow, leaving Gut's attack to harmlessly strike the ground. In a blink, Shu reappears directly in front of Gut, landing a brutal punch and sternly warning him, "Don't use it," his serious expression suggesting a deeper concern than just the fight itself. Shu continues to pummel Gut with relentless blows, repeatedly commanding him not to use his full power, explaining that the building is already severely damaged and questioning if Gut wants to further ruin it and become a. As Shu continues his relentless pummeling, questioning if Gut wants to further ruin the building and become a public nuisance, a furious Gut screams at his subordinate Ryu Yinfang, ordering her to restrain Shu immediately, completely out of options. Ryu Yinfang, completely overwhelmed and surrounded by pulsating red energy, can only protest in disbelief, asking why Gut first told her to stay out of the fight, and now suddenly wants her to intervene, clearly struggling with the contradictory commands. Gut, despite his fury, manages to ensnare Shu in powerful, crimson chains of energy, a manifestation of his rage-fueled skill to bind his brother's enemy. Consumed by his desire for vengeance, Gut unleashes his full power, declaring with chilling intent that he will blow up Shu's entire body, ensuring that not even his healing abilities will be able to restore him. But Shu, radiating an overpowering golden aura, effortlessly shatters Gut's chains, his eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction as he congratulates Gut, telling him that both he and his brother are nothing but criminals, sealing their fate. Gut, in a desperate attempt to retaliate, unleashes his SS rank skill, Life Steal, a terrifying ability that absorbs the life force of any target within its devastating range. But in a horrific twist, Gut's own skill backfires spectacularly, rapidly draining his life force and shriveling his body, leaving him screaming in agony as he realizes the tables have been turned on him. His remaining masked subordinates, sprawled on the floor, stare in utter disbelief and horror at Gut's rapid deterioration, one gasping in terror, questioning what kind of twisted healer's skill could possibly do this. Shu, completely unfazed by the chaos, simply turns his back, walking calmly through the glowing magical patterns, reflecting that his first awakened skill was never that thing, because he was never an ordinary healer to begin with. Enveloped in a radiant golden light, Shu declares his true power. He doesn't heal with mere mana, he manipulates life force itself, revealing a much darker and more profound ability, much to the horror of his defeated foes. With a chillingly confident grin, engulfed in a powerful golden aura, Shu finally reveals his true identity and the full extent of his abilities, not just a healer but a formidable necromancer, manipulating life itself with a dark, profound power. Our boy Shu, still radiating a casual menace, stands over the terrified, bleeding criminal on the floor, who desperately begs him to wait and promises not to resist anymore, completely overwhelmed by Shu's terrifying reveal. Shu, completely dismissive of the criminal's pleas, simply delivers a swift, brutal strike, slamming him back into the ground with a nonchalant "Shut up," silencing any further resistance. He then stands amidst the unconscious bodies of the defeated criminals, casually dusting his shoulder, and asks aloud if everything has been completely cleaned up, his demeanor disturbingly calm after such a brutal display. Shu glances down at his HMCS bodycam, strapping it securely to his waist, and assures himself, right. This time, it should be on for real, right, hinting at a previous mishap and setting the stage for another one. Later, Shu addresses Byunggu, nervously asking if the bodycam footage is showing properly and confirming that, just like last time, he didn't attack first, making it clear it was pure self-defense. At the HMCS office, the team, including Byunggu, is utterly mortified, realizing that Shu, in his haste, didn't record the incident. He accidentally hit the live button instead, broadcasting his entire brutal fight to almost 6,000 viewers, leading to absolute panic among the agents. This unexpected livestream causes major headaches for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, as top officials question when the HMCS started live-streaming the suppression of awakened criminals, clearly concerned about the diplomatic fallout. An official explains that the live-streaming initiative started about 2 years ago, a promotional video by the HMCS International Headquarters aimed at recruiting new talent. He clarifies that the process of eliminating criminals was broadcast live through social media, but ultimately, the project was a colossal failure, as the HMCS never managed to produce any decent footage, until now, thanks to Shu's accidental livestream of absolute chaos. The accidental livestream of Shu's brutal efficiency has caught the attention of the highest ranks, with an official exclaiming that an incredible talent has joined HMCS, but another questions why someone with such skill would even be there, wondering if that's truly the immediate concern. The gravity of the situation is soon revealed, as a female official clarifies that the person killed in the livestream was none other than Hunter Gut from Hong Kong's Red Light Guild, acknowledging that while the HMCS acted within legal bounds, this is a major international incident. Amidst the frantic discussions and shocked expressions of the officials, a powerful, gray-haired man makes his dramatic entrance, calmly stating that he's kept them waiting, his presence immediately commanding attention. This imposing figure is none other than Choi Dae-soo, the president of South Korea, the very man who stole Shu's legacy, now here to address the chaos, his stern gaze asking, "So, what's the issue?" A few days later, we shift to a much calmer scene inside the bustling cafeteria of the Empire Guild, a stark contrast to the political turmoil Shu's actions have unleashed. At one of the tables, Shu, casually sucking on a lollipop, is completely zoned out, forcing his brother Sejun, who looks a bit exasperated in his glasses, to ask if he's even listening. Sejun, trying to talk about the recently released live video, gets increasingly frustrated as Shu continues to stuff his face, barely managing to mumble that he's listening while eating, prompting Sejun to angrily demand he shut up and just eat his pork cutlet. Shu, completely oblivious to Sejun's irritation, marvels at the cafeteria's amazing food, asking if he can eat here every day, causing Sejun to internally observe that his brother has become strangely gluttonous. Finally, Sejun gets Shu's attention, informing him that the live broadcast of Hunter Gut's suppression from the Red Light Guild is causing a massive stir right now, confirming the severe international fallout from Shu's accidental livestream. Sejun expresses profound relief that the incident was captured on a body cam and was shaky enough that Shu's face wasn't clearly revealed, saving him from immediate exposure to powerful enemies like Choi Dae-soo, who would undoubtedly recognize him. Sejun, ever the cautious one, warns Shu that if Choi Dae-soo ever finds out about his return, there's no telling what that snake would do, especially since Shu hasn't fully recovered from the side effects of dimensional travel. He stresses that with all the work Choi Dae-soo did to erase Shu's legacy, staying low is their best bet for now. Our boy Shu, still munching away, casually agrees with his brother, saying, all right, completely unfazed by the high-stakes conversation. With a confident smirk, Shu tells Sejun that if he's that worried, he'll keep a low profile, then playfully shoves a piece of food into his brother's mouth, telling him to just eat. Sejun, spitting out his food in disbelief, grumbles that he's almost 30 and not a kid, but Shu internally dismisses him as a snot-nosed kid who will always be young to him. Suddenly, someone calls out, "Guild leader!" A group of hunters, including the imposing Min Saiwoo, stride into the cafeteria, and Min Saiwoo immediately recognizes Shu from their encounter at the tower, though he can't quite recall his name. He asks Sejun what brings him to the cafeteria and who Shu is. Min Saiwoo's assistant introduces the girl from the tutorial tower as Hunter Shin Jisoo, a new recruit. Jisoo beams, excitedly declaring she awakened an A-rank skill thanks to Hunter Saiwoo, bowing to him with gratitude. Min Saiwoo acknowledges the presence of Hunter Sook, then, connecting the dots, asks Sejun if everyone gathered is for the joint seminar for new hunters today, to which Sejun confirms with a polite yes, guild leader. We're introduced to two more formidable leaders, Hunter Chu Heyman from the White Lion Guild, and Hunter Yamato from the Frost Soul Guild, both clearly powerful figures in the hunter world. Sook Taeji, also from the Empire Guild, steps forward to introduce himself to Shu, telling him he's heard a lot about him from guild leader Min Saiwoo, a knowing look on his face. Sook Taeji praises Shu for his great contributions at HMCS, clearly aware of Shu's unexpected rise to fame, and expresses his eagerness to work with him. Shu, with a polite smile, reciprocates the sentiment. Sook Taeji praises Shu, but someone else from the assembled hunters, intrigued, questions aloud about the big-name rookie from HMCS who's been causing such a massive stir, clearly referring to Shu in his recent, chaotic livestream. Hunter Chu Heyman, from the White Lion Guild, coolly steps forward, directly addressing Shu and stating that he saw the video of Shu killing Gut, then asks if Shu is indeed the person from that now infamous broadcast. With a challenging, slightly smug smirk, Chu Heyman dismisses the entire situation around Shu's presence as such BS, clearly not taking the HMCS's new recruit seriously. Min Saiwa's assistant, completely flustered by Chu Heyman's arrogant behavior towards Shu, nervously questions what's wrong with him today, while Chu Heyman, still smirking, continues to provoke them. Min Saiwu, ever the composed guild leader, calmly but sternly reminds Chu Heyman that he is being incredibly rude to someone he's just met, and worse, he's doing it right inside their Empire Guild, a clear warning to control his behavior. Chu Heyman, completely unrepentant, scoffs back at Min Saiwu, asking if he's not even allowed to ask a question and sarcastically complaining about how uptight the Empire Guild is, which causes Min Saiwu's assistant to exclaim in disbelief, questioning if Chu Heyman has lost his mind. Chu Heyman continues his disrespectful rant, claiming that the Empire Guild should be more concerned about the disgrace they are bringing to the White Lion Guild and warning that their guild leader, Hunter Choi Sungil, would be quite troubled if he found out about this disrespectful behavior. With a confident, almost arrogant laugh, Chu Heyman mocks them, asking if they're going to tattle to the higher-ups, then proudly introduces himself as Chu Heyman, an A+ rank hunter, the Asura of White Lion, and, most importantly, the direct disciple of the legendary Blackwater Lotus leader Xiaolong himself. He then challenges them, asking if they think he'd be intimidated just because of a guild name, completely unaware that the bored-looking Shu, casually eating in the background, is Xiaolong's actual master. The mention of Xiaolong's disciple causes a ripple of surprise, especially for Shu, as a faded, cherished memory flashes across the screen, a vibrant photo of a younger Shu happily posing with his beloved disciples, including a smiling Xiaolong, from a time long past. Chu Heyman continues to boast, adding that Sun Jilhyung really likes him, but he is abruptly cut off by Min Saiwu, who claps his hands together, his face etched with exasperation, and firmly declares, "Alright, that's enough." Min Saiwu, completely exasperated by Chu Heyman's disrespectful antics, cuts him off and sternly warns him not to cause a scene in their guild, telling him that if he wants to confirm anything, he should come find Min Saiwu himself. He then delivers a brutal burn, stating that Chu Heyman's master clearly failed to teach him manners, and then challenges him, adding that he's curious to see how well his master taught him to fight. Chu Heyman, furious that Shu dared to disrespect his master, grinds his teeth and fumes, internally vowing to crush Shu if they weren't inside the Empire Guild's territory, barely containing his rage. Still seething, Chu Heyman glares menacingly at Shu, his eyes burning red with fury, and delivers a chilling threat, warning Shu to watch your back at night. Meanwhile, one of Min Saiwa's subordinates, completely shocked by Chu Heyman's disrespect, nervously apologizes to their guild leader and offers to handle the situation, but Min Saiwu, ever the calm and collected leader, simply dismisses him, telling him it's fine and to just go. Sijuan, looking distraught, reassures Shu that he'll handle Chu Heyman, promising to make sure the White Lion Guild compensates them for any property damage, even if it's just a few million won. Shu, ever the jokester, playfully reminds Sijuan not to worry because he kept a low profile this time. Shu, with a charming smile, internally muses that since Chu Heyman is his disciple's disciple, he supposes he has to cut him some slack, a nod to his complicated past connections. The scene shifts to a pristine office, as an unseen speaker declares the matter settled with guild leader Choi Sungil, setting the stage for a formal resolution to the incident. Baek Gunho, the distinguished HMCS Korea branch director, sips his coffee, welcoming Choi Sungil and noting that while such matters could typically be handled in writing, he's honored by Choi Sungil's personal visit to their headquarters. Choi Sungil, the guild leader of the White Lion Guild, smiles politely and clarifies their purpose, stating that they aren't there for cooperation, but rather to offer an apology. He then explains that one of his guild members was incredibly rude to the HMCS's new recruit, adding that while they've already settled things with the Empire Guild, he believes it's proper for the person involved to apologize directly, but is met with a firm no from Baek Gunho, implying the situation is far more complex than a simple apology can fix. Baek Gunho, still rejecting the apology, argues that Choi Sungil, as a guild leader, shouldn't need to apologize personally, especially since there was no actual physical fight, but Choi Sungil remains insistent. With a shrewd smile, Baek Gunho, the HMCS director, calls out Choi Sungil's true intention, questioning if he's actually here for a scouting opportunity rather than a mere apology, clearly seeing through his politeness. Baek Gunho, with a smug grin, reveals that this individual is an extremely valuable asset to the HMCS and is currently out on a critical prison escort mission for awakened criminals, making it clear Shu isn't available for poaching. Choi Sungil, feigning disappointment, remarks on the rarity of an awakened prison needing HMCS support, his smile suggesting he's keenly observing Shu's unusual assignments. Baek Gunho confirms it's rare but not unheard of, explaining that large guilds typically handled these requests in the past, implying a shift in power or responsibility. He hints at future changes, subtly suggesting that the HMCS's role is expanding, with a document showing a rise in HMCS applicants on the table, indicating their growing influence. Choi Sungil, accepting his current position, then slyly pivots, asking if he could at least arrange for Hunter Chu Heyman to apologize directly to Shu instead of him, still hoping for some direct interaction. Baek Gunho, with a knowing look, smoothly replies that such a meeting is entirely up to them, subtly implying he won't be facilitating it. As Choi Sungil prepares to leave, Baek Gunho offers a polite but firm "take care, Hunter Choi Sungil," a clear sign that their conversation, for now, is concluded. Choi Sungil walks away, his expression grim, internally acknowledging that Baek Gunho is thoroughly hiding Shu, but he makes a fierce vow that he will absolutely not give up on securing such incredible talent for his guild. After his meeting with Baek Gunho, Choi Sungil, still relentless in his pursuit of Shu, instructs his secretary, Seo, to contact Shu Hunter and tell him to prepare for a trip, emphasizing that he needs to put on his most polite face, clearly setting up a new attempt to recruit Shu. Secretary Seo acknowledges Choi Sungil's directive and asks for the destination, ready to relay the order to Shu Hunter. Elsewhere, a frustrated HMCS guard, fanning himself impatiently, questions why support hasn't arrived yet despite their request for assistance. Another guard reassures him that help is on the way, but the first guard just grumbles in annoyance, lamenting how these criminals are causing trouble again after being locked up for months. He sighs in exasperation, wondering why criminals can't just get along, adding that with audit season approaching, this new conflict is a major headache he doesn't need. His gaze falls on a file for Sherry Voke, and he complains that this particular criminal, who was arrested without incident, is now suddenly going berserk. His colleague explains the severity of the situation, revealing that Sherry Voke, a notoriously infamous criminal, managed to beat 5 people into a pulp even while wearing mana restraints, and that the authorities initially struggled immensely to capture him. The frustrated guard, sighing deeply, decides the best course of action is to quickly transfer this troublemaker to Gangwon-do, as the image shows a row of sturdy prison cells. Meanwhile, inside his cell, the handcuffed Sherry Voke watches a rat scurry past his bare feet, as a chilling message appears, stating that Bestia has an important message for him. A shadowy figure, holding the rat, leans into Sherry Voke's cell, reminding him about an upcoming meeting and revealing that the organization has already made preparations inside. The figure then gives Sherry his new directive: he has a job to do, and that job is to escape. Following the shadowy figure's command, Sherry Voke, confined to his cell, receives his urgent new directive: he must cause trouble and chaos from within the prison itself. Meanwhile, our boy Shu stands outside a formidable building, the Incheon Awakened Prison, confirming that he's arrived at the correct location for his mission. Elsewhere, a frustrated Chu Heyman and his associate watch in disbelief as a transport vehicle speeds away, missing their chance to meet it. Chu Heyman curses the sloppy prisoner transfer, grumbling that he wouldn't even be here if it weren't for Sun Jil-hyung's persistence. Suddenly, Chu Heyman's eyes widen as he spots a bus in the distance, realizing with a gasp that it must be the very prisoner transport they just missed, and his subordinate confirms the timing makes perfect sense. Furious and resigned, Chu Heyman speeds off in pursuit, raging that he's now stuck heading all the way to Gangwon-do, swearing he's going to demand triple overtime and extra shift allowance from his damn guild master for this headache. The prisoner transport bus continues its journey down the road, steadily moving towards its destination, a seemingly uneventful trip for now. Inside the bus, our protagonist Chu sits calmly, sipping his drink, before casually addressing someone nearby with a soft, inquiring, "Hey, officer." Sherry Voke, the infamous criminal, glares from the seat behind Shu, remarking that it's kinda annoying to watch Shu enjoying your meal all alone, clearly trying to provoke a reaction. Shu simply replies, "Yeah," completely unfazed. Sherry, irritated by Shu's short answers, calls him a rude little punk and then directly asks if Shu is going to be his guard at the new prison he's being transferred to. Shu takes another calm sip from his drink, barely glancing at Sherry, and delivers another curt, dismissive reply, "Nope." Irritated by Shu's dismissive replies, Sherry, the criminal, asks if Shu is from some big guild on a special assignment, because he hasn't seen his face before. He then confidently warns that Shu must be pretty confident in his skills to follow him alone after hearing his name, before cutting to the chase and demanding, "Why?" Our boy Shu, completely unfazed and with a playful, almost mocking expression, simply tilts his head and asks, "Are you someone important?" completely deflating Sherry's attempt at intimidation. Sherry's confident demeanor immediately shatters, his face contorting into an annoyed grimace as he sputters, "Huh? Seriously?" Completely losing his cool, Sherry glares at Shu, calling him a real lunatic and scoffing that Shu got on this transport without even knowing who he is. He angrily demands if Shu shouldn't at least know why a prisoner of his caliber is being transferred. Shu, still calmly sipping his drink, delivers a cutting retort, suggesting that maybe Sherry talks too much, which is why he was transferred. Sherry, utterly furious, begins to curse him, "You son of a..." Sherry then holds up his cuffed hands, his expression hardening as he reveals a terrifying truth, stating with chilling confidence, "5. That's how many." With a deranged, triumphant grin, Sherry boasts that even with a heavy control device on, he still managed to beat 5 awakened criminals to a pulp, then asks, still not getting the picture, trying to intimidate Shu with his raw power. Shu remains completely unbothered, calmly sipping his drink, as Sherry continues his menacing speech, revealing he's an A+++ rank awakened criminal being transported in a regular vehicle with only a cocky rookie as an escort. He then asks Shu, "Why do you think that is?" hinting at a larger, sinister plan. As the ominous warning hangs in the air, Shu's internal thoughts, or perhaps a subtle message from Pred, deliver a chilling and confident response, "You're screwed," foreshadowing the chaos that is about to erupt. And just as predicted, a massive explosion of fire and debris engulfs the prisoner transport bus, shaking it violently as a mysterious, powerful entity, later revealed to be an old man, makes their move, plunging the entire scene into brutal chaos. After the explosion, the mysterious old man stands calmly over a frightened young criminal, casually questioning if anyone perished in the blast he just caused. Inside the mangled bus, our boy Shu, still alive and kicking, curses that crazy old man who just blew up their ride. Sherry Vogue, now outside and still in cuffs, fumes in disbelief, questioning why the old man's destructive attack had to take him down right along with the HMCS guards. The mysterious old man taunts Sherry, saying the Grey Wolf of Bestia wouldn't die from a mere explosion, then mocks him by saying he looks more like a little puppy with his collar, sending Sherry into a fit of rage, threatening to knock out his teeth. The old man, still completely unhinged, casually confirms with his subordinate that he took care of the escort, boasting that he kicked Shu right in the temple, confident he's now lying somewhere, leaking brain matter like spilled coffee. Sherry, impatient, demands the subordinate unlock his mana restraints immediately, but the younger criminal cautions him to hold still, explaining that delicate mana engineering requires precision to avoid losing his hands. With a snap, the mana-engineered cuffs shatter, finally freeing Sherry Vogue from his restraints. Sherry stretches with a sigh of relief, exclaiming that he thought he would suffocate, while the subordinate teases him for being dramatic about only a few months. But their brief respite is shattered by a powerful new voice, commanding, "Freeze, you criminal scumbags," as a new challenger emerges. The mysterious newcomer, a man in a trench coat, walks onto the scene, commenting that he'd wondered about the sketchy back roads, and now he sees the criminal chaos they've caused. He surveys the wrecked bus and the scene of destruction, dismissing the perpetrator as weak if they lost to this, then takes a jab at Sohail Hyung, claiming he has no eye for talent, completely oblivious to the real powerhouse he's about to encounter. The trench-coated newcomer, Chu Heyman, the White Lion Guild's Asura, arrogantly interrogates the criminals, asking if they're some kind of gang, and then challenges them to decide if they want to talk now, or after he beats them down and drags them away. Sherry's young subordinate, recognizing the formidable hunter Chu Heyman, and A++ rank from the White Lion Guild, questions when this powerful figure started trailing them, hinting at unexpected complications. The mysterious old man from Bestia, completely unfazed by Chu Heyman's presence, confirms to Sherry that no other hunters are detected nearby, leaving Chu Heyman utterly alone, and then gleefully declares that it's been a while since he's had a good workout. Chu Heyman, frustrated by their whispering, stomps his foot in irritation and demands to know who they are, only for the old man to scoff, retorting that Chu Heyman doesn't even need to know, because he'll be dead soon anyway. With a ferocious roar,
the old man unleashes his A+ rank skill, Bear Wolf, transforming into a colossal, glowing purple werewolf, a truly monstrous form ready to decimate his arrogant opponent.
Shu Heyman gasps in shock, recognizing the old man as a transcendental awakener, but quickly regains his arrogant composure, scoffing that at the end of the day, if he beats him down, he's still just a human. Enraged, Shu Heyman activates his own skill, engulfing himself in a vibrant red aura, unleashing his fury as he calls the old man a little punk, acting all high and mighty. Shu Heyman unleashes his B-rank skill, Asura, Diamond Barrage, a powerful, invisible diamond armored attack that enhances his body and leaves afterimages, sending multiple red energy-infused punches at the transformed bear wolf. Despite Shu Heyman's relentless A-rank speed attacks and fierce barrages, which he can feel connecting, the monstrous bear wolf remains unfazed, leaving Shu Heyman bewildered as he questions why his opponent won't go down. The bear wolf, completely unhurt, taunts him with a growl, asking, "You call this a welcome back massage?" The bear wolf mockingly points out that for a massage, Shu Heyman got beaten up quite a bit himself. Then, concerned about unknown backup and not wanting to waste time brawling, he ominously commands Sherry's subordinate, "Kid, finish it." The subordinate, commanded to finish the fight, activates his own skill, 10-headed snake, conjuring glowing pink energy serpents to bind Shu Heyman. Shu Heyman scoffs at the incoming pink snakes, dismissing them as mere toy snakes, completely underestimating their power and his opponent. But the snakes are a tracking skill, binding Shu Heyman in an instant, leaving him exposed as the monstrous bear wolf lunges, delivering a devastating purple energy-infused blow that makes him scream in pain, mocking the White Lion's reputation. The bear wolf stands over the now completely defeated Shu Heyman, scoffing that being pampered in a big guild means nothing in the underworld, where he's just a weakling. Shu Heyman, bruised and bound, seethes in anger, cursing their unfair advantage and accusing them of talking big only because it's 3 against 1. The bear wolf, completely unmoved by Shu Heyman's complaints, simply steps on his chest, coldly telling him to stop whining and reminding him that he was the idiot who charged in alone without waiting for backup. The old man from Bestia, concerned about time, orders the subordinate, Vok, to finish off Shu Heyman, and Vok, with a resigned sigh, agrees. The bear wolf monster, eyes glowing with malevolent purple energy, looms over the helpless Shu Heyman, mockingly asking for any last words, though making it clear he doesn't care to hear them. Shu Heyman, battered and defeated, grits his teeth in pure frustration, refusing to accept such a humiliating end to his fight. But just as all seems lost, a blinding golden light suddenly explodes from Shu Heyman's body, enveloping him in a radiant aura, surprising the old man and his subordinate, as Shu Heyman lets out a pained grunt, hinting at a hidden power being unleashed. As a blinding golden light envelopes Shu Heyman, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the chaos, questioning if giving up before the finishing blow is truly how Xiaolong, his master, trained him, hinting at Shu's deep, personal connection to Shu Heyman's lineage. Shu Heyman, battered and bewildered, stares in utter shock, barely managing to stammer out his disbelief, questioning if Shu, the man he thought was already defeated, is somehow still alive. Our boy Shu, now revealed to be the one speaking, casually fiddles with a body cam, musing aloud that figuring out the difference between the live feed and the recording took him a moment, then sarcastically tells someone their eyesight must be failing and suggests reading glasses. The mysterious old man, now in his human form, alongside his transformed werewolf self, expresses his utter disbelief, swearing he crushed Shu's skull and that the kid didn't even put up a fight. He further admits he couldn't even sense the flow of mana, realizing Shu's skill is far from ordinary. Shu Heyman frantically screams for backup, but Shu, completely unfazed, calmly walks towards the bewildered criminals, listing their offenses, attacking a supervising officer, damaging a prisoner transport, attempted murder, and, worst of all, interrupting his sacred coffee time. He then declares they are all criminals caught in the act. With a chilling, confident grin, engulfed in a radiant golden aura, Shu declares that under the authority of the HMCS hunters, he hereby finds them all guilty, and effective immediately, they will all be executed on the spot. Shu, now standing before the shocked old man and his subordinate, reiterates his lethal judgment. The 3 individuals are considered criminals caught in the act and will all be summarily executed on the spot, their faces contorted in terror as the gravity of his words sinks in. Suddenly, Shu, enveloped in a fierce red aura, turns to a battered Shu Heyman on the ground, calling him Xiaolong's disciple, and commands him to watch and learn from down there, definitively stating that Asura is not a skill for mere pounding. Shu, now unleashing his true power, faces off against the monstrous bear wolf, who screams in disbelief, demanding to know what Shu is babbling about, as the entire scene explodes with chaotic, crimson energy. Shu, still radiating immense red power, delivers a decisive lesson, correcting the bear wolf. Asura is a skill for piercing, not pounding. As the skill, Asura Black Armored Blood Dance, is revealed, Shu Heyman, watching in utter disbelief, realizes with a gasp that this is his master Xiaolong's ultimate technique. Our boy Shu, demonstrating the true piercing power of his Asura skill, relentlessly attacks the monstrous bear wolf, sending it spiraling through the air as he coolly remarks that meat needs to be bled properly first to be tenderized well. The bear wolf, engulfed in a massive explosion of red energy, screams in agony, calling out "my Hiraga," as Shu's devastating, red energy-imbued Asura attack continues to obliterate it, showcasing his unparalleled combat prowess. A skill notification reveals the bear wolf's true identity, an A++ grade Thunder Wall Strike, "my Hiraga," an electric-type magic skill, while the old man, now in his human form and covered in ominous red markings, stares in utter disbelief, gasping, "He dodged Thunder Wall Strike? This is insane." Shu, with a knowing smirk, compliments the old man on his double casting during a battle, then Pred, always hungry, asks if he can eat it, only to be disappointed when the old man reveals it's a single-use, expensive scroll, causing Pred to scoff, "TCH, so it's junk food? Then I'm not interested." Shu Heyman, still battered and bound, glares in utter confusion, demanding to know who Shu is and why he knows his master's skill, his voice thick with a mix of shock and desperation. The old man, covered in dark, menacing red markings, now activates another skill, casting an ominous spell, and warns Shu, "Don't move carelessly, young man," as he prepares a terrifying new threat. He then reveals his gravity-based skill, trapping Shu Heyman in a blood-red energy field, threatening to crush the already battered hunter to death, making it clear he's willing to use his disciple's disciple as leverage against Shu. Shu, still looking infuriatingly calm and with a slight, mocking smile, coolly observes the old man, questioning, "I was wondering what you were doing in the back while your comrades were getting beaten. Are you threatening me?" The old man, cornered and desperate, immediately shifts his tone, proposing a deal where they walk away unharmed, and in return, Shu Heyman, whom he's holding hostage, will also remain safe. Shu's hand glows, indicating his readiness to reject the offer. The old man, trying one last time to de-escalate, calmly argues that Shu only got involved by chance, attempting to convince him to walk away peacefully and avoid further conflict. Shu completely dismisses the old man's attempt to de-escalate, coolly stating that he didn't get involved by chance but took this shady mission because he's actively looking for something, then casually jokes that Shu Heyman can probably fix himself up with sheer willpower. With a sharp, dismissive "hell no," Shu looks down at the bleeding, defeated Shu Heyman, who lies in a pool of blood and magical residue, making it clear his disciple's disciple isn't going to get off that easy. The old man, utterly bewildered, questions if Shu and the White Lion Guild member weren't on the same side. Shu retorts with a chilling smirk that the criminals devoured the concept of sides, along with the prison itself. Shu's gaze hardens as he asserts that the old man and his accomplices are hunter-killers, part of a formidable organization, possessing multiple expensive artifacts and powerful awakened skills. He then demands to know their true allegiance, recognizing their significant influence. The old man, now on guard and radiating red energy, questions why Shu, knowing all this, still dared to come alone. He then demands to know Shu's identity and his true intentions, sensing the immense power radiating from our hero. Shu, completely unfazed, sarcastically asks if the old man left his hearing aid at home, reiterating his demand to know where they belong. The old man, enraged and crackling with red lightning, threatens Shu not to come any closer, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The old man screams in utter disbelief as Shu's power causes his artifact to overflow, realizing with a jolt that Shu triggered it by using the same type of electric skill. He finds it impossible, given what he believes to be a normal human's mana density. From within Shu, Pred snarkily remarks that the food looks more appetizing now. Shu, observing the subtle glow of mana in his hand, confirms that his power has returned to about 40%, realizing this warm-up definitely helps him recover faster. With a chilling calm, Shu tells the old man to stop wasting time, subtly implying that the old man doesn't have much lifespan left to throw away, a dark warning delivered with a casual demeanor that completely unsettles his opponent. The old man, now enraged, shouts at Shu, accusing him of understanding one thing but not the other, then defiantly asserts that even if they are part of an organization, they wouldn't easily spill such vital information, as Shu subtly thinks of him as a bastard. The old man, Mahiraga, staunchly refuses to reveal any information about his organization, silently reminding Shu that most members sign a vow of silence bound by mana, making anyone who breaks it a target for elimination, a terrifying consequence. Mahiraga, now coughing up black blood and transforming into his monstrous bear wolf form, struggles on the ground, clearly suffering from Shu's relentless attacks, while his subordinate, Vok, scoffs at him, asking if he's finally come to his senses, insulting his resolve. Our boy Shu, with a chilling, arrogant grin, calmly taunts the suffering Mahiraga, asking if he's afraid of dying, then dismissively tells him not to worry, because after dying 3 or 4 times, he'll eventually get used to it. Mahiraga, enraged by Shu's taunts and his own pain, screams at Vok to do something and earn his keep.
Vok, now fully transformed into the glowing purple werewolf, grumbles in resignation, acknowledging the old bastard and preparing to attack.
Vok, consumed by a fierce purple aura, lunges at Shu, roaring that even if he dies in the process, he'll rip Shu apart first, unleashing his full, monstrous power in a desperate, vengeful assault. Vok, in his terrifying werewolf form, delivers a fierce purple energy-imbued punch, striking Shu with immense force, as the battle escalates to a brutal, close-quarters confrontation. Just as the fight rages, a new, confident figure appears, a brown-haired man with a sly smirk, declaring that now the numbers are finally even, stepping into the fray with a calm, almost playful assurance. The brown-haired man, possibly Shu's brother Min Saiwu, taunts the bear wolf, Vok, telling him he should have just stayed down instead of getting in his way, then gleefully whines that now he can finally go wild, eager to join the battle. Shu, his face shadowed but his resolve clear, concentrates on unleashing his next devastating move, as the powerful SS-grade skill, Slicing Wind, is revealed. With a blinding explosion of green energy, Shu activates Slicing Wind, an SS-grade wind magic skill that creates powerful blades of rotating wind, ripping through the air and inflicting devastating damage on his opponents, completely overwhelming the battlefield. After unleashing his devastating Slicing Wind skill, Shu effortlessly grips Mahiraga's throat, delivering a chilling question: how is it, his dominance absolute over the struggling old man? Shu holds Mahiraga by the neck, his expression calm and powerful, as the old man gasps for breath, whispering that this agonizing torment is what death feels like, his face contorted in pain and fear as a golden aura radiates around him. With glowing red eyes and a dark, menacing shadow across his face, Shu presses his brutal interrogation, asking Mahiraga how many more times he needs to experience death before he's ready to answer his simple question. Mahiraga's hand trembles, tears streaming down his face as he chokes out, barely able to form words, questioning Shu's true identity through his agony, utterly broken by the relentless torture. Watching the horrifying scene unfold, Min Saiwu, Shu's brother, stares in wide-eyed disbelief and horror, questioning if this level of brutality isn't enough, repeating that this is insane, completely overwhelmed by Shu's merciless methods. Min Saiwu realizes with a jolt that Shu isn't just killing them, he's healing them right before they die, bringing them back from the brink of oblivion just to prolong their torment, an absurd and terrifying healing skill that makes Min Saiwu himself wish for death. Shu, completely calm and unbothered, his arms casually crossed, reiterates his demand for the 3rd time, his voice chillingly level as he once again asks, "Where do you belong?" Mahiraga and Vok, utterly broken by Shu's relentless torture, kneel on the ground, bathed in a golden light, pleading for him to stop.
Mahiraga finally gives in, whispering the name of his organization, Bestia. A chilling, knowing smirk spreads across Shu's face as he repeats the name, so, Bestia, having finally extracted the information he sought. Mahiraga, eyes wide with terror and a dawning, horrifying realization, thinks to himself that he had his doubts, but seeing Shu's skills, he's now certain, he finally remembers him, this man is not just any hunter. With a chilling smirk, our boy Shu stands triumphant in his HMCS jacket, the formidable shadow of his mad dog past looming behind him, now fully revealed as one of the legendary 3 masters who vanished long ago. Shu crouches over the defeated Mahiraga, telling him that now his lips are loose, it's time to get to the real topic, addressing him and Vok as Bestia folks. Then, under the night sky, Shu holds a glowing blue orb, asking about a snake bastard, seeking more information. The truth is unveiled, they are part of the assassination organization, Bestia, a small, elite group of hunters specializing in assassination, cunningly led by a shadowy figure known only as Crow. This organization, Bestia, operates with chilling efficiency,
a formidable force in the underworld, renowned for their unparalleled skill and the sheer volume of high-profile assignments they successfully complete. Mahiaraga recalls his past as a first-generation hunter, a time spent lurking in the shadows, explaining that he had no reason to hesitate when he received an offer to join such a powerful, secretive organization, sealing his fate with a handshake. The strict rules of Bestia required absolute secrecy and loyalty from its killers. Once you took the vow of silence, your life and death were entirely in the organization's hands, demanding unwavering obedience until your very last breath. Lying broken on the ground, Mahiaraga reflects on his 15 years with the organization, never imagining he would betray them, thinking he would rather bite his tongue and die than reveal their secrets. But after experiencing true death several times at Shu's merciless hands, Mahiaraga's resolve finally shattered, and his lips, against his will, loosened on their own, ready to spill the organization's secrets to end his torment. Shu's glowing mana-infused hand captures Mahiaraga's revelation that person is one of Bestia's members, confirming the existence of a high-ranking individual within the organization. And now, through Mahiaraga's broken confession, the identity of the snake bastard is finally revealed, a shadowy, hooded figure with a single glowing eye and sharp, prominent teeth, codenamed Black Mamba. Upon hearing the codename Black Mamba, Shu, holding the glowing blue orb, repeats the name thoughtfully, then coolly acknowledges that Mahiaraga and Voke are indeed part of that mysterious organization. Our boy Shu, still crouched with a calm intensity, turns his piercing gaze to the defeated Mahiaraga, who is trembling on the ground, and states that he has another crucial question for both of them. With a grim, focused expression, Shu directly asks Mahiaraga and Voke if they were ever involved in the assassination request for his beloved disciple, Hunter Young Minjun. Mahiaraga remains frozen, unable to respond, utterly terrified. Shu's immense killing intent radiates outwards, cracking the ground and causing Mahiaraga to writhe in agony, completely overwhelmed by the sheer, crushing pressure. Mahiaraga screams internally, feeling his very face peeling off from the suffocating aura of Shu's killing intent, wondering in sheer terror what kind of monstrous being Shu truly is, while Voke also cringes in fear. Mahiaraga, utterly broken, struggles to explain that Bestia, though called an organization, is barely a collective of individuals with rare collaboration, and they rarely know each other's identities or whereabouts. However, he reveals there was a specific reason they came to break Voke out of prison. He reveals the true purpose of their prison break, an upcoming organization meeting, held every 2 years, scheduled for just 1 week from now. The organization ordered them to ensure Voke attended this critical gathering. Voke, now groveling and desperate, pledges his absolute loyalty to Shu, calling him Great Master and offering to divulge all information about the meeting's location and infiltration methods, promising his utmost assistance. Mahiaraga, also completely submitting, bows deeply to Shu, pleading with him to accept both of them as his loyal subordinates, a dramatic turn of events for the once defiant criminals. Suddenly, Shuheiman, the White Lion Guild hunter, appears, absolutely bewildered and furious, exclaiming in disbelief, "Eh? What kind of nonsense is this?" as he witnesses the defeated criminals attempting to join Shu. Still reeling from the shock, Shuheiman, the White Lion Guild hunter, confronts Shu, demanding to know if he's seriously considering accepting these defeated criminals. Shu, calmly sitting, shoots back, asking when he became Shuheiman's boss. Shuheiman explains his deduction, shouting that Shu used the powerful Asura skill, a signature move of his master, making Shu either a fellow disciple, a senior, or even his master, completely exposing Shu's hidden connection. Getting desperate, Shuheiman eagerly offers himself to Shu, begging him not to take the criminals as disciples and promising to be Shu's hands and feet if accepted. Shu, clearly annoyed by the constant chatter, simply tells him to shut up for now. Our protagonist, ignoring Shuheiman, thinks to himself, revealing his true motive, he needs information about Black Mamba and realizes these criminals, if left alone, will surely be eliminated by their own organization, Bestia. Shu concludes that if the criminals leak his information to Bestia first, it would be a major annoyance. So, with a calm finality, he declares he will take them in as subordinates, leaving a gaping Shuheiman absolutely shocked. Mahiaraga, the old man, immediately grovels, profusely thanking Shu and swearing eternal loyalty, promising never to be a burden to their great master. Shu, however, states there's a critical condition before their acceptance. Our boy Shu, with a shrewd gaze, lays down his condition: even if betrayal is forced, someone who has betrayed once could betray again, so they must take the absolute oath of mana to ensure their unwavering loyalty. The text on screen explains the Oath of Mana, a binding contract where breaking it blocks the mana core. Voke immediately whines about another leash contract, but Mahiaraga quickly silences him, reminding him of Shu's brutal death torture and asking if he wants to experience it again. Shu, holding a glowing mana plate, commands Mahiaraga and Voke to gather mana in their core and state their names, initiating the powerful and irreversible Oath of Mana ritual. Kneeling within the glowing mana circle, Mahiaraga and Voke, now completely submissive, state their true names, Red Ghost and Sherry Voke, sealing their loyalty to Shu and officially becoming his new subordinates. From within Shu, Pred excitedly declares that his food errand boy is now his own personal errand boy, while Shu, standing over his new subordinates, confidently asserts, Red Ghost, Sherry Voke, from now on, you are my limbs. Our boy Shu holds up a glowing document, outlining the terms of their new contract, stating that the price of their loyalty is his protection, and as long as they abide by the oath, their lives will be absolutely safe. Mahiaraga and Voke, still kneeling and bathed in the radiant golden light of the mana oath, completely submit, repeatedly affirming their unwavering obedience to their new master, Shu. Shu Heyman, still battered and completely bewildered, frantically questions why Shu is taking in criminals but not him, even threatening to go to the association, only to immediately backtrack and apologize, stuttering in fear, when Shu, with chilling red eyes, gives him a piercing glare. Shu, completely ignoring Shu Heyman's desperate pleas and with a serious expression, confirms the Bestia meeting is in a week, then calmly addresses Shu Heyman, whom he calls Xiaolon, disciple, and officially accepts him, declaring, I'll take you in as my disciple. Shu Heyman, now in adorable chibi form, celebrates ecstatically, calling Shu his master, while Shu, with a subtle smirk, explains that they need as many hands as possible for the serious tasks ahead, confirming his strategic reasoning. Shu surveys his new, chaotic team, Mahiaraga, Voke, and is still threatening Shu Heyman and casually thinks to himself that with 4 of them, it's just enough to cause absolute chaos, setting the stage for their impending mission. Our boy Shu, with a confident, almost mischievous smile, then muses that he'll probably need one more person, presumably his brother Sijuan, to clean up after the inevitable mess his new team is about to make. The scene shifts to the outside of a prison, where someone is yelling in disbelief, questioning the absurdity of how a prisoner managed to escape so easily, implying a major breach in security. A furious prison official rages, demanding to know how a dangerous prisoner escaped the transport vehicle, especially when all the guards are perfectly fine, implying a suspicious lack of struggle. He then sarcastically concludes that HMCS's recent hype must have been all talk. The furious prison official yells at his subordinate, questioning why they can't even tell a convincing lie about the escaped prisoner, especially when the HMCS's new escort officer, our boy Shu, is nowhere to be found. He rages that this abysmal discipline is a complete mess and the full responsibility of the HMCS. He continues his furious tirade, explaining that typically, 4 to 5 officers are assigned to escort an awakened prisoner, and for a transfer to a higher security prison, up to 10 officers are usually deployed, highlighting the extreme breach in protocol. The official then points out the glaring absurdity of this specific case. Only 1 officer, excluding the driver, was requested from their Incheon prison, completely disregarding established safety measures. Still fuming, he shouts that the responsibility for losing the prisoner still falls squarely on them, before dropping a bombshell, hinting at a new, damaging piece of information he's just heard. He reveals the shocking claim from the new escort officer, Shu, that just before escaping, the prisoner confessed to bribing higher-ups at the prison. The official is absolutely flabbergasted, instantly questioning if Shu's body cam was off, dismissing the claim as an obvious lie without proof. The HMCS official, the one who was with Shu earlier, coolly intervenes, acknowledging that while Shu's claim about bribery can't be taken at face value, it must be verified. Therefore, the HMCS will conduct a full investigation into both the escaped prisoner and the prison itself. With a polite but firm demeanor, the HMCS official then formally requests the full cooperation of the prison staff, making it clear that this investigation is a non-negotiable directive from their powerful agency. Elsewhere, an older, bald official, wearing a white uniform, smiles warmly, almost wistfully, as he recognizes a familiar name, asking, Saiwu, his expression hinting at a past connection. Back in his office, our boy Shu reports in, calmly confirming that, as instructed, he handled everything related to the escort mission and, more importantly, successfully launched an investigation into the assassination group's bribery case, effectively using the chaos to advance his own agenda. As the conversation unfolds, our attention shifts to Hunter Chuhayman, from the White Lion Guild, a confident and possibly arrogant figure whose involvement is clearly far from over, setting the stage for his next, inevitable clash with Shu. While the guilds are busy discussing Shu's unexpected rise, an old man of unknown identity, possibly from the notorious Bestia organization, calmly sips his coffee, completely oblivious to the impending chaos Shu is about to unleash. Meanwhile, back at the HMCS, Byung-gu is completely flabbergasted, questioning if the man in the hoodie is the escaped prisoner, Sherry Volk, from earlier, only for a chibi Shu to exasperatedly tell him to shut up and sit down because there's a long, wild story behind all of this. Our protagonist Shu, now serious and focused, sits at the head of a table, hands clasped, calmly declaring that it's time to begin the mission briefing for his unconventional team. Shu reveals the shocking mission. Tomorrow, they will infiltrate the Bestia Assassination Organization's meeting, a major gathering of 8 top-ranked, hunter-specialized awakened individuals. He then instructs Jong-gu and Chu-haeman to listen carefully, as the turncoats Maihiraga and Sherry Volk will explain the infiltration details. Jong-gu, completely freaking out, demands an explanation, protesting that they're infiltrating an assassination group's meeting with no official backing in such a small, ragtag team, then screams, "What is even the objective of this operation?" A chilling, almost sinister smile spreads across Shu's face as he calmly states that the objective is, without a doubt, obvious. The ultimate objective is revealed in a single, terrifying word: extermination. Meanwhile, hooded figures, presumably members of Bestia, walk through an ominous hall, unaware of their impending doom. Inside a grand chamber, several cloaked figures are gathered around a luxurious table, their faces hidden in shadow, as one remarks with satisfaction that attendance is high today, completely oblivious to the chaos that is about to erupt at their rare meeting. 2 hooded Bestia members, a man and a woman, discuss the meeting. The man, surprised, points out that Red Ghost and Volk aren't there, meaning 2 people are missing. The woman scoffs, calling him an idiot, and reveals that she didn't even count the traitors in her tally, already aware of their defection. 2 other hooded Bestia members, one with red hair and an eye patch, and another with blue hair, discuss the traitors, expressing surprise that Red Ghost and Volk, who didn't seem to have the guts to betray them, actually did. The blue-haired man, with a menacing smirk, calmly concludes that they might just be worth eliminating. Amidst the Bestia members' discussion of the traitors, a hooded woman with a worried expression laments about Volk's betrayal, furiously vowing to kill him for abandoning their plans to go to XX land together. A close-up reveals the gritted teeth of another Bestia member, as a calm yet firm voice cuts through the growing tension, declaring, "Enough." The scarred man from earlier addresses the room, stating that the ultimate decision regarding the traitors' punishment rests solely with their boss, deferring to the shadowy leader. The hooded boss, with a sinister smile, expresses enjoyment of the chatter, then mockingly admits that even they find it shocking to have 3 people absent from such a long-awaited meeting. The boss turns their attention to the remaining members, including the red-haired man with the eye patch and the blue-haired individual, asking if anyone else has something to say, as the 2 look visibly uncomfortable. With hands clasped and a chillingly playful tone, the boss then proposes a deadly deathmatch to decide who gets to deal with the traitors, elevating the severity of the situation. One of the hooded members, likely the blue-haired man from earlier, retorts to the boss, bluntly asking them to stop their jokes, as they are rarely funny. A new hooded figure, with bandages covering part of their face and sharp teeth, interjects, stating that the traitors' punishment can wait, but the real issue is that they now know the meeting's time and location, adding a layer of urgency and danger. A smug, cocky hooded man dismisses the threat, questioning what 2 nobodies can do and scoffing at the idea of them storming in. But almost immediately, an intruder alert blares, with unidentified movements detected on routes 1 through 6, shocking the red-haired and blue-haired members into wide-eyed disbelief. The hooded boss, still sporting their sinister smile, calmly remarks, "Talk about speaking things into existence," clearly amused by the unexpected and ironic turn of events. The hooded boss, amused by the sudden intrusion, calmly directs their subordinates to take one of the 5 entry points each, while the red-haired member complains about the annoyance, and the female member grumbles about her new clothes, setting the stage for the chaotic defense. The boss, with a dismissive wave, instructs the departing members to deal with the intruders swiftly in return, casually bidding them farewell. However, one of the hooded figures questions the boss, along with Black Mamba and Porcupine, asking why they aren't joining the fray.
The boss, Black Mamba, casually sips tea, coldly stating a lack of interest in dealing with small fry like the intruders, while another female member, engrossed in her phone, remarks that all the available spots are taken anyway, choosing to play a game instead. As the remaining hooded figures lounge at the table, one muses on the missed opportunity to request the intruders' heads for identification, noting the sheer violence of their own comrades, while another compliments the boss's impressive ability to rein in such brutal beasts. Meanwhile, far from the Bestia meeting, a disheveled Jonggu is on his knees, utterly bewildered, lamenting his lifelong bad luck with lotteries, and questioning why he's suddenly hitting a jackpot in this chaotic and dangerous situation. 30 minutes earlier, outside the Bestia meeting hall, Shu's team, including Chu Heyman, surveys the ominous structure. One remarks that this is Bestia's stronghold, while another grimly observes that the assassins have truly found themselves a formidable anthill. Red Ghost, the old man and former Bestia member, explains that the facility has 5 entrances, each equipped with an intruder detection sensor. He adds that due to the regularly changing interior layout, they can't predict which entrance leads where inside the labyrinthine structure. An overhead map illustrates the facility's layout, confirming that all 5 entry points eventually converge into a single, central meeting hall. The conclusion is clear: regardless of their chosen path, they will all reach their targets in the meeting hall, with the only variable being the time it takes. Shu, now clad in his HMCS jacket, calmly declares the plan: each member will take a separate entrance. He logically explains that if they all enter through the same point, their targets might simply escape through one of the other unguarded exits. Shu, in a chibi rendition, confirms with Jonggu that he brought the radio, to which a chibi Jonggu, laden with a bag, promptly affirms, "Yes, senior," completing the final checks before infiltration. As the team finalizes their checks, Shu reiterates the plan, emphasizing that they enter one at a time per entrance, assuming Bestia is already prepared for them due to the sensors. He then gives a critical order: if anyone encounters an opponent too strong to handle, they are to radio him and hold them off for as long as possible. Shu delivers one last, chilling instruction: if a target named Black Mamba appears, they are to report immediately, no exceptions, before giving the final command, "Alright, let's go," and his team infiltrates the treacherous Bestia stronghold. Jonggu, now inside the facility, reflects on the briefing, acknowledging that Shu's instructions and the plan seemed perfectly fine and well thought out, a stark contrast to the chaos he's about to encounter. But it isn't long before Jonggu's designated path is blocked, forcing him to improvise. Thinking quickly, he spies an air duct nearby and, with a bit of a struggle, decides to try his luck, comically squeezing himself into the tight space, hoping for a shortcut. To his utter shock, Jonggu somehow crawls out of the air duct and finds himself in the central meeting hall, having reached it first without a single fight. He's completely baffled, wondering if the sensors for this path weren't even turned on, then realizes the terrifying truth: the entire setup is a trap, with every Bestia member being at least A rank or higher, just waiting to ambush intruders. Jonggu, hiding and listening to the chaos, deduces that the guards are now preoccupied with the other intruders, meaning 5 separate fights are currently raging. He knows that even if he calls for backup, his allies won't regroup immediately, giving him a precious window of opportunity. Clutching his radio, Jonggu looks around thoughtfully, a determined glint in his eye, contemplating a bold move. Perhaps he should take matters into his own hands and start thinning their numbers himself, seizing the moment to disrupt the enemy's plans. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall, one of Bestia's members, identified as Porcupine, is casually gambling at a slot machine. Another member, walking by, questions if she's still playing, only for Porcupine to realize a small marble has just fallen from her pocket. Porcupine, with a smug grin, replies that she hit the jackpot yesterday, but her words are cut short as the marble she dropped explodes with immense, fiery power, creating a devastating blast around her. The hooded Bestia boss, completely unfazed, calmly notes that Porcupine is dead, then observes that a fast little rat has clearly snuck in, as a grenade is seen rolling on the floor, revealing Jonggu's explosive entrance. Jonggu's grenade explodes, creating a massive blast that a Bestia member swiftly dodges, commenting that while it's a nice ambush, they don't appreciate playing hide and seek. But the Bestia member isn't just dodging, they're countering, sending a bewildered Jonggu flying backward through the air as dust and debris erupt around him. He hits the ground with a painful thud, only for the masked Bestia member to calmly identify him as an HMCS hunter, Wang Jonggu, recognizing their opponent.
Jonggu, bruised and frustrated, can only grumble to himself that he only managed to take down one of them, indicating his surprise at the other's resilience. He's astonished that even his magic grenade, designed for anti-terror ops, barely fazed them, especially the leader-like figure who doesn't seem to be using any special skills, yet remains completely unharmed. The sinister Bestia boss, Black Mamba, with his piercing yellow eyes, coolly addresses Jonggu, deducing that he didn't come alone and accusing the traitors, Red Ghost and Voke, of running to the HMCS and spilling all their secrets.
Jonggu, recovering his composure, defiantly retorts to the menacing Black Mamba, asking, what if they did, standing his ground against the powerful leader.
Black Mamba, with a chilling smirk, scoffs at the traitor's choice, stating that he'd almost be impressed if they hadn't risked their lives to leave the organization only to choose something even more worthless than their previous loyalty. Black Mamba then lets out a low chuckle, remembering something, and casually remarks, I almost forgot. Your skill was psychokinesis, right to a Black Mamba finishes, as Jonggu uses his skill to levitate knives around himself, thinking aloud that his opponent's skin is tough, his regeneration fast, and he's reinforcing himself with mana, making his speed and durability insane. As Jonggu uses his psychokinesis to levitate knives, Black Mamba, the Bestia boss, lunges at him, declaring that their little warm-up should be over, initiating a deadly attack aimed at the surprised HMCS hunter. Black Mamba's powerful psychokinetic attack slams into Jonggu, sending him violently crashing into the wall, cracking the concrete around him as he lets out a pained groan. Black Mamba, with his chillingly sharp teeth, casually approaches the injured Jonggu, remarking that he didn't plan on leaving handprints on vital organs, but since Jonggu is already bleeding, he asks his boss if he can just kill him, then muses to himself that he'll figure something out anyway, completely dismissing Jonggu's life. Elsewhere, a bruised but determined Jonggu urgently radios in, reporting that he's Huang Jonggu, engaging targets in the central hall, with 2 criminals. But before he can finish, he's brutally kicked in the face, interrupting his crucial call. Black Mamba stands triumphantly over the now completely defeated and unconscious Jonggu, calmly remarking that it looks like his allies are a bit late to the party, mocking his efforts to call for backup. With a sinister smirk, Black Mamba, his bandaged face and sharp teeth visible, asks rhetorically who's coming next, listing his potential opponents, the HMCS branch chief, the traitor Red Ghost, or perhaps the little wolf pup, showcasing his confidence in taking them all on. Black Mamba then pauses, a slight shift in his posture, as he thoughtfully adds, oh, or perhaps. Building suspense for the revelation of the next wave of intruders. His ominous question is answered as a powerful force bursts into the hall, Red Ghost, now in his monstrous, glowing purple bear wolf form, joined by Voke, Sherry, unleashing a fiery red aura, and a cloaked Shu, Sijuan's brother, radiating a menacing red energy as they all charge in, prompting Black Mamba to ask, all of them? Black Mamba, his expression a mix of surprise and mild amusement, repeats, all of them, as Red Ghost in his werewolf form, a fiery Voke, Sherry, and a cloaked figure, Shu's brother, advance, clearly prepared for a massive confrontation. The moment of confrontation explodes into a dazzling burst of light and power, with energy ripping through the floor as Black Mamba coolly remarks, this is a bit unexpected, preparing to engage the full force of Shu's unconventional team. As the meeting hall erupts into chaos, Black Mamba, the shadowy leader, observes Shu's unconventional team, composed of Min Saiwu, Red Ghost in his monstrous form, and another powerful figure, and can only remark in disbelief that they managed to get past Bestia's formidable killers so easily. Black Mamba, still sipping tea, cynically comments to a hooded figure that their boss must be disappointed, then lets out a dark chuckle, lamenting that the useful ones they picked turned out to be incredibly weak, referring to the Bestia members who were easily defeated. Still, Black Mamba, with his sharp, bandaged features, senses that something feels off, deducing from the severe injuries scattered around that a fierce fight definitely occurred, but the speed of it is troubling. Black Mamba further muses that the ease with which their defenders were dispatched implies something deeper, confidently stating that the intruders couldn't have taken down powerful members like Tigray or Grizzly so effortlessly, as the ground outside the meeting hall continues to crack and explode from the ongoing, brutal battles. Amidst the chaos, Shuheiman, engulfed in his vibrant red aura, screams in pure fury, denouncing his masked Bestia opponent as a murderous bastard, his anger reaching a boiling point. Shuheiman, still enveloped in his fierce red energy, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, shouting that his opponent is talking way too much as he tries to overwhelm the masked Bestia member. In a surprising turn, Shuheiman grabs his opponent, recognizing a telltale red aura, and questions if he's actually fighting Hunter Shuheiman from the White Lion Guild, revealing a moment of mistaken identity or perhaps a mimicry of skill from Black Mamba. As Shuheiman is sent flying backward from a powerful counterattack, he questions why someone like his opponent is here instead of with the HMCS, completely bewildered by the enemy's allegiance and their true identity. Shuheiman is brutally struck again, letting out a pained groan and a desperate apology, caught completely off guard by the relentless and confusing assault from his masked opponent. Meanwhile, the Red Ghost, Mahiraga, now in his defeated werewolf form and lying on the ground, questions the bewildering situation, muttering that no matter how he looks at it, things simply don't add up, his confusion deepening amidst the chaotic infiltration. Meanwhile, back in the central meeting hall, Black Mamba, the cunning bestia boss, observes the chaos, dismissing Shu's infiltration team as a mere bunch of misfits from completely different backgrounds, wondering what could have possibly brought such a disparate group together. As Black Mamba muses on this, our protagonist Shu, still in his HMCS uniform, stands over defeated thugs, his eyes gleaming with purpose as he asks, "Who is it? Who's the one that brought you all together?" His question echoing the very mystery Black Mamba ponders. Elsewhere, Shuheiman, still battling, furiously questions if his opponent is underestimating White Lion's Shuheiman, as he radios in, explaining that he rushed to the center the moment he heard the call, but is baffled by how quickly the others arrived. He continues his report, explaining that he was engaged in a fierce fight near the entrance when suddenly, Master Shu himself appeared and ordered him straight to the central meeting hall, a crucial change in strategy. Shuheiman concludes that Voke and Red Ghost must have received similar orders from Master Shu. He grimly states that until Shu arrives at the center, their priority is to relentlessly pin down their current target, maintaining the pressure in their brutal fight. In another section of the labyrinthine facility, Red Ghost, in his monstrous bear wolf form, struggles against a formidable foe, exclaiming his frustration at having to capture an A+ ranked awakener without killing him, realizing his opponent is none other than Black Mamba himself. Red Ghost continues his analysis, observing that Black Mamba, a variant awakener, hasn't even used his skills yet, making something feel off. He recognizes Black Mamba as practically the second strongest in Bestia in terms of speed and attack power, but notes his lack of high-level detection or tracking skills. Based on this, Red Ghost deduces that Black Mamba must have set something up in advance, or perhaps Bestia's true, shadowy leader, Crow, whose skills are a complete mystery, is about to throw in a terrifying wildcard, hinting at a much larger, insidious plot. Meanwhile, Shu's brother, Min Saiwu, engulfed in a powerful red aura, is fiercely battling another Bestia member, ordering his comrades to focus on capturing the boss while he handles his current opponent, grumbling that the dirty work is always left to him. Min Saiwu continues his relentless assault, sending his purple energy-infused opponent reeling, but he sighs in exasperation, realizing that despite his efforts, no one is going to answer his questions about Bestia's operations or its leader. As Min Saiwu struggles for answers, a determined figure kneels amidst glowing red magical chains, declaring that until Master arrives, no one is leaving this place, intensifying the magical binding around his opponent. Min Saiwu activates his powerful binding formation skill, unleashing dense red chains that ensnare his cloaked opponent, who lets out a painful grunt as he's caught within the formidable magical restraint. The cloaked opponent, revealed as Crow, taunts Min Saiwu, questioning if he's truly being forced into a fight. Min Saiwu sternly warns Crow to stay still, explaining that even for a legendary tier figure like him, escaping this binding formation will not be easy. Elsewhere, a hooded female Bestia member with a sly grin sarcastically asks if their new master pulled some strings to get them all this fancy stuff, then comments that betraying the organization so casually is quite cold. The hooded female member continues her taunt, specifically addressing Red Ghost, the old man Mahiraga, who is now bound in chains, asking, "Right, porcupine," her words clearly having a strange effect on him. Suddenly, Red Ghost, now in his monstrous bear wolf form, charges through the hall, as a confused subordinate yells, "Old man," bewildered that Porcupine, who was presumed dead, is now inexplicably running, adding to the chaotic scene. A cloaked Bestia leader, with a bandaged eye and sharp fangs, stands amidst swirling red chains, calmly stating that any further confrontation would simply be a waste of time for them. The cloaked leader continues, his body beginning to transform and radiate dark energy, declaring that they are busy people and can't wait around for reinforcements, mentioning the need to clean up what's left of this fallen organization. He fully transforms into a terrifying draconic lizard man,
revealing his grade A++ skill, Draconian, which transforms him into a venomous lizard man until his mana is depleted. With deadly intent, he tells his opponent, "You'll have to die as soon as possible." A male Bestia member offers remote support to Hunter Chu Heyman, noting his broken ribs and urging him to stay put. He assesses the lizard man, deducing that no matter how much power he hides, his defenses won't be pierced, then frantically commands run, as the lizard man attacks with devastating force. Min Saiwoo, mid-fight with the draconian lizard man, realizes this beast's variant skill might be similar to Volk's, but its mana density is off the charts, and it's even manipulating the very ground of the meeting hall as an extension of its body. The draconian beast grimly acknowledges that in this brutal fight, its only role is to serve as a meat shield, relying on its overwhelming durability to simply buy time against Min Saiwoo. And it's not just Min Saiwoo in trouble, as we see another Bestia member struggling in a fierce clash, clearly showing that his allies are equally bogged down, leaving him with no hope for immediate reinforcements. The draconian lizard man fumes, cursing that it's never been told it couldn't handle its own weight before, then unleashes a powerful green energy skill, desperately trying to regain the upper hand against Min Saiwoo. Min Saiwoo skillfully dodges the draconian's devastating attacks, which combine decay and mental magic with falling debris and powerful explosions. Suddenly, a frantic voice screams for Jonggu to watch out, warning him of something directly above. Min Saiwoo, taking a hit and sprawled on the ground, glares at the draconian beast, grumbling in annoyance that his opponent somehow has time to worry about others in the middle of their brutal fight. The draconian lizard man, now gripping Min Saiwoo, coldly declares that so-called brightside hunters always make the same fundamental mistake when facing true power. Min Saiwoo coughs in pain as the draconian continues its chilling monologue, mocking hunters for believing numbers, skill ranks, and mana levels determine a fight's outcome. It then challenges Min Saiwoo, asking if he truly thought their own base wouldn't have impregnable defenses. Amidst the shattered ruins of the meeting hall, a hooded figure stands impassively as Volk, already defeated and vulnerable, is brutally attacked by another enraged Bestia member who screams for him to die, denouncing him as a liar and traitor. The true danger of the Bestia stronghold is revealed as the entire hall's shattered floor is shown to be rigged with intricate self-destruction, tracking, and enhancement formations, lying in wait for any emergency. As the Bestia stronghold crumbles, a sinister voice declares that this entire facility is a snake's den, and the moment our heroes stepped inside, their fate was irrevocably sealed. The voice continues its chilling monologue, commanding the intruders to stop struggling and simply die with ease, implying the overwhelming power of the trap they've fallen into. Suddenly, a figure in a white jacket is brutally slammed into the ground with immense force, sending debris and shockwaves through the meeting hall, as a pained grunt escapes their lips. But it's our boy Shu, with glowing red eyes and a sinister, triumphant smirk, who announces his arrival, declaring with chilling certainty, "Finally found you. You bastard," his hand radiating immense power. Shu launches a devastating assault, his body radiating golden energy as he unleashes a brutal attack, screaming, "Finally found you, you damn snake," confirming his target is the treacherous Black Mamba, with a defeated wolf-like figure sprawled nearby. A masked female Bestia member, holding a curved blade, looks utterly terrified and bewildered, frantically demanding, "And who the hell are you?" completely stunned by Shu's sudden and overwhelming presence. The female Bestia member, now revealed as the data manager, stares in utter disbelief, questioning if Shu somehow managed to reverse engineer all the complex magic circles within the entire Bestia facility. Our boy Shu, crackling with blue electrical energy, stands amidst the shattered floor as Pred smugly confirms that only he could pull off such a feat, calling the data manager surprisingly slow-witted. The female Bestia member, trembling with a mix of awe and fear, can only gasp in disbelief, exclaiming, "Amazing! That facility cost billions, and you turned it into scraps in an instant." KRRRGH, utterly shocked by Shu's devastating power. From the shadows, a hand with sharp, claw-like nails, glowing with ominous purple energy, gestures dismissively as the mysterious Bestia boss calmly muses, "I was a little surprised by the rude entrance, but..." The menacing Bestia boss, Black Mamba, now fully revealed, faces off against Shu amidst powerful blue energy surges, calmly stating, "Now I finally understand," a chilling realization dawning on him as he recognizes Shu's true, overwhelming power. As Black Mamba finally grasps Shu's overwhelming power, he directly confronts our hero, stating that Shu is the true culprit who wiped out their assassins and strategically gathered his own team to storm their stronghold. Shu, with a menacing glare and a chilling smirk,
retorts that Black Mamba is the real culprit here, not him. Black Mamba, still in his monstrous lizardman form, lets out a sarcastic scoff, questioning if he, Black Mamba, was Shu's target all along, then demands to know what kind of chaos Shu is trying to stir up, while also claiming he's just a subordinate following orders, trying to deflect blame. Still speaking, Black Mamba observes that from Shu's words, he can infer the motive, realizing with a thoughtful hum that Shu's relentless pursuit is driven by an intense desire for revenge. Black Mamba, in awe of Shu's skill, concedes that he's never left a single trace of his victims, even the high-ranking ones, and, acknowledging Shu's impossible power and precision, admits that Shu must be an incredibly impressive individual. Shu's hand glows with immense golden power, confirming Black Mamba's deduction with a cold affirmation, revenge, of course. But he adds that before he can truly unleash his vengeance, there's still something crucial he needs to find out, as Black Mamba lies defeated on the ground, crackling with raw, uncontrolled energy. Suddenly, a masked female bestia member, drawing her knife, desperately tries to intervene, warning Shu not to move and stating that her master, Black Mamba, has something important he wants to hear from him, while Shu's team, Red Ghost, Volk, Shuheiman, Jonggu, Min Saiwu, stands ready for the next move. The masked female bestia member then lets out a chilling laugh, expressing her amusement as she questions her defeated comrades, wondering what could have possibly made them so incredibly loyal to their master Shu after such a brutal defeat. Another hooded bestia member stares in utter confusion and disbelief at Shu, who is still fighting relentlessly in the background, emitting crackling yellow energy. He questions aloud, "That guy, what the hell is his identity?" completely baffled by Shu's overwhelming power and mysterious presence. Black Mamba, still in his lizardman form, screams in frustration, realizing that the buff magic he cast was actually reversed and turned into a devastating trap against him, then quickly deduces that Shu's attack speed is on an entirely different level, far beyond any ordinary melee hunter he's ever encountered, making him an impossible opponent. Black Mamba, bruised and coughing out black blood, lets out a pained, disbelieving laugh, admitting that Shu is the first person like this he has ever met, utterly defeated and humbled by our hero's unparalleled power, while another defeated bestia member lies nearby, also coughing blood. Still reeling from Shu's overwhelming power, Black Mamba, bleeding and battered in his monstrous form, struggles to comprehend who this being is, having prided himself on knowing all high-ranking hunters, and desperately demands to know what Shu truly wants from him. Our boy Shu, effortlessly crushing Black Mamba underfoot, asserts his dominance, calmly stating that Black Mamba seems to be misunderstanding the situation entirely. With a chilling intensity, Shu, still holding Black Mamba down, declares that he's the one asking the questions here, and demands to know if Black Mamba can't feel the immense power he's holding back, emphasizing his terrifying control. As he delivers another brutal kick, Shu warns Black Mamba that if he were to let loose even a little, he'd instantly kill him, so until Shu gives permission, Black Mamba is to shut up and simply take his relentless beating. Black Mamba lies broken and bleeding, gasping in agony, his face contorted in pain as he desperately pleads with Shu to stop the merciless torment. Shu roughly grabs Black Mamba by the face, forcing the information out of him, and Black Mamba, utterly broken, finally reveals the truth: the orders came from above the VIPs. Shu's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he directly questions Black Mamba, who ordered the hit on young Minjun. He then mentally pictures his beloved disciple, historian young Minjun, demanding justice. Black Mamba, still held by Shu and laughing nervously, is utterly baffled, asking how Shu even knows about Minjun, and then tentatively questions if Minjun was somehow Shu's associate. Shu's gaze is unwavering, filled with a cold resolve as he gives Black Mamba a final, chilling ultimatum, asking him if he wants to live, then commanding him to talk. Completely shattered and in Shu's grasp, Black Mamba's resolve finally breaks, and he tearfully agrees to tell Shu everything, submitting entirely to our hero's brutal will. Even as Black Mamba's resolve shatters, his monstrous form struggles against revealing the crucial client information, claiming that even if he told Shu, his ears would melt before he could even hear it. Our boy Shu, grabbing Black Mamba by the face, fiercely demands that Black Mamba just spit it out, completely unfazed by the threat to his ears, ready to extract the information by any means necessary. Black Mamba, still defiant and spitting blood in Shu's face, mocks him, asserting that a killer's basic rule is absolute secrecy about their client. Shu, disgusted and enraged by the disrespect, shouts in disbelief that Black Mamba just spat on him. Wiping the blood from his face, a golden aura erupting around him, Shu's expression hardens as he calmly asks if Black Mamba still refuses to talk, then coldly declares that he will simply make him want to talk, intensifying his brutal methods. Black Mamba stares in utter horror and disbelief, realizing with a jolt that Shu was not only torturing him but also using healing skills, seemingly to prolong his torment, completely bewildered by such a merciless healer. Amidst the relentless torture, Black Mamba's subordinate frantically radios in, calling for the boss, but Black Mamba, barely coherent, manages to sarcastically reply that he's kinda surrounded right now, still refusing to fully break. Finally, completely broken by Shu's relentless interrogation, Black Mamba tearfully gives in, pleading for Shu to stop and promising to talk, then, with a choked gasp, begins to reveal the client's name. The client is Pandey. Shu, his face grim and serious, repeats the revealed name, Pandemonium, confirming the terrifying client behind Minjun's assassination. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a new, mysterious character with short black hair and red eyes pulls down her hood, a knowing, sinister smile on her face as she says, "Now I get it." You, recognizing Shu's true identity. This mysterious woman fully reveals her knowledge, confirming that Shu was none other than the legendary first-generation hunter, the Mad Dog, Ninsaiwu, who went missing 10 years ago, connecting all the pieces of his past and present. Following her shocking revelation, Shu, with a serious, blood-stained face, questions the mysterious woman if she's also connected to Pandemonium, the organization behind his disciple's death. The woman, her smile chillingly confident, quickly denies any direct affiliation with Pandemonium, clarifying that her organization is simply an assassin guild, viewing their killers as mere tools for hire. Shu explains his deduction, admitting he only guessed her connection to Pandemonium due to her swift identification of the name and her immense power, adding that he'd heard whispers from his sister about a first-generation hunter with bizarre healing abilities, implicitly confirming his identity. Wiping the blood from his lips, Shu's gaze hardens as he challenges the mysterious woman, demanding to know if she genuinely holds no further information, warning her that he'll immediately detect any attempt at deception. The mysterious woman, now cloaked in shadows, confirms that she's told the truth, adding with a knowing smirk that Shu has already uncovered enough about her, her enigmatic response implying that some secrets are best left unsaid. She then muses aloud about why Shu's existence completely slipped her mind until now, quickly dismissing it as irrelevant before sharply commanding the cowering, tied-up porcupine to get up, who can only whimper in fear. Suddenly, with a deafening boom, a colossal explosion erupts in a blinding flash of orange and red, engulfing the entire facility in a devastating, fiery blast. As the smoke clears, the mysterious woman and the revived porcupine float effortlessly into the starry night sky, with the woman calmly asking Shu if he intends to pursue them, mockingly addressing him by his old moniker, Mad Dog. Shu, standing coolly amidst the fresh carnage and scattered debris, his hands casually in his pockets, simply dismisses the idea of a chase, stating with a confident smirk that he has already acquired all the information he needed. With a final, sinister smile, the woman acknowledges Shu's decision, promising a future encounter. Then, enveloped in a swirling sphere of purple energy alongside Porcupine, she vanishes into the night, leaving the ultimate confrontation for another day. Shu Heyman, still bruised and bewildered, questions Shu, asking if they are truly letting the fleeing Bestia members go. Shu calmly explains that if they had given chase, the facility's self-destruct system would have been triggered, and given their current condition, they wouldn't have been able to dodge it. Our boy Shu, still calm amidst the chaos, declares that they have achieved their goal and that's enough, then instructs a defeated-looking Jonggu to handle the cleanup of the remaining Bestia members. Jonggu, exhausted and resigned, simply replies, yes. Shu walks through the ruined facility, his boots caked in dust and debris, his mind reeling as he repeats the ominous name, Pandemonium, his thoughts immediately turning to his murdered disciple, Minjun. He looks up at the shattered ceiling, a grim question forming in his mind, wondering what terrifying secret Minjun could have possibly uncovered to provoke such a powerful enemy. Later, Shu sits at a desk, contemplating the computer screen, the name Pandemonium, echoing in his mind as he processes the new threat. In the background, a cherished photo of him and his disciples serves as a stark reminder of the legacy he's fighting to protect. We flash back 20 years, to a time when the very first gates suddenly ripped open on Earth, unleashing a torrent of unknown phenomena, the source of all power, mana, alongside terrifying monsters, valuable magic stones, and other otherworldly horrors. A powerful portal glows menacingly, signaling the beginning of Earth's new, chaotic era. Among the terrifying entities that poured through the gates were the demons, a formidable race from another dimension, naturally gifted at mana manipulation and possessing specialized skills, strikingly similar to Earth's own awakened beings. These horned figures stood as a chilling harbinger of the chaos to come. The demons wasted no time, cunningly exploiting the widespread chaos caused by the initial gate openings to infiltrate Earth seamlessly. They swiftly established control over the gates, arrogantly proclaiming themselves as the overseers of a higher dimension, asserting their dominance over humanity. These ruthless demons treated humanity as an inferior species, watching as civilization crumbled under relentless mana surges and devastating monster invasions. They solidified their tyrannical rule by establishing their headquarters, ominously named the Demon King's Castle, right in the heart of the continent, monopolizing every gate that emerged across the globe, and officially began acting as the new rulers of Earth. Amidst this brutal subjugation, a truly despicable faction emerged, humans who, instead of fighting back, chose to worship the very Demon King who enslaved their world. This sinister group, completely devoid of loyalty to their own kind, was ominously named Pandemonium. Fortunately for humanity, the tyranny of the demons and their human worshippers did not last long. The first-generation hunters, individuals who had bravely mastered mana manipulation, rose up and fiercely fought back against their oppressors, igniting a war for freedom against the seemingly insurmountable demonic forces. After intense battles, humanity finally emerged victorious in the war against the demons, bringing a much-needed end to the chaos. But it was exactly 10 years ago that our boy Shu defeated the 4 great demon kings and was tragically flung into a dimensional rift. Shu reflects on this, realizing that the treacherous Pandemonium organization, responsible for so much suffering, had supposedly been completely disbanded even before his disappearance. He can't help but wonder why that ominous name is now suddenly resurfacing, bringing with it a wave of unsettling questions. Deep in thought, Shu closes his eyes and calls out to his inner companion, "Hey, Pre," to which Pred, ever the blunt one, immediately responds, "What?" Shu ponders aloud to Pred, confirming that demons also existed in the other dimension where he was trapped for 100 years, noting that while they looked slightly different, their nature seemed remarkably consistent. Pred confirms Shu's observation, stating that among all the races he's encountered, demons have consistently exerted the greatest influence across multiple dimensions, always acting as ruthless tyrants, enslaving even dragons and other subspecies. Pred then reveals his own struggle, admitting that he still can't recall any memories from before he met Shu in that other world. The only lingering feeling is a strong, persistent sense of having something precious stolen from him by the demons. But after spending over 100 years encountering these creatures in that other dimension, Pred confirms his conclusion: demons truly are that kind of inherently tyrannical and destructive race, leaving no doubt about their sinister nature. Shu sighs in frustration, realizing he still doesn't have enough crucial information. He admits that 10 years ago, he was far too busy fighting and killing demons to ever care about their origins, and in that other world, he was constantly struggling for survival, only encountering their relentless minions. He then shares the only concrete facts he knows about demons: their mana patterns are fundamentally different from humans, and, more alarmingly, they've become terrifyingly adept at mimicking humans over the past decade, a chilling advancement. Pred, ever the simple problem solver, declares there's nothing more to think about, just to kill every last one of them. But Shu, with a knowing, heavy sigh, internally dismisses Pred's simplistic solution, understanding that if only it were that easy. Still grappling with the overwhelming truth of demons, Shu finds himself back at his brother Min Saiwo's office. Min Saiwo, looking up from his desk, appears surprised by Shu's unexpected and early return. Min Saiwo, standing now, expresses his confusion and concern, asking Shu why he suddenly requested an office and what kind of trouble his long-lost brother has already managed to stir up this time. Our boy Shu, casual as ever, brushes off the question as nothing much, claiming he merely tracked down some traces of Minjun. But his brother's internal thoughts, depicted in a chibi bubble, immediately recall Jonggu's report of Shu single-handedly wiping out an entire hunter assassination group, clearly showing his disbelief. Min Saiwu, still deeply suspicious, presses further, questioning if this rented office is meant for gathering related people and demanding to know who Shu is trying to keep secret from other powerful guilds and associations. He vehemently reminds Shu that they absolutely cannot afford to draw attention right now, especially if Choi Daesu, the president and their archenemy, catches wind of Shu's activities. He then grumbles about Huang Jonggu, calling him a loudmouth for spilling the beans. Shu, unfazed by his brother's worries, calmly reassures him that Jonggu meticulously erased all traces of his involvement. He then drops a bombshell, revealing that he's actually planning to meet Choi Dae-soo in person soon. Min Saiwa's eyes widen in utter shock, questioning Shu's audacity to confront Choi Dae-soo directly, given everything. Shu, however, believes a direct meeting will prevent Choi Dae-soo from pulling any unnecessary and harmful moves.
Sighing in exasperation, Min Saiwa reminds Shu that he's still far from fully recovered from his century-long ordeal.
He pleads with Shu not to be reckless, even if he can't stop him from his dangerous plans. Min Saiwu, standing firm, reiterates that 10 years have passed and the world has completely transformed. He warns Shu about the severe consequences if he gets into trouble again in this new, unfamiliar landscape. Shu playfully grabs his younger brother in a headlock, confidently asserting that he can handle himself and questioning why Min Saiwu was worrying so much. He then jokingly asks if Min Saiwu was actually trying to fight back now, their brotherly dynamic back in full swing amidst the serious conversation. Min Saiwu, still struggling to contain his unruly older brother, firmly reminds Shu of their deal, training the guild's rookie hunters in exchange for the office space, warning him to just keep his promise. He then brings up Shinjisa, the hunter Shu rescued, explaining that her awakening skill is quite unusual and tricky, and asks Shu if he could take a look at it. Shu, yawning and rubbing his ear, casually agrees, barely paying attention to his brother's concerns. In a chibi moment, Shu declares he's starving and ready to eat, causing his younger brother to exclaim in disbelief, questioning if Shu is a. Meanwhile, Pred, still demanding from within, also complains about his hunger and orders Shu, his.
Shu is now on the phone, coolly addressing.
An annoyed Shu asks why Jonggu is yelling and reminds him that he already snitched everything to Shu's brother, then mockingly asks if he. From the other end, Jonggu explains that it's the first time a professional hunter assassination group has been exposed, and HMCS took them down single-handedly, leading to every news outlet and agency swarming them with interview and cooperation requests. The HMCS office is in complete chaos, with agents looking overwhelmed, desperately trying to field calls and manage the fallout from Shu's accidental livestream. Jonggu, looking incredibly stressed, clenches his fists behind his back, explaining that since the gut incident, the director has been keeping a close eye on their team, and because Shu left his name out, Jonggu is the only one taking all the heat. Still stressed from taking all the heat, Jonggu, in a chibi rendition, yells in frustration at Shu, questioning if it's a good thing he gets all the credit, protesting that taking down so many killers alone is way beyond just credit and impossible to explain. A chibi Shu suggests Jonggu coordinate his story with White Lion's Heyman. Jonggu, looking even more flustered, replies that he already tried, but even White Lion's guild master is difficult, as he desperately tries to manage the fallout. Shu, still on the phone with Jonggu, hears his pleas, understanding that the Empire Guild Master wants to protect his senior, but casually suggests the Guild Master himself should have stepped in regarding the prison break incident. He then curtly says he's eating and hangs up, leaving a distraught Jonggu yelling, "Senior." Shu walks out of a room, looking slightly annoyed, muttering, "Geez, these guys." Clearly referring to the chaos and complaints he's dealing with. Relaxing on a couch, Shu answers Sijuan's question about who he was talking to, confirming it was team leader Huang, then, with a sarcastic smile, adds that Jonggu loves his job and is so happy, completely downplaying the man's stress. Shu casually calls out to his brother, "Oh, Sijuan," ready to engage in conversation. Shu, looking thoughtful, asks Sijuan about the current behavior of the demons, wondering if they are still the same as they were 10 years ago, eager to catch up on global affairs. Sijuan, holding his spatula and looking a bit serious, explains that after the 4 great demon kings disappeared, the demons actually proposed a peace treaty. He continues, explaining that since then, the demons have stationed themselves in the polar continent, establishing institutions to study the mana that seeped into Earth, and haven't caused any major incidents since. Frying an egg, Sijuan adds that apparently, some nations even collaborate with the demons on research, and it's extremely rare for demons to leave the polar continent, painting a surprisingly peaceful, almost mundane, picture of the former oppressors. Shu's brother explains that the demons have been out of sight for so long that nowadays, some kids even think they're just urban legends, completely oblivious to the brutal reality of their existence, while a news report celebrates the 10th anniversary of the Human-Demon Peace Treaty.
A deep skepticism flickers in Shu's eyes as he quietly repeats, "A peace treaty, huh?" struggling to reconcile this new information with his century of relentless, brutal combat against these very demons. From within Shu, Pred scoffs, finding the very idea of demons talking about peace absolutely ridiculous, and Shu, his face shadowed with unease, internally agrees with his inner companion, the concept almost a cruel joke. But Pred, ever the pragmatist, counters, reminding Shu that not all demons are the same, and after all, there are trashy humans too, hinting at the complex morality of this new world, and Shu shifts uncomfortably, considering the nuance. Shu's thoughts shift to Crow, the mysterious figure from Bestia, recalling her demon-like mana patterns, but something distinctly different, making him wonder if she could be a half-blood between a demon and a human. He muses that with demons appearing on Earth 20 years ago, it's certainly not impossible. He then looks at a framed photo of himself and his disciples, realizing this entire journey, which began as a simple mission to avenge Minjun, is quickly escalating into a much larger, more complex conflict than he could have ever imagined. Now, clad in a heavy winter cloak, Shu walks through a desolate, snowy landscape towards a towering, ominous structure, grimly stating that as he followed Minjun's faint trail, he feels this is becoming a far greater battle than he first expected. Shu, his face etched with a mix of determination and concern, reflects that this fight will be much longer than he expected, as the harsh, unforgiving environment around him mirrors the formidable challenge ahead. Back in the office, Shu is giving his new, unconventional team some training, instructing 2 recruits to circulate the mana in your body and focus, be aware of your dantian, while one of them, the old man, looks focused, and the other, younger one, struggles to stay awake. The younger recruit, completely bewildered, is surrounded by swirling question marks, repeating dantian. Dantian, utterly confused by Shu's ancient and seemingly incomprehensible training methods. The younger recruit, completely missing the point of dantian training, insists that meditation doesn't resonate with him, arguing that skill awakening is something that bursts out when adrenaline is pumping, and wonders if moving intensely wouldn't be better than meditating. Our boy Shu, exasperated, looks at his recruits, the old man and the younger one, both looking tired and confused, complaining that despite them begging him to train, this is the lackluster effort he gets. Shu, looking utterly annoyed, questions the recruit's understanding, asking if he thinks a skill is like sweat and if he'll be groggy after a single use, then criticizes modern hunters for throwing mana around without any sense of control. The younger recruit, still trying to argue, suggests that if one strike is overwhelmingly strong, complicated training becomes unnecessary, then mentions the tutorial tower. Shu, however, dismisses his logic, stating that since he awakened his skill in an artificial gate, he must be mistaken about true power. The old man, with a knowing look, explains to the younger recruit that the power gain depends on how much mana is burned, and since he hasn't mastered mana circulation basics, he accidentally used his skill, making him unable to feel the dantian or whatever. Shu takes over, stating he'll explain it just once. He illustrates that when a human first resonates with mana, a storage opens inside the body, which is called the dantian, showing a diagram of a body with glowing points. He demonstrates with mana circulating around his own body, explaining that the power generated from the circulating mana within the dantian is awakened and manifested externally according to an individual's unique traits. Shu then emphasizes that the density of a skill depends entirely on how efficiently one can control the mana in their dantian, a crucial lesson for precise power manifestation. He further explains that through diligent training, the dantian expands, allowing more mana storage, and at higher levels, additional dantian can even open. He notes that humans have only been exposed to mana for about 20 years, so it's an unknown power that needs to be understood even more, which prompts the confused recruit to question, our case? Shu, hands on his hips, sternly concludes that for such understanding, meditation-based mana control training is the best method, commanding the recruit to stop talking and focus. From within, Pred snarkily remarks that Shu, even after 100 years of struggling, still acts all knowledgeable. Our boy Shu, not one to let his new recruits off easy, reminds the old man and the younger recruit that he will train them until they're on the verge of death, especially the 2 on leash who need to pay for their crimes. Just then, Huang Zhonggu bursts in, exclaiming he knew Shu would be there. A flustered Zhonggu confronts Shu, demanding to know why he wasn't answering his phone and questioning if Shu has any idea how long he's been frantically looking for him. Shu, looking utterly annoyed, quips that Zhonggu calls him at all hours like a stalker, but Zhonggu quickly cuts him off,
urgently telling Shu that the branch manager is calling for him and he needs to come to headquarters immediately. As Shu and Jonggu walk towards the formidable HMCS headquarters, Shu calmly asks why the branch manager is specifically looking for him. Shu turns to Jonggu with a suspicious gaze, asking if he used his name to get him into trouble, but Jonggu, avoiding a direct answer, suggests it might be about the Incheon prison corruption transport case, deflecting the blame. Suddenly, a mocking voice cuts through the air as another team approaches, and one of them, Sung Changwon, taunts Jonggu, exclaiming, well, look who it is.
Isn't this team leader Huang?
Sung Changwon, the HMCS Gangnam team leader, flanked by Deputy Hajuntae, continues his taunts, asking Jonggu what magic he pulled off to make his forever desk job gangbuk team suddenly the talk of the town, clearly trying to provoke him. Jonggu visibly grimaces, realizing Sung Changwon, whom he despises, is already back from his business trip, his presence instantly souring the day, while Shu watches impassively. Sung Changwon continues to needle Jonggu, telling him he should just stick to his desk, then mocks him for picking fights with random people, referring to Shu. He then brings up the commotion at Incheon prison, praising gangbuk team's great taste in causing chaos, effectively dragging Shu into their rivalry. Jonggu, absolutely fuming, finally snaps back at Sung Changwon, sharply asking if he's just jet-lagged and talking nonsense, clearly at his breaking point with the relentless provocation. Hajuntae, deputy leader of the Gangnam team, tries to diffuse the tension, reminding Sung Changwon that their business trip was to Japan, so jet lag isn't an excuse, but Sung Changwon simply scoffs at him, calling him naive and pointing out that his team has never even stepped outside. Sung Changwon continues his relentless taunt, mocking Jonggu's team, claiming it must be incredibly frustrating for them to be stuck pulling all-nighters, failing to catch a runaway convict, while his own Gangnam team travels the world in glory.
Sung Changwon then turns his condescending gaze towards our boy Shu, who is simply minding his own business and staring at his phone, mockingly calling him "Hey, rookie?"
Hajuntae steps forward, adjusting his glasses with an air of superiority, and lectures Shu, demanding he introduce himself and questioning if he lacks basic manners and respect for his seniors, even if they're from different teams. Our boy Shu, completely unfazed, looks up from his phone and delivers a devastating retort, calling Hajuntae a sweaty senior and telling him to get out of the way. He then mercilessly mocks him for blocking the hallway with his bloated muscle and water weight, asking if he even wears glasses for their actual purpose, completely shutting down the arrogant deputy. Hajuntae, utterly humiliated and enraged by Shu's brutal insults, retaliates, gathering blue energy in his hands, declaring that he will personally educate this reckless rookie and calling out to Changwon, clearly prepared to teach Shu a painful lesson. Sung Changwon, visibly annoyed by the escalating personal drama, cuts off Hajuntae, scolding him for having no brain and reminding him that they are at headquarters, demanding he learn to separate business from personal matters. But Jonggu, having endured enough insults from Sung Changwon, can't hold back any longer. He confronts Changwon, furiously questioning his right to lecture his deputy and challenging him, asking if he didn't hear what that rookie just said, turning the tables with a scathing comeback. Sung Changwon, completely dismissing Jonggu, scoffs that he didn't hear anything, then sarcastically asks his deputy if Shu said anything, before concluding that Shu's ears are too clogged with fat, intensifying the insult and further fueling Jonggu's rage. Sung Changwon, now completely enraged, curses at Jonggu and Shu for being out of their minds. He declares that with plenty of HQ staff watching, he should carve it into that thick skull of Jonggu's, clearly contemplating physical violence as the other HMCS staff look on nervously, sensing the imminent explosion. As Sung Changwon fumes and threatens violence, asking who the real powerhouse is, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the tension, stating, "Sorry to disappoint you, Changwon," signaling an abrupt halt to his tirade. The speaker is none other than HMCS branch manager Baek Gunho, who places a firm hand on Changwon's shoulder, his calm, smiling face radiating immense authority as he coolly declares, "But the real power here is me," leaving Changwon utterly shocked and silenced. Jonggu and his colleague, wide-eyed and trembling, can only stammer out, "Yes sir," completely overwhelmed by their branch manager's sudden and intimidating display of power. Baek Gunho, now all smiles, approaches Shu, calling him by name and playfully asking why he took so long, implying Shu was deliberately delayed. He then playfully scolds Jonggu for not handling the situation faster, while Jonggu, embarrassed, bows and apologizes, leaving Shu unfazed. Baek Gunho, with a friendly arm around Shu, expresses his pleasure at Shu's presence, offering him some nice pour tea prepared specially for their special guest, much to Shu's slight bewilderment and the other agent's confusion. Sung Changwon, recovering from his shock, furiously tries to interrupt, demanding the branch manager wait and questioning Baek Gunho about this mysterious guy Shu. Baek Gunho, his smile turning cold and intimidating, smoothly cuts off Changwon, revealing he heard about Changwon's extra entertainment in Japan, then sternly lectures him, telling him to focus on his work if he wants to be a real powerhouse and stop wasting time on nonsense. Jong-gu and his deputy, completely intimidated by Baek Gunho's brutal takedown of Changwon, can only meekly respond, "Yes, sir," their faces etched with fear and submission. Sung Changwon, utterly defeated and furious, mutters to his deputy, questioning who this mysterious rookie Shu is and what kind of powerful backing he has for the branch manager to make such a fuss over him, leaving his deputy clueless. Shu and Baek Gunho are now seated in a private office, tea and snacks laid out. Baek Gunho addresses Shu, acknowledging this is their first face-to-face meeting since Shu joined, implying Shu's busy schedule has made direct contact difficult until now, setting the tone for a serious discussion. Our boy Shu, taking a sip of his tea, responds coolly to Baek Gunho, then, ever the direct one, asks point-blank why he was called here to begin with, cutting straight to the chase. Baek Gunho lets out a hearty laugh, praising Shu for being so straightforward, and then, with a knowing smile, finally declares that he will reveal the true reason for this unexpected meeting. Baek Gunho clarifies his true intentions, stating that he has some very serious questions about the chaotic Incheon prison transport mission, focusing his intense gaze on Shu. He explains that coincidentally, due to the Bestia incident, the entire investigation has now been transferred to his office, and while they're handling the Incheon prison corruption case, they can't just ignore another major issue. Baek Gunho then leans forward, a calculating smile on his face, and directly asks Hunter Min Saiwoo if he knows anything about the whereabouts of the escaped prisoner, Sherry Vok. Baek Gunho openly expresses his disbelief, stating that it's hard to imagine someone as capable as Shu, who single-handedly defeated Gut from the Red Light Guild, would simply lose track of a fugitive. He then pointedly asks if Shu truly knows nothing about the escapee's location, making it clear he suspects more. With a firm voice, Baek Gunho dismisses a flustered Jong-gu, telling him to step outside for a moment. A distraught Jong-gu apologizes profusely, knowing he's in trouble for leaking information, and slowly exits the room, leaving Shu and the branch manager alone. Baek Gunho then reassures Shu, telling him he's not an inflexible person, subtly hinting that he's open to explanations and not as rigid as he might appear to others. He acknowledges that he's known Jong-gu for a long time and considers him competent, but finds it difficult to believe that Jong-gu alone investigated and destroyed an entire assassination organization. He deduces that the destruction of Bestia and the escaped convict must be related, and asks if Shu picked up any crucial leads during the escort mission. Baek Gunho emphasizes that while the case is a significant achievement and a confession could lead to leniency, the HMCS cannot simply turn a blind eye to an awakened criminal on their wanted list, especially when a mysterious rookie like Shu is involved, clearly sensing Shu's hidden depths and the larger implications of his actions. Shu, still sitting in Baek Gunho's office, listens as the branch manager smoothly explains that he sought advice from someone knowledgeable, and that person, who knows Shu quite well, was incredibly eager to meet him, so Baek Gunho brought him right here. Our boy Shu, looking a bit wary, questions the branch manager, asking, "Me? Who are you talking about?" clearly sensing a new player about to enter the game. Suddenly, a powerful presence enters the room, a man in traditional attire, radiating immense mana. He is none other than Warrior King Guild leader Do Kyung-hoo, one of the legendary first-generation hunters and one of South Korea's formidable Three Lords, a true titan of the old world. Do Kyung-hoo, taking his seat, pours himself some tea with a nostalgic sigh, remarking aloud, "Wow, how many years has it been?" his words carrying the weight of a long-lost past. He then looks directly at Shu, his expression a mix of awe and disbelief, confessing that even after Baek Gunho told him, he still couldn't truly believe it, as he was absolutely sure Shu had died. Shu observes his old comrade, noting that a lot has happened, and Do Kyung-hoo has certainly aged a lot in the meantime. From within, Pred, ever the blunt one, grumbles, "Food, who's this old guy acting all friendly with you?" Do Kyung-hoo, now identified as the sword demon and Shu's former comrade in arms, lets out a hearty laugh, playfully retorting that it's not his own aging that's remarkable, but rather Shu's impossible feat of completely escaping the passage of time. He continues, his eyes scanning Shu's face in disbelief, emphasizing the decade that has passed since Shu vanished, yet he returns without a single wrinkle, defying all logic and the ravages of time. Du Kyungho then leans forward, his tone shifting to a serious one, demanding to know where on earth Shu has been hiding all this time, and more importantly, if he has any idea how desperately his disciples have been searching for him. Our boy Shu, taking another casual sip, simply smiles, completely unfazed by the intense questions and the dramatic reunion, and nonchalantly asks, "Should I order another drink?" Shu's nonchalant offer for another drink is met with Du Kyungho's serious declaration that they have a lot to discuss, setting the tone for the long-awaited conversation about Shu's decade-long disappearance. Du Kyungho, now completely caught up on Shu's unbelievable journey, reflects that while wild stories no longer shock him, he still can't wrap his head around how a full century passed for Shu in that other dimension. Shu calmly explains that his century-long ordeal began the moment he seemingly defeated the Fourth Realm's Demon King, only for a powerful dimensional spell or artifact to activate. But then, he drops a bombshell, revealing the Demon King he thought he'd slain is actually still alive. Du Kyungho is utterly flabbergasted, his face a mask of disbelief as he simply stares at Shu, barely managing to stammer out a shocked, "What?" Du Kyungho slams his fist on the table, raging in disbelief, questioning how the Demon King could still be alive and, even more infuriatingly, how humans and demons could have possibly signed a peace treaty after all that devastation. Du Kyungho rages, questioning if everyone has lost their minds by trusting those demonic bastards, but Shu calmly interjects, explaining that the Demon King isn't exactly alive anymore, but rather a mere pile of corpse fragments, technically. Du Kyungho details how the war between humans and demons had been raging for years before Shu's disappearance, but the moment Shu defeated the Fourth Realm's Demon King and vanished, the demons immediately proposed a peace treaty, claiming the war was solely the Demon King's doing, not their entire race's intent. Shu scoffs, concluding that the demons likely proposed peace out of fear after their leader was taken down. Du Kyungho agrees, adding that humanity itself was in no condition to continue the prolonged and brutal war. He paints a grim picture of Earth's past. Since the first gates appeared, monstrous attacks shattered all order, making basic survival a nightmare. Even after barely closing the gates, chaotic awakeners ran wild, and law completely crumbled, leading into the devastating war with the demons that pushed humanity to its absolute limits. In the midst of this overwhelming chaos and desperation, the demons, surprisingly, were the first to extend an offer for a peace treaty, holding out a glimmer of hope to a war-torn world. This extraordinary offer included helping nations recover from the devastation and even teaching them how to close the terrifying gates, leaving humanity in a state of cautious optimism. In exchange, the demons requested the remains of the exhausted Demon King and a designated territory in the polar regions, where they could stay until they found a way to return to their own dimension, all at a time when gates and mana were still unfamiliar concepts to Earth. For most people, restoring a semblance of peace and adapting to this new, mysterious power felt like the only viable path forward for all of humanity, a desperate hope in a world still reeling from chaos. Ultimately, the proposal was accepted, with top-ranked hunters from each nation gathering to agree to the treaty, and the hunter who represented South Korea in signing this pivotal agreement was none other than Choi Dae-soo. Ever since that treaty, the demons have strictly remained within their designated polar territory, only emerging to provide support when absolutely necessary, and, at least on the surface, they haven't caused any problems at all. Of course, some first-generation hunters were deeply skeptical and vehemently opposed the demons' proposal, but with Shu, the very core of the human-demon war, gone, everyone eventually scattered, and as communication was restored and the world stabilized, public interest in the demons simply faded away. Du Kyungho, listening intently to Shu's story, admits that even he hasn't harbored many doubts about the demons since then, but now that Shu has returned, something about this entire situation feels incredibly off, and he asks Shu what he means. With a grave expression, Du Kyungho reveals his concern, stating that what feels so unsettling is Shu's very existence, his presence. The legendary Min Saiwoo, once known as the Mad Dog, now returned to a world that forgot him. He explains that Shu's name was completely erased from all records over the past 10 years, with widespread rumors among first-generation hunters that Choi Dae-soo was directly involved in covering it up, making it so cleanly removed that most second-generation hunters have no idea who Shu is or what he accomplished. Du Kyungho even confesses he could barely recall Shu's face until he saw him today. Du Kyungho, with a somber look, reminds Shu that they fought countless battles together as two of the formidable Three Lords, and for him to be utterly forgotten in just 10 years, it simply doesn't feel natural now that he truly thinks about it. Du Kyungho, still connecting the unsettling dots, voices his suspicion, asking Shu if he believes Choi Dae-soo might have made some kind of additional, secret deal with the demons, beyond the official peace treaty. Shu, with a knowing, heavy sigh, simply states, probably, then grimly acknowledges that Choi Dae-soo, that ruthless bastard, would have done absolutely anything to defeat him, both in the past and even now. Do Kyung-hoo curses those shady demon bastards in Choi Dae-soo, then, with a fierce tiger-like aura of rage, questions if all this betrayal was just to erase Shu's existence and praise that proud bastard, but also wonders what the demons truly gained from eliminating Shu, since a simple grudge doesn't seem reason enough for them. Do Kyung-hoo explains that the demons haven't made a single aggressive move since the treaty. If anything, they even helped humanity adapt to mana, so for now, there's no clear, obvious reason to suspect them of further malice. Shu, in a chibi moment, sarcastically remarks on the demons' arrogance, calling themselves the superior race across all dimensions, then wonders why they acted like arrogant overlords if they were also just sucked into the gates like humans, making their past aggression seem hypocritical as Do Kyung-hoo sighs in agreement. Do Kyung-hoo, attempting to find more answers, suggests that Shu's disciples probably know more about what truly happened back then, and perhaps Shu should go meet them. Shu, with a wistful expression, responds that finding his disciples is easier said than done, as they all scattered long ago, their paths diverging after his disappearance. Do Kyung-hoo acknowledges the difficulty of students growing up and going their own ways, then specifically asks if Kang Yeohwa, one of Shu's disciples, is still in Korea, revealing that she, once just a greenhorn 10 years ago, is now an S-rank hunter leading the formidable Azure Blossom Guild. Shu sadly recalls how Kang Yeohwa used to follow him around like a puppy, and now, in a devastating twist, she's under the command of Choi Dae-soo, his greatest rival, adding a bitter layer of betrayal and disappointment. Shu takes another sip of his drink, lost in thought, acknowledging that 10 years is long enough for even mountains to change, and she must have had her reasons for aligning with Choi Dae-soo, hinting at a complex understanding mixed with lingering pain. As Shu takes another sip of his drink, he dismisses the expensive tea as tasting like crap, much to Do Kyung-hoo's surprise, who playfully scolds him for having the taste buds of a kid after avoiding a century of aging. Do Kyung-hoo suggests they should have called Shu's younger brother, Sejuan, to catch up over drinks, but Shu quickly declines, knowing Sejuan would flip out just finding out he met Do Kyung-hoo, then muses about how overprotective Sejuan has become. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man on the phone reports to his guild leader that he's just sent a photo of Shu meeting Do Kyung-hoo privately at the HMCS headquarters, confirming Shu's presence is being tracked. The recipient of the call, a red-haired woman, is shown holding her phone, acknowledging the report with a curt, "Got it. Good work. Head back immediately." The red-haired woman, her face obscured in shadow, stands in thoughtful silence, as a ring sound effect indicates an incoming message or a sudden realization. As she looks at her phone, her expression shifts to one of disbelief and confirmation as she recognizes the face in the photo, muttering, "It really is you, Min Saiwoo." A close-up of her phone screen shows a smiling image of Shu, confirming her shocked internal thought, "You're alive." Clutching her phone, she reflects on the clues, the recent strange movements from the Empire Guild, the uproar in the tutorial tower. "I had a feeling." Overwhelmed with emotion, the woman slides to the floor, her voice barely a whisper as she finishes her thought, "But you really, truly came back." Tears stream down her face as she whispers, "Master," revealing herself as Kang Yeohwa, Shu's long-lost disciple, utterly broken and overjoyed by his miraculous return. Kang Yeohwa, still reeling from the revelation, reflects on her past, noting that Shu's brother, Sejuan, stopped sharing information with her after she sided with Choi Dae-soo, but ultimately, keeping a close watch on Do Kyung-hoo turned out to be the right move, leading her to this incredible discovery. Her internal monologue continues, recounting her unwavering faith that Shu was still alive, even when the entire world insisted he was gone for good. She searched every corner of the globe, yet couldn't find him, making his sudden appearance even more miraculous. Tears still welling in her eyes, Kang Yeohwa looks at the image of Shu on her phone, musing aloud that he's just like himself, to suddenly appear in Korea, completely unharmed, after all these years. With a sudden surge of determination, Kang Yeohwa stands up, her earlier emotional turmoil hardening into urgent resolve. She declares that she can't waste any more time and absolutely needs to go see Shu right now. But as she prepares to leave, a familiar, ominous voice calls out, "Yeohwa," stopping her dead in her tracks. Her eyes widen in pure shock and fear as she realizes who it is. Kang Yeohwa turns slowly, her face now a mask of forced composure, and formally addresses the stern-faced man with the eye patch as, "Your Excellency, acknowledging the formidable President Choi Dae-soo. Choi Dae-soo, with a casual air, tells Kang Yeowa to call him uncle when they're alone, then, observing her hurried demeanor, asks where she's rushing off to, clearly sensing her agitated state. Kang Yeowa quickly clutches her phone, trying to hide the screen and her emotions, and dismissively replies, "It's nothing. Just..." her voice trailing off as she struggles to conceal the truth. Choi Dae-soo, with an unsettling calm, dismisses her lie, stating that it's not nothing and that he hasn't seen such an expression on her face since her mother died. He reminds her that even then, she was cold as ice, implying the profound significance of her current emotional state as he places a hand on her shoulder. Choi Dae-soo's words cut deep, causing Kang Yeowa's eyes to widen in utter terror. Her face contorts with desperation as she realizes he sees right through her, confirming that if she's this shaken, it must mean the impossible truth of Shu's return is real and now exposed. Choi Dae-soo, with a sinister smirk, confirms Kang Yeowa's greatest fear, stating aloud that the mad dog Min Saiwoo is back, his words dripping with a menacing blend of confirmation and accusation, as Kang Yeowa stares, terrified. Choi Dae-soo's smirk hardens as he mocks Kang Yeowa, questioning if this is why she's so eager to abandon him and run off like a puppy reunited with its owner, twisting her loyalty into a degrading accusation. He extends a condescending hand, gently patting her head, his voice filled with a chilling pity as he chastises her, "Tsk, Yeowa, still so naive and foolish," his words cutting deep into her resolve. Kang Yeowa trembles, her face shadowed by internal conflict, as Choi Dae-soo reminds her of their blood ties, questioning if she truly believes he would let his only niece and sister's daughter go so easily, even if he had abandoned their bloodline years ago. Kang Yeowa finally snaps, angrily telling Choi Dae-soo not to be mistaken just because she came to him on her own, fiercely asserting that from the beginning, she only wanted to find her master, Shu, but Choi Dae-soo, unfazed, interrupts her, asking if she truly thought he wouldn't know her real intentions. Choi Dae-soo, with a calm, knowing smirk, reveals his long-held secret. He knew all along that she only approached him because she suspected his involvement in Saiwoo's disappearance. He calmly states that he took her in, fully aware she would pretend to follow his orders while secretly digging into his confidential matters, adding that the reason was simple: she had grown into a hunter with decent skills, making her useful. Kang Yeowa stares in utter disbelief, her face contorted in shock and betrayal as Choi Dae-soo asserts his twisted logic, arguing that in this world, every single hunter is a valuable asset, and he wouldn't simply hand over a useful worker, especially one of his own blood, to a bastard like Shu, further cementing his manipulative nature. Kang Yeowa, enraged, screams at Choi Dae-soo not to make her laugh, demanding to know what right he has to speak after abandoning her when she was at her lowest, vehemently declaring that she never once considered him family, for the one who truly raised her was her master, Shu. Choi Dae-soo, with a chillingly calm demeanor, cuts deep, delivering a devastating blow by reminding Kang Yeowa that her master, Shu, took her in without even knowing the dark truth, that she was the daughter of a vicious criminal, her face contorting in horror as her painful secret is revealed. He continues his manipulation, coldly advising her not to be foolish, then reminds her that she's seen firsthand just how merciless Min Saiwoo is to criminals, asking with a sinister glint in his eye how Shu would react if he ever learned everything about her dark past, effectively trapping her with her own secrets. Choi Dae-soo, having just delivered that crushing blow, turns his back and walks away, chillingly telling Kang Yeowa that no matter how much she tries to pretend to be noble, her criminal roots will never truly change, leaving her trapped and devastated. Kang Yeowa is left standing alone in the sterile hallway, a single, defeated tear tracing a path down her cheek as she whispers the word that echoes her profound hatred and utter brokenness: bastard. Meanwhile, the drama continues to unfold elsewhere, as new faces emerge, like Shin Jisoo, who chats cheerfully on the phone, seemingly discussing our protagonist with a curious Hunter Min Saiwoo? Our boy Shu, looking completely unenthused, stands with his arms crossed, listening as someone informs him that the guild master expects him to personally lead today's joint training, a task he clearly finds less than thrilling. Shu's bored expression shifts slightly as he's asked if these interesting characters are also participating in the training, referring to his new, highly unusual recruits, a pink bear mascot costume radiating pure frustration, and a wise-looking old man in traditional attire. Shu, with a playful smirk, introduces his very special juniors, he almost called them sidekicks, explaining that they'll all be learning together and should actually be treated as seniors, while the poor soul in the pink bear costume visibly melts from the heat and sheer embarrassment. A cheerful Shin Jisoo steps forward, formally introducing herself as a hunter from the Empire Guild, while Kim Byung-guk, the more reserved one, politely bows and echoes the introduction, both ready to welcome their mysterious new training partners. As the young hunters react with genuine awe, marveling at the old man's ancient appearance and formidable aura, Mahiraga, completely charmed, beams back with a polite "Oh my, pleased to meet you too," radiating an unexpected friendliness that belies his criminal past. Mahiraga, with a genuinely kind smile, compliments Jisoo on her maturity and sharp looks, encouraging her with a confident prediction that she'll learn quickly. Jisoo, invigorated, beams back, promising to do her absolute best, as Shu looks on, enjoying the unexpected dynamic, while the poor bear mascot continues to radiate distress. But the light-hearted mood is abruptly shattered as Shu turns to the miserable bear mascot, his face hardening, and chillingly reminds him that this isn't just training, it's community service, and if he messes around, he will die. The terrified bear-clad Voke, remembering his mana oath, frantically agrees, begging Shu to please, for the love of all that is holy, turn off the terrifying killer aura. With Shu's chilling warning hanging in the air, our unconventional crew, including the traumatized bear mascot Voke and the wise old man Mahiraga, follows him and two other hunters toward the glowing portal of the Empire Guild's Gate F5 entrance, ready to dive into some intense joint training. Inside the gate, a nervous Shinjitsu admits this is her first time entering one since the tutorial tower, due to her unique skill, but Kim Byung-guk calmly reassures her that a gate is just a portal, a mere door connecting dimensions. Byung-guk further explains that some hunters go missing when gates close, leading to chilling rumors of being eaten by the gate, but our boy Shu, ever the pragmatist, dismisses it as nothing more than a door simply closing. The old man, Mahiraga, agrees with Shu, remarking that humans are now essentially holding the keys to those doors, and the fact that guilds privately own gates is definitive proof of this shift in power and control. Shu, walking confidently into the portal, explains that what was once a devastating disaster has now transformed into a highly profitable business, with magic stones, monster cores, and carcasses all being worth serious cash, concluding that if you're scared from the start, you won't gain anything. Our team emerges into a vibrant, lush forest under a shimmering, purple, mana-infused sky, a truly breathtaking sight, and Kim Byung-guk can only gasp, "WHOA," completely taken aback by the otherworldly beauty within the gate. Shinjitsu clutches her head, feeling a wave of nausea, questioning if this is the infamous gate sickness, while Byung-guk, ever observant, notes that unlike the tutorial tower, there are no immediate monsters at the entrance of this gate. Shu scoffs, thinking this whole setup feels like a field trip and questioning why there's even a hunter academy now, wondering what they possibly teach. Voke, the bear mascot, explains that for hunters of the 1.5 generation and beyond, gate raiding is a structured profession with a curriculum. Voke continues, detailing how new hunters now go through the tutorial tower step by step to get their rank, get scouted by guilds based on their value, and only then learn actual combat after they've officially joined a guild. Our boy Shu, looking completely disgusted, questions if actual combat means merely taking down a few dozen monsters in an F-rank gate, concluding that modern training is just churning out weaklings who would be instantly wiped out in a real crisis, clearly unimpressed by the new generation's pampered approach. Dismissing the new generation's pampered approach to training, our boy Shu turns to his eager recruits, Byung-guk and Shinjitsu, telling them to show off their skills before things get truly serious, to which Byung-guk confidently responds, "Yes." Byung-guk, mana swirling around him, dutifully follows the guild master's orders, but internally questions Shu's authority, wondering who this outsider is, bringing in new people and bossing them around during their training. Meanwhile, Shinjitsu struggles to manifest her skill, looking frustrated and annoyed, internally complaining about being stuck in a training squad with a weakling who can't even properly use their abilities. With a burst of purple energy, Jisoo finally activates her skill, creating a chaotic shockwave that throws her off her feet with a surprised Koei, as she triumphantly confirms, "They're done." Shu, completely unfazed by Jisoo's chaotic display, dismisses her profuse apologies as she lies sprawled on the ground, calling her Shin Hunter, with a neutral expression. Our boy Shu casually tosses a small, thin whip-like object towards the fallen Jisoo, instructing her to take this, seemingly unfazed by her previous mishap. Jisoo catches the peculiar item, her eyes wide with confusion, and questions, a whip, completely bewildered by the unusual training tool she's just been given. Shu explains the whip is an auxiliary tool for spellcasting, making intricate spell patterns more effective. He then reveals that he heard about her skill from Minjun and tells her to use it as a medium to try again, hinting at his deeper knowledge. With a newfound determination, Jisoo grips the whip, confidently responding "okay," as purple mana swirls around her, preparing to re-manifest her skill with the aid of the mysterious tool. Just as Jisoo focuses, a sudden, horrifying alert cuts through the air, revealing that a goblin horde has appeared from atop a rocky outcrop, surprising Byunguk and plunging the training session into immediate, unexpected chaos. The goblin horde appears, and our boy Shu, ever the confident master, simply tells his confused recruits, Byunguk and Shin Jisoo, to take them down, leaving them both wide-eyed with shock. Shu, casually leaning in, reminds Byunguk that he's the one in training, so it's his job to take out the goblins, then, with a playful smirk, adds for him not to die, leaving a furious Byunguk to curse under his breath. Observing the ongoing chaos, Shu notes that Jisoo's skill, a tracking type, is tricky to handle, estimating it at B+ rank, but comments that despite its flashy effects, it currently lacks real impact against the swarming goblins. The old man, Mahiraga, watches Byunguk frantically battling the goblins, realizing that he's burning through his mana at an unsustainable rate and will soon run dry, leaving him vulnerable. Byunguk is completely overwhelmed by the relentless goblin horde, still fighting fiercely, while the old man silently questions the recklessness of this training, wondering why a rookie is being made to face such a swarm alone. Panting and covered in sweat, a desperate Byunguk yells at Shin Hunter, asking if she's finally done, to which a focused Jisoo, still surrounded by purple mana, responds that she's almost there. Just as Byunguk collapses from mana exhaustion, a determined Jisoo fully activates her rank A+ Beast Tamer skill, unleashing a powerful purple aura that allows her to control monsters, and she focuses its power on one of the charging goblins. Jisoo stands triumphant, a successful skill activation creating a majestic purple mana circle around her and a now controlled goblin. Meanwhile, Byunguk is completely passed out on the ground, leaving Jisoo to handle the situation alone. With newfound confidence and her whip extended, Jisoo points forward, empowered by her skill, and bravely commands the remaining goblins to step back, ready to face them head-on. The goblins, momentarily startled by Jisoo's display of power, hesitate and stumble backward, as the first controlled goblin glows purple, temporarily giving Jisoo a brief upper hand, though the horde still looms large. After her brief success, Shin Jisoo, glowing with purple mana, stands triumphant, holding her whip and her newly tamed goblin, proudly exclaiming to Shu that she did it and that her skill is tamer. Vogue, in his bear costume, is completely surprised, commenting to Mahiraga that Jisoo was using a rare control-type skill. Mahiraga, ever the experienced one, agrees, adding that even with the auxiliary tool, her skill seems high rank with promising growth potential. From within Shu, Pred, ever the hungry spirit, excitedly declares that he's finally found something worth eating and demands it, reminding Shu of their deal. Shu, observing the situation with a calm yet calculating expression, acknowledges Pred's desire with a thoughtful, "Oh, I see. But..." His thoughtful but is immediately followed by a dose of reality as Shu questions Jisoo, asking what she plans to do with just one controlled monster. His words hit hard as Jisoo, surrounded by the still advancing goblin horde and the unconscious Byunguk, gasps in a panicked realization, Oh. The situation devolves into utter chaos as the goblins close in on the unconscious Byunguk, and a terrified Jisoo screams for him to wake up, desperately yelling, "They're coming! Wait! Save me!" as she flees in sheer panic, abandoning the fight. Later, outside the gate, a bruised but cheerful Shin Jisoo approaches Shu, Mahiraga, and Vogue, profusely thanking Hunter Min Saiwoo for the training and beaming that she now has a much better sense of how to use her skills. Shu, looking completely unenthused by her gratitude, points out that her face is half gone from the training and asks if she plans to walk home, then casually tells her that if she can't, she can ask his brother Sejun to find her another mentor, showcasing his tough love approach. Jisoo, however, insists she truly means her thanks, a soft smile playing on her bruised face, and admits that she was a bit conceited, thinking that awakening a high-grade skill made her special and valuable as a hunter. She continues her heartfelt reflection, now realizing that skills are just tools, not who she is, and that no matter how good a sword is, it all depends on how one wields it. She concludes that training and adapting to mana itself are the truly crucial elements for a hunter. Shu, arms crossed, acknowledges Jisoo's newfound wisdom, telling her that if she gained anything from this, it's enough, and to keep working hard. He then dismissively adds that if she needs help, she can get it from this bear or the old man, as he nonchalantly declares he's leaving now. As Shu prepares to leave after their training, he and his unconventional crew, including the traumatized bear mascot and the old man, become the center of attention as people nearby notice the sudden influx of newcomers, wondering if they're from another guild. Jisoo, still enthusiastic, clarifies the situation, explaining that a dispatch team from the Azure Blossom Guild has just arrived for negotiations over a newly discovered gate in the Middle Eastern desert. The man Jisoo is talking to looks baffled, repeating Azure Blossom Guild, in confusion, as a group of hunters from the powerful guild are seen gathering in the background. Jisoo's attention is drawn by the arrival of the Azure Blossom Guild, prompting her to greet the red-haired leader, who immediately launches into a serious report about a recently discovered gate, stating that it's unlike any ordinary one they've encountered, as they found initial hunter corpses inside. The red-haired leader, with a somber expression, further explains the gruesome discovery, revealing that unlike typical monster kills, the bodies were found externally intact, yet their internal organs had been brutally ruptured, leaving the listeners bewildered and horrified. The red-haired leader ponders the disturbing anomaly, noting that such internal damage is incredibly strange, almost as if something insidious was placed inside the victims. Her thoughtful expression shifts to a direct, intense gaze as she finally looks at Shu, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she states, "Finally, we meet," a chillingly personal greeting that suggests a deeper connection than mere professional acquaintance. Shu, recognizing her amidst the group, calmly addresses the red-haired woman as "Hey, Manhwa," his tone holding a casual familiarity that hints at their shared past. A knowing, almost playful smirk spreads across Shu's face as he confronts her, directly asking why she hasn't bothered to greet him, her master, now that he's finally returned. The red-haired woman, Manhwa, now confirmed as his disciple, bows respectfully and acknowledges his return, then tentatively asks if he has time. But Shu, cutting her off mid-sentence, coolly states that he has other matters to attend to and will be leaving first, abruptly walking away, leaving his long-lost disciple stunned. As Shu coolly walks away from his long-lost disciple, another hunter frantically calls out to Manhwa, while she stands there, frozen in disbelief and sadness after being so casually dismissed by her master. Our boy Shu continues walking, while Pred, his inner companion, mercilessly mocks him for being rejected so swiftly and needing comfort. The old man, Yahello, also comments on Manhwa's ill-mannered reaction, questioning if she was truly Shu's disciple. Shu pauses, a flicker of emotion crossing his face, and quietly confirms that she was indeed his disciple, but his voice trails off, hinting at a deeper, unresolved sadness. He turns back, his gaze falling upon Manhwa, and a pang of realization hits him, as he asks aloud, "Was she crying?" A familiar memory washes over Shu, showing a younger Manhwa, just a child, hunched in a corner, sobbing, with a voice, presumably Shu's, observing that she's hiding and crying again. In this flashback, a younger Shu sits beside the crying Manhwa, telling her to stop, asking why she's acting as if she accomplished something great, and teasing her about being upset over a sparring match, comparing her to his younger brother, Sejuan. Young Shu gently pats her head, questioning why she always cries in hiding when people will find out anyway, a moment of tender, if slightly teasing, comfort. Young Shu's words reveal a painful truth, as he tells her that Sejuan, as his biological younger brother, was obviously trained better. Manhwa, her voice laced with sadness, retorts that she's just someone he picked up from the streets, not true family. She continues, acknowledging her gratitude for being taken in, but pleads with Shu not to meddle in her affairs, because despite his strength and kindness, he's not her real brother, drawing a painful line between them. A chibi young Shu playfully pokes chibi young Manhwa's head, utterly disregarding her emotional plea, simply stating, "Whatever, my choice," as she yells in frustration, his cheerful stubbornness a contrast to her hidden pain. In a heartfelt memory, a young Shu, with a warm smile, extends his hand to a young Manhwa, asking if, in this already messy world, he can at least choose his own family, cementing his intention to make her part of his own. He gently pats her head, promising to consider her his little sister and asking if thinking of him as her big brother would make her feel less burdened, a sweet gesture that leaves the young Manhwa flustered but touched. A blushing Manhwa, crossing her arms in protest, manages to retort, "Whatever? Who even asked for that?" her words betraying her hidden affection despite her attempts to act nonchalant about Shu's heartfelt offer. The memory continues as Shu, sitting beside her amidst rubble, teases her about wanting extra hard training tomorrow, jokingly asking if she wants to cry twice as much, to which she shoots back that he already makes her cry every day, showcasing their playful yet intense bond. Back in the present, a mature Manhwa, reflecting on that moment, admits that half of her protest was pure embarrassment, but the other half was sincere, because she never wanted to be just Shu's younger sister or his greatest disciple, she yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, as equals. Her ambition was to become a comrade strong enough to support the world Shu envisioned,
and in her unwavering pursuit of this ideal, she confesses that she dared to harbor feelings for him that she knew she never should have. Her internal monologue reveals a darker truth, reflecting on her past as the child of a terrible criminal, acknowledging that even if she was abandoned, she grew up with stolen money, making her feel unworthy of such pure feelings. She frustratingly admits that Choi Dae-soo was right, Shu should never be involved with someone like her, but a fierce resolve burns within her. Despite her internal struggles, Kang Yeohwa stands tall, her determined gaze fixed forward as she vows that even if she can't proudly stand beside him, she will fight to the end from behind for the master who gave her a new life. Back in the present, Shu's brother, Sejuan, looking surprised, calls out, "Yeohwa Nuna," clearly taken aback by her unexpected appearance at his office. Kang Yeohwa, now standing confidently, replies with her guild title, "No, Azure Blossom, Guild Master," as Sejuan questions her presence, noting the meeting is still far off. She simply states, "Sejuan," her directness hinting at her urgent purpose. Kang Yeohwa, her expression serious, tells Sejuan to spare a moment, emphasizing that what she has to say is incredibly important, hinting at the urgency of Shu's return. Meanwhile, Do Kyung-hoo, looking stern, confronts someone unseen, stating that it's not a matter of distrusting them personally, but something much larger is at stake. Do Kyung-hoo recounts how, since the first gate appeared, he and the other three lords were at the forefront of the brutal battle against demons, fighting for humanity's dignity during those lawless days, and he doesn't take those comrades lightly. He then challenges Choi Dae-soo, questioning how he could strike a deal with demons for the sake of rebuilding human civilization, for restoring the nation, only for Choi Dae-soo to cut him off, telling him there's no need to beat around the bush. Choi Dae-soo, having silenced Do Kyung-hoo, states with a sly smirk, "So, you met Min Si-woo," revealing his awareness of Shu's return and the impact it's having on his former comrade. Do Kyung-hoo, looking a bit pained, reflects that even a mad dog like Shu grows cautious after 10 years, acknowledging Shu's skepticism and hinting at the world's changed landscape. Choi Dae-soo turns his back, asserting that Do Kyung-hoo, like everyone else, has completely misunderstood him, declaring that he doesn't seek a country or humanity's well-being, finding such notions laughable. With a contemptuous scoff, Choi Dae-soo dismisses the title of the three lords as nothing more than a joke, his expression becoming menacing and arrogant, revealing his true disdain for the past. With a wide, almost manic grin, Choi Dae-soo throws his arms open and declares his true, unadulterated desire, absolute supremacy over all, making his ruthless ambition perfectly clear. He elaborates on his endless craving for power, questioning why humanity, gifted with the overwhelming force of mana, shouldn't push its limits and see what lies beyond. He asserts that defeating strong opponents and striving for even greater power is his only goal, and that any deals made with demons were simply a matter of aligning interests to achieve his current position and supreme power. Choi Dae-soo explains that for the sake of national recovery and citizen safety, leaders of every nation, without exception, ultimately held hands with the demons. He claims that whatever their ulterior motives, humanity has restored and even advanced beyond its former civilization in just 10 years. With a condescending smirk, Choi Dae-soo challenges Do Kyung-hoo, asserting that back then, even Do Kyung-hoo must have seen negotiation as the best course of action, and now he dares to hold him accountable. Do Kyung-hoo cuts through Choi Dae-soo's justifications, looking stern as he directly asks if Choi Dae-soo truly made a deal with the demons concerning Min Si-woo and if he was involved in his disappearance and the erasure of his records. Choi Dae-soo laughs off the accusation as ridiculous, claiming he has nothing to hide. He brazenly states that if Min Si-woo is indeed back, it just means he gets a chance to crush him once and for all, even offering to agree to a three-way confrontation. A flash of surprise crosses Choi Dae-soo's eye as he realizes this unexpected confrontation could actually work out perfectly for his own agenda. Do Kyung-hoo walks away from Choi Dae-soo, his expression grim, stating that he has some very serious questions of his own to ask, clearly unsatisfied by Choi Dae-soo's evasive answers. Suddenly, our protagonist Shu appears, looking completely annoyed yet formidable, and coolly declares, "Long time no see, Choi Dae-soo." Shu steps through a shattered window, completely disregarding formalities, and mockingly observes that living in such a high place must be inconvenient, given how much of a hassle it is to come through the front gate with all its procedures. Standing calmly amidst the destruction he just caused, Shu, hands in his pockets, asserts that he'll get straight to the point before those annoying guys start gathering, showing his impatience and determination. He finally confronts Choi Dae-soo and Do Kyung-hoo, his voice filled with a chilling accusation as he questions if 10 years ago, when he fought the fourth Demon King, it was actually Choi Dae-soo who teamed up with Pandemonium to send him to another world. Choi Dae-soo, always the manipulator, scoffs at Shu's direct accusation, asking if that's all he has after such a dramatic entrance, mockingly calling him Mad Dog and claiming he's gotten boring. Our boy Shu, completely unfazed by the provocation, shoots back, asking if he needs to flip the entire building upside down to get a straight answer, then dismissively tells Choi Dae-soo, the one eye, to just answer the damn question. Choi Dae-soo lets out a chilling laugh, remarking that Shu's arrogant attitude is still exactly the same, and questions why, after 10 years, Shu hasn't aged a day. He then sarcastically asks what was so unfair that Shu had to break his window, implying Shu had an enjoyable trip to the other world. Choi Dae-soo's face twists as the shattered window behind him continues to buckle and break, a silent threat from Shu's surging power, completely ignoring Choi Dae-soo's petty complaints. With a menacing glint in his eye and mana radiating from his body, Shu calmly asks if he should simply rip Choi Dae-soo apart, scattering his limbs across different dimensions, before issuing a chilling ultimatum: answer his question if he doesn't want to die. Choi Dae-soo pauses, a flicker of surprise on his face as Shu's questions hit hard. Did he ever team up with that garbage organization, Pandemonium, and was he even slightly involved in the tragic death of Shu's beloved disciple, Young Minjun? Our boy Shu, his face shadowed by a chilling resolve, points directly at Choi Dae-soo, declaring with a dangerous edge that if he messed with Yowa and his other disciples, there will be hell to pay, his killing intent subtly radiating outwards. Choi Dae-soo simply scoffs, a dismissive PFFT escaping his lips, a clear sign of his arrogance and complete disregard for Shu's threats. And just like that, Choi Dae-soo bursts into a maniacal laugh, his eye-patch-covered face contorted in twisted amusement, declaring that that's more like it, clearly enjoying Shu's raw display of power and rage. As Shu's body ignites with a blinding golden aura, radiating immense power, Choi Dae-soo simply revels in the sight, claiming he's missed that bloodthirsty battlefield vibe and that intoxicating smell, completely unfazed by the danger. Choi Dae-soo, still completely unfazed by Shu's power, simply mocks him, claiming that while Shu was. He continues his taunt, declaring that Shu's killing intent isn't even enough to make his blood boil, mockingly demanding that Shu stop asking. Our boy Shu, clearly reaching his limit, fires back, asking if he needs to literally punch another hole in Choi Dae-soo's mouth to get an answer, as he lunges forward, ready to escalate the fight, only for Do Kyung-hoo to frantically shout for them to. Do Kyung-hoo, trying to contain the explosive situation, sternly commands both of them to calm down, reminding Choi Dae-soo that as an SS-rank hunter and the president, he holds a position of immense responsibility and cannot simply start a fight in a civilian area, questioning his complete disregard for public safety. He then turns his stern gaze to Shu, reminding him that even with his HMCS affiliation and his safety guaranteed by the Empire Guild, he cannot simply revert to the. But even as Do Kyung-hoo tries to reason with them, Choi Dae-soo, with a sinister undercurrent, cuts in, threatening to brand Shu's brother, Min Siwoo, and his Empire Guild as attackers of the government if Shu doesn't stop this confrontation immediately, using Sijuan as a direct leverage point. Choi Dae-soo, completely unmoved by the threats or pleas for peace, scoffs in boredom, lamenting that this whole situation is. He then reflects on the. His clenched fist radiates red energy as he disdainfully concludes that the current era, with its rules and diplomacy, is utterly. With a final, dismissive gesture, Choi Dae-soo declares that since Shu managed to make his blood boil, even if just for a moment, he'll answer one thing he claims to have had. Choi Dae-soo, always the opportunist, coolly asserts that Kang Yeowa willingly joined him, mockingly adding that if Shu's disciples didn't live up to expectations, it's certainly not his fault. With a chillingly confident smile, Choi Dae-soo then challenges Shu, telling him to come find him properly next time for more questions, and promises to prepare a place where our mad dog can truly go wild as much as you want, a dangerous invitation for their next clash. As Choi Dae-soo dismisses Shu, an assistant nervously reports unusual sounds from the upper floors, but Choi Dae-soo, utterly confident, scoffs at the concern, boldly declaring that no one on this entire continent is strong enough to pose a threat to his safety. The assistant apologizes, and Choi Dae-soo, his expression hardening, immediately switches gears, ordering his team to contact the Immeasurable Legion, prepare an A-rank gate, and most crucially, to bring Kang Yeowa, setting his sinister plan into motion. 7 hours earlier, Kang Yeowa, looking serious, discusses a recently discovered gate where several hunter corpses were found. She explains that autopsies revealed their internal organs were ruptured at a cellular level, a chilling and mysterious cause of death, then questions, "IZ? What's that?"
She continues her analysis to a male hunter, deducing that the hunters either fell victim to someone with a very specific, deadly skill, or, more disturbingly, they all ingested some unknown, destructive substance. The true problem, Kang Yowa reveals, is that all the deceased hunters were connected to a shadowy, mysterious trade guild known as IZ, an organization that conveniently operates right near the newly discovered, Deadly Gate. The male hunter, with a concerned expression, observes that the IZ guild is so incredibly low profile that he, a seasoned hunter, has never even heard of them, and there's barely any actionable data available. His face clouds with grim realization as he then reveals a chilling rumor. Whispers suggest the mysterious guild's leader isn't human at all, but rather, a terrifying demon. Kang Yowa acknowledges the disturbing rumor, stating that working closely with the government exposes you to a lot of classified information. She tells the male hunter that believing the rumor is up to him, but she fully intends to handle this dangerous investigation independently. Kang Yowa, now on the phone, confirms her suspicions that they're definitely making moves and promises to update her contact as soon as she learns more about the mysterious gate in the IZ guild. A male hunter, revealed to be Sijuan, calls out Yowa Nuna, as he warns her that Choi Daesu is actively monitoring her guild, instructing her not to initiate contact unless he reaches out first, highlighting the ongoing tension with the president. Sijuan stands, looking confused and hurt, as Kang Yowa walks away, her back to him, leaving him to question, "Why are you?" clearly taken aback by her sudden departure. Kang Yowa, her back still to Sijuan, makes a chilling declaration, stating that she's not planning to return and instructing him to keep this a secret from Master, deliberately pushing him away and concealing her true intentions from Shu. Sijuan sits in contemplative silence, arms crossed, realizing that he had expected this to some extent, confirming his suspicion that Kang Yowa didn't stay under Choi Daesu's thumb for 10 years without a reason. Sijuan's thoughts continue to swirl, an image of Kang Yowa with Choi Daesu haunting his mind, as he desperately questions, but why now? He wonders why, even if she initially joined Choi Daesu to search for Shu, she's acting like this now that his brother has finally returned. Sijuan reflects on his brother's 3 direct disciples, including Kang Yowa and Xiaolong, acknowledging that Shu trusted them completely. But to Sijuan, all 3 seemed burdened by their own secrets, making him realize he couldn't trust anyone completely. Sijuan, pinching the bridge of his nose in deep frustration, lets out a heavy sigh, questioning the hidden motives of Kang Yowa and Xiaolong, and expressing his concern, "What are you guys thinking? What about Yowa?" The door swings open, revealing our protagonist Shu, who steps into the office, surprising Sijuan, who immediately blurts out, "Hyung?" He then directly questions Shu, asking, "Did Kang Yowa say something to you?" sensing a connection between Shu's return and Yowa's strange behavior. Shu, caught off guard by Sijuan's direct question, looks away, his face etched with hesitation, as he stammers, "That's," clearly grappling with how to respond to his perceptive younger brother. Seeing Shu's hesitation, Sijuan looks at his older brother with a knowing intensity, directly telling him not to hide anything and to just tell him the truth about what's going on. Sijuan presses further, his gaze sharp, asking if something happened to Yowa, as the scene shifts to show Kang Yowa, the Azure Blossom Guild leader, looking serious and professional, standing by a car with other hunters, perhaps about to embark on a mission. As Kang Yowa prepares to leave, a group of her guild members approaches, apologizing for the interruption but delivering an urgent message: His Excellency has summoned her, a directive that clearly changes her plans. Kang Yowa's face tightens with a frustrated curse as she hears the summons, then, with a heavy sigh of resignation, she confirms she's on her way, knowing the call is from President Choi Daesu, her manipulative uncle. The narrative flashes back 10 years, shortly after Min Saiwa's disappearance, revealing a sinister meeting where a powerful figure is asked to cooperate in erasing all memories of Min Saiwa, laying bare the shocking conspiracy behind our hero's forgotten legacy. A plump, horned demon named Hikaten, a subordinate of the Second Lord of Calamity, confirms that Shu was one of the individuals who pushed the 4 Lords of Calamity to the brink of death, establishing Shu's immense threat to the demon hierarchy. Hikaten, the demon, explains their calculated motives. Erasing Shu's memory was crucial for maintaining control and authority, as a human nearly defeating a demon lord was a dire threat to their rule. He argues that upholding their fragile peace agreement benefits both sides, even in this chaotic post-war era. Choi Daesu, with his signature eye patch, dismisses Hikaten's arguments as absurd. He reminds the demon that despite accepting the terms of the treaty, the war definitively ended with humanity's victory, not theirs, asserting a cold, hard truth. Choi Desa continues to challenge Hikaten, questioning why humanity should even consider the proposals of demons who are now being exiled to the polar regions, especially when the agreement already includes helping to rebuild the damage they caused, suggesting their leverage is weak. Hikaten, the cunning demon, with a sly grin, addresses the SS rank hunter Choi Desu, revealing that they have been observing him for quite some time and understand that deep down, he must be secretly regretting that the war against humanity has finally come to an end, hinting at a shared, darker ambition. Hikaten, the cunning demon, continues to press Choi Desu, asking if he's not right that Choi Desa discovered a new, limitless power, but now, the era of wielding that power without restrictions or laws has definitively ended. Hikaten doesn't back down, stating that Choi Desa secretly desires to fight stronger opponents, and the demons can help him achieve Mana's ultimate form, a tempting offer for someone obsessed with power. Choi Desa clenches his fist, a dark thought boiling within him, scoffing at the demon's audacity to go so far just to erase the undeniable fact that their demon lord was utterly defeated by a mere human. Still, Choi Desu, ever the shrewd negotiator, presents his counter. If he accepts their proposal and becomes even stronger, he'll become a far greater threat to the demons. He challenges Hikaten, asking if they have truly considered the consequences of unleashing his full potential. Hikaten, with a sly smile, explains their perspective. Unlike fleeting humans, demons have a much longer lifespan and vastly different views. They simply seek to uncover the true nature of mana and the dimensional gates, implying a shared scientific curiosity that transcends petty conflicts. With his proposal laid out, Hikaten concludes their meeting, stating they will await Choi Desu's favorable response and turns to walk away, leaving Choi Desu to ponder the tempting offer. Meanwhile, we cut to the present, introducing Choi Desu, known as the strongest hunter in South Korea, inside an F-rank gate owned by his very own infinite-numbered guild. Choi Desu stands in a barren, empty gate. A subordinate approaches, confirming that as per Choi Desu's request, they have secured an empty F-rank gate with absolutely no search value, glowing with a subdued, reddish mana. The subordinate explains that this entire location belongs to the infinite-numbered guild, under Choi Desu's ownership, and public access has been strictly restricted by his guild master's authority. Furthermore, they've confirmed that there are no living entities left inside, ensuring absolute privacy for whatever scheme Choi Desu is cooking up. Choi Desu, with a dismissive look, tells his subordinate, "Good, you've done well. Now get out." Then, with a chillingly calm tone, he asks, "You sent the invitation properly, right?" hinting at a clandestine meeting or a trap being set for someone very important. Choi Desu's subordinate, looking visibly concerned, tries to address him about the summit meeting scheduled for tomorrow, but is abruptly cut off. Choi Desu, with his back to his subordinate, dismisses the concern about the summit, curtly telling him he's aware and to stop repeating himself. The subordinate lets out a frustrated sigh, thinking about being sent on a business trip, indicating he's now being dismissed, while Kang Yowa stands nearby in a barren, desolate landscape. Kang Yowa, radiating a faint red aura and with a challenging stance, confronts Choi Desu, demanding to know why he went through the trouble of summoning her to this secluded location. Choi Desu, with a warning gaze, admonishes Kang Yowa to choose her words carefully when others are around, implying the sensitive nature of their conversation, as he places a hand on his subservient subordinate's shoulder. As his subordinate walks away into a glowing portal, Kang Yowa, her expression serious and still radiating a subtle red energy, directly presses Choi Desu, asking what this mysterious meeting is truly about. Kang Yowa stares in utter shock and disbelief as Choi Desu, with a knowing smirk, reveals his awareness that she suspects he played a crucial role in Min Saiwoo's disappearance. Choi Desu, his expression serious, begins his chilling confession, stating that at the time, he neither accepted nor cooperated with the demon's proposal regarding Shu. He then delivers a cold, devastating truth. Even though he was aware that Min Saiwoo was gradually being erased from existence, he did nothing because Saiwoo's fate was simply not his concern, leaving Kang Yowa completely stunned. Kang Yowa's face twists in profound outrage and disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she demands to know what kind of bullshit Choi Desu is spouting, utterly unable to process his callous confession of betrayal. Choi Desu, with a sinister red glow surrounding him, chillingly confesses his true, twisted motive, admitting that the reason his past actions now feel uncomfortable is simply because he needed confirmation that between him and Min Saiwoo, he was always the stronger one, utterly shattering Kang Yowa's understanding of betrayal. Engulfed in a furious red aura, Kang Yowa screams in rage and disgust, calling Choi Desu an absolute psycho, completely repulsed by his chilling confession. Kang Yowa, now radiating immense blue energy, slams her foot down, demanding to know if Choi Dae-soo even realizes the gravity of his words, especially concerning the demon's insidious proposal. Her power surges, cracking the desolate ground beneath her as Kang Yoa's face twists with horrifying realization. It was Choi Dae-soo all along, behind her master's disappearance, his records being erased, every single act that destroyed Shu's legacy. But Choi Dae-soo, completely unruffled, casually grabs Kang Yoa by the face, delivering another venomous, manipulative jab, telling her with a chilling smirk that she's. Choi Dae-soo relentlessly continues his brutal psychological assault, taunting Kang Yoa about her. Kang Yoa lies defeated and utterly broken amidst the rubble, completely crushed by Choi Dae-soo's words, his chilling voice echoing in her mind, branding her as nothing more than a. Choi Dae-soo, looking somber and adjusting his tie, admits his own deep-seated insecurities, revealing that the. Now, with a sinister, determined gleam in his eye, Choi Dae-soo declares that with Min Saiwa's return, it's finally time for him to rid himself of this. Kang Yoa, battered and sprawled on the ground, lets out a pained, sarcastic laugh, defiantly challenging Choi Dae-soo's twisted game, questioning if he truly thinks her master would entertain his. Choi Dae-soo, having completely crushed Kang Yoa, places his foot on her, casually dismissing her defiance. He asserts his confidence, stating he was once skeptical when Min Saiwa wasted his time playing family, but now he's sure. Choi Dae-soo's chilling monologue continues, revealing that his recent confrontation with Shu confirmed his beliefs, as he sensed the deep scars and immense power Shu accumulated during his long, traumatic absence. With a merciless kick to Kang Yoa's face, Choi Dae-soo declares that she only needs to serve as an ignition point, stating he'll use every card he has, even without knowing the full truth behind Minjun's death, confirming his sinister plans for her. Kang Yoa struggles against the shimmering, powerful chains now binding her, letting out a pained grunt as mana crackles around the unbreakable restraints. Choi Dae-soo, holding a sinister glowing orb, scoffs at Kang Yoa's futile struggle, explaining that these unbreakable shackles were crafted by the most skilled artisans of the Black Abyss, designed to hold even an S-rank hunter like her. He chillingly details how the restraint absorbs her mana, gnawing at her energy center with every struggle, threatening permanent crippling. With a dismissive smirk, he tells her to struggle all she wants, because that's her only role in his larger, brutal plan against Shu. Despite her agonizing pain and the overwhelming power of the shackles, Kang Yoa defiantly glares at Choi Dae-soo, shouting that his twisted actions will change nothing, and he'll always be nothing but trash, clinging to her last shred of dignity. But her defiance is abruptly cut short as her eyes widen in utter shock, a sudden realization or unexpected shift in the situation momentarily stealing her breath, hinting at another twist in Choi Dae-soo's cruel game. Suddenly, the entire desolate landscape erupts in a blinding, fiery explosion of red and orange energy, tearing through the ground and sky, a devastating force completely engulfing the area. The destructive blast rips through the terrain, sending massive chunks of rock and dust flying, transforming the area into a scorched, chaotic wasteland under a menacing red glow. Amidst the scorched, chaotic wasteland, Choi Dae-soo, radiating immense red and orange energy, lets out a maniacal roar, celebrating that from this moment on, history will finally be rewritten to his liking. As Shu stands calmly, his body crackling with golden light, Choi Dae-soo's voice echoes with arrogant confidence, declaring that the outdated hero of the past will die here, and the clear history will proclaim him, Choi Dae-soo, as the strongest in this land. Our boy Shu, with a chilling, dangerous smirk, simply stares back at Choi Dae-soo, calmly dismissing him as nothing more than a lunatic. Their power finally clashes, erupting into a blinding explosion of golden and red energy, sending shockwaves across the desolate landscape as Choi Dae-soo maniacally laughs, unleashing even more destructive red mana at our hero. Shu effortlessly blocks Choi Dae-soo's attack, which the president dismisses as so light, taunting Shu that 10 years have widened the gap between their strength, completely underestimating Shu's true power. From within, Pred's voice, tinged with concern, warns Shu that Choi Dae-soo is a monster and his own power output hasn't fully returned, but Shu, still radiating golden energy, calmly dismisses the worry, declaring there's no time for it. With a hardened gaze, Shu commands Pred to go at maximum output, preparing to unleash the full force of his power, his body igniting with an even more intense golden aura. Shu, now fully engulfed in radiating golden energy, declares he's going full power with Pred. Pred internally questions if Shu is crazy, reminding him his mana has only recovered to half at best, and acknowledging that Choi Dae-soo is indeed stronger than any human he has ever encountered. Pred's concerns deepen as he questions if he can even absorb a skill of Choi Daesu's immense scale while Shu is trapped in his weakened body, warning of unknown side effects if they push their limits and reminding Shu of previous warnings. But Shu, unwavering and resolute, dismisses Pred's worries, calmly asserting that half is still 50% of the power he wielded in the other world, and confidently declares that it's fine, there's no problem at all. Our boy Shu, brimming with a golden aura and confident in his Choi Daesu, now completely consumed by a furious red energy, unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, sending shockwaves through the very ground as he dismisses Shu's efforts, gloating that foray. Meanwhile, chained and utterly mesmerized, Kan Yowa watches the devastating exchange, a chilling realization dawning on her as she recognizes this isn't just a fight, but a true clash of a first-generation hunter, a legendary. Still bound and wide-eyed, Kan Yowa struggles to even keep up with the impossible speed of the fight, admitting she knew there was a power gap, but she never expected the difference between an S-rank and an SS-rank hunter to be this absolutely immense. Choi Daesu, now wielding a menacing, spear-like artifact crackling with dark red energy, lets out a triumphant cackle, reveling in the primal thrill of battle, having finally thrown away all restraints, as he prepares to unleash his full, terrifying power. With a savage grin, Choi Daesu declares that he is slamming himself into the very essence of mana, ready to push his limits and overpower Shu with pure, unadulterated strength, leaving no doubt about his destructive intentions. Shu, radiating a subtle green mana, effortlessly dodges Choi Daesu's aggressive assault, casually observing that even after 10 long years, Choi Daesu's disgusting hobby of collecting toys and showing off hasn't changed one bit, completely dismissing his opponent's theatrics. The ground shatters and cracks from the sheer force of Choi Daesu's attacks, sending debris flying as an unseen observer gasps in sheer terror, questioning if this crazy bastard is even human, completely overwhelmed by the raw, destructive power on display. The observer, revealed to be Sijuan, watches in wide-eyed disbelief, internally acknowledging that Choi Daesu looks like he could fight a high-ranking demon on equal footing, and that his spear-like artifact is clearly no ordinary weapon. Despite this, Sijuan, always loyal to Shu, mentally dismisses him as a. Choi Daesu stands tall, his spear now radiating an ominous golden light, completely disregarding his powerful display. He lets out a contemptuous scoff, looking down on Shu and coldly declaring him. Choi Daesu, with a maniacal laugh, unleashes the full might of his formidable golden light energy field, bringing immense pressure to bear down on Shu, who is engulfed in destructive red energy below, completely dismissing any notion of Shu's relevance. Choi Daesu relentlessly assaults Shu with a barrage of powerful, red energy-imbued attacks, taunting him with his old moniker, demanding that the mad dog not even dare to flinch. Shu, defending with a luminous golden shield, blocks the fierce onslaught, while Choi Daesu, impressed by Shu's resilience yet still arrogant, questions if this meager defense is all it takes to make Shu finally crack. With a menacing expression, Choi Daesu gathers his destructive red energy, vowing to shatter Shu's pathetic shield into dust, confident that his next blow will utterly overwhelm our protagonist. Just as Choi Daesu prepares his decisive strike, Shu unleashes a surprising counterattack, activating a powerful icy blue skill, the Frostfang Spear, catching the president off guard. Shu's icy attack explodes with overwhelming force, directly hitting Choi Daesu, who groans in pain as his formidable golden spear shatters and falls to the ground, a clear sign of the unexpected damage he sustained. Despite the devastating blow, Choi Daesu, wiping a speck of mana from his face, recovers quickly with a triumphant smirk, acknowledging Shu's power while boasting that a true master never falls so easily. Shu, clutching his stomach but his resolve unyielding, sternly orders Choi Daesu to stop talking and remove Kang Yowa's mana restraints if he doesn't want to die, showcasing his unwavering focus despite his own injuries. Kang Yowa, battered but defiant in her mana chains, finally unleashes her pent-up fury, confronting Choi Daesu and questioning his twisted goals, asking if he truly thinks he can still benefit from the government after such a petty, manipulative stunt. Choi Daesu, completely unmoved by Kang Yowa's emotional outburst, dismisses her words with a sinister smile, still fixated on her potential as a tool, and eagerly commands her to unleash even more of her hidden power, revealing his continued manipulation. Choi Daesu, completely unconcerned with Kang Yowa's emotional struggle, mercilessly twists the knife, sneering that merely existing is enough glory for the daughter of a serial killer, driving her to utter despair. Kang Yowa, pushed to her absolute breaking point by Choi Daesu's psychological torture, lets out a desperate, guttural scream, commanding him to shut up, her voice raw with pain. Tears stream down Kang Yowa's face as she trembles in her mana chains, threatening Choi Daesu that if he keeps running his mouth any further, she won't be able to hold back her rage. Suddenly, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the tension, making Kang Yeohwa flinch in surprise as it commands, "Don't move, Kangwa," stopping her in her tracks. It's our boy Shu, now radiating a formidable, fiery orange mana, who makes his dramatic entrance, warning Kang Yeohwa that she'll get hurt if she continues to struggle. Choi Dae-soo stares in utter shock, completely taken aback by Shu's unexpected and powerful arrival, as Shu's mana crackles with an ominous intensity, making Choi Dae-soo's skin tingle with a dangerous excitement. Shu launches into a blistering attack, engaging Choi Dae-soo in a fierce, mana-fueled clash, demanding him to shut his damn mouth, while Choi Dae-soo, despite being on the defensive, acknowledges Shu's impressive mana control, especially for a healer. Choi Dae-soo, skillfully deflecting Shu's relentless assault with his shield, demonstrates his tactical prowess, a testament to his decade of combat experience. Surrounded by a pulsing red aura, Choi Dae-soo taunts Shu, questioning if his cowardly fighting style and conservative regulation of skill output haven't changed one bit in the last 10 years, trying to get under his skin. Shu, completely unimpressed by the taunt, retorts that Choi Dae-soo is simply criticizing because he doesn't understand tactics, dismissing his arrogance. Choi Dae-soo then scoffs, admitting he was young and hot-blooded back then, before unleashing a powerful green mana skill, ready to escalate their brutal confrontation. Choi Dae-soo, now fully embracing his power and radiating an ominous red energy around his spear, declares that from Shu's last attack, he's realized something crucial, his tone hinting at a deeper understanding of Shu's true abilities. Suddenly, Shu is violently slammed into the ground by an unseen force, his body crackling with destructive red energy and bound by phantom chains around his ankles, leaving him stunned and struggling against Choi Dae-soo's immense power. Choi Dae-soo, still radiating his powerful red aura and holding his formidable spear, confidently declares to the seemingly defeated Shu that he is no longer relevant, asserting his dominance over the incapacitated hero. Choi Dae-soo unleashes a relentless, devastating barrage of red energy-imbued attacks with his spear, repeatedly slamming Shu into the ground with overwhelming force, his face contorted in a maniacal grin, reveling in his apparent victory. Meanwhile, chained and helpless, Kang Yeohwa can only scream out her master's name, "Master," her voice filled with desperate anguish as she watches Shu being brutally overwhelmed by Choi Dae-soo's merciless assault. A close-up reveals Kang Yeohwa's bruised and tear-streaked face, her eyes wide with pure shock and despair, still bound by mana chains, powerless to intervene as her master suffers. But just when all hope seems lost, Shu, now radiating an overpowering golden aura, stands triumphantly over a defeated, bleeding Choi Dae-soo, who lies broken on the ground, and coolly declares, "You are not my equal, Choi Dae-soo," utterly reversing the tide of battle. Shu effortlessly wields Choi Dae-soo's formidable spear, now shattered, as a wide-eyed Choi Dae-soo watches in disbelief, realizing Shu's immense power allowed him to block a legendary artifact capable of slicing through entire buildings without even a flinch. Choi Dae-soo taunts Shu, questioning if he's been fighting for only 10 years, but Shu delivers a powerful, decisive blow to the arrogant president, revealing with chilling calm that he's actually been doing this for 100 years, completely humbling his opponent. Choi Dae-soo, engulfed in a blinding flash of red electrical energy, looks utterly defeated and shattered, his face contorted in pain and disbelief as Shu's overwhelming, century-honed power completely subdues him. Despite being utterly decimated by Shu's overwhelming power, Choi Dae-soo, sprawled in a crater, lets out a twisted, joyful laugh, embracing the pain as a thrill, declaring it the most fun he's had since his last brutal fight. Choi Dae-soo, now back on his feet, questions if Shu is truly holding back just for one strike. He then reveals his sinister plan, declaring that if that's the case, he'll unleash his full power as well, his hand ominously hovering over a mana-regulating bracelet. A flashback reveals the truth behind the bracelet. About 5 years ago, all officially recognized SS-rank hunters worldwide were required to wear this device, a strict measure to control their immense power. Choi Dae-soo, now engulfed in a menacing red aura, explains that the bracelet restricts mana, physical abilities, and skills, all to prevent massive societal damage. He then reveals the chilling consequence: disabling it without government authorization immediately brands one as a criminal. With a contemptuous flick, Choi Dae-soo discards the mana regulator, calling such restrictions on power utterly disgusting, making it clear he despises anything that binds his strength. Our boy Shu, with a confident, mocking smirk, observes the discarded regulator, calling it a dog collar that perfectly suits a beast like Choi Dae-soo, who only knows how to fight. Shu confronts the now unleashed Choi Dae-soo, questioning if he truly climbed to the presidency just to gain government approval for his endless dogfights, implying a trivial motive for such a powerful position.
Choi Dae-soo's face twists with fury and arrogance, yelling that Shu utterly overestimates himself if he thinks that's his only reason for being there, but then, with a chilling calm, simply adds, "But, sure," as the very ground cracks beneath his surging power. Completely unhinged and radiating overwhelming, destructive energy, Choi Dae-soo boasts that he hasn't had anyone truly worthy of testing his full power on, until now, clearly seeing Shu as the ultimate challenge. Shu, his fists crackling with golden electricity, simply smiles, completely unfazed by Choi Dae-soo's immense display of power, and calmly retorts, "You sure love to talk big," ready to meet his opponent's full force head-on. Our boy Shu, brimming with a golden aura and confident in his century of experience, simply smiles, ready to meet Choi Dae-soo's challenge head-on, telling him, "Then show me what you've got." The battle intensifies as Shu and Choi Dae-soo clash in a blinding explosion of golden and red energy, their immense powers ripping through the very ground with devastating force. Kang Yeohwa, still bound by mana chains, screams in terror as the sheer force of the battle shakes the very ground, completely overwhelmed by the power on display. Chained and helpless, Kang Yeohwa internally screams, realizing that just the mana clashing between Shu and Choi Dae-soo was enough to crack the ground, and at this rate, even the gate therein won't hold and will completely collapse. Kang Yeohwa grimaces, agonizing over the terrifying thought that if this brutal clash continues, Shu's overwhelming power could end up harming innocent people, intensifying her desperate internal struggle. Despite her fear and the unbreakable chains, Kang Yeohwa, with fierce resolve, struggles to rise, declaring internally that she has to stop this destructive battle, no matter the cost. The devastating mana clash between Shu and Choi Dae-soo reaches a blinding crescendo, engulfing the entire landscape in a furious explosion of golden and red energy, each attack capable of shattering mountains. Just as the chaos seems endless, a new figure, Min Saiwoo, Shu's brother, appears, roaring with immense power, wielding a colossal hammer-like weapon as he slams it into the ground, creating a massive shockwave to intervene in the brothers' fight. Our boy Shu, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, activates Lightning Flash, dodging Min Saiwoo's attacks with lightning speed as Pred, his inner companion, complains about his stomach hurting but admits the skill feels amazing. Shu acknowledges that even at half power, Min Saiwoo's strength is on another level, leaving him with a sharp GUH, as he pushes his own limits. Choi Dae-soo, bleeding and battered, stares in utter disbelief, questioning how Shu could still be alive even after releasing his limits. He lets out a chilling, maniacal laugh as countless glowing red swords rain down from the sky, a powerful, desperate last resort. As countless glowing red swords rain down from the sky, Choi Dae-soo, bleeding but maniacal, unleashes his full power, manifesting a colossal, demonic weapon imbued with terrifying dark energy that seems to tear through the very air, ready to decimate Shu. Meanwhile, Shu's brother, Min Saiwoo, is utterly taken aback, looking down at a fierce tiger-like creature with a red aura, questioning if it's a monster sealed inside an artifact, sensing a new, unexpected power joining the fray. Our boy Shu, calm amidst the chaos, activates his skill. A stunned Choi Dae-soo, caught off guard by Shu's unexpected maneuver and new ally, lets out a surprised, frustrated shout. Min Saiwoo, still grappling with the sheer power on display, stares at Shu, who stands radiating a powerful purple aura alongside his spectral tiger companion, and demands to know what the hell Shu has been doing for the past 10 years to gain such bewildering abilities. With a chilling, confident smirk, Shu coolly declares. The battle erupts into even greater chaos as Choi Dae-soo furiously screams. Min Saiwoo, exasperated and visibly stressed, questions if they both lost their minds, urgently demanding they look around and grasp the catastrophic damage their reckless fight is causing. The very gate they are fighting in is shown cracking and on the verge of collapsing, with text warning of the devastating consequences if all the magic and energy spills out into the world, emphasizing the immense danger. Kang Yeohwa, appearing grim and determined, asserts that if the gate collapses, Choi Dae-soo, his face contorted in a furious grimace, glares at Kang Yeohwa and curses her, calling her an arrogant brat for defying him. Kang Yeohwa, still bound but completely composed, calmly reveals to a furious Choi Dae-soo that while he was losing control in his pointless rage, she contacted the association in HMCS headquarters, and it won't be long before they respond and reopen the gate. With a determined gaze, Kang Yeohwa turns away from the battle, facing Min Saiwoo and declaring that it's time to end this fight here, making it clear she won't let Choi Dae-soo's recklessness destroy everything. Choi Dae-soo, looking utterly bewildered and defeated, stares at the mana regulator he so arrogantly discarded, muttering in disbelief as his plans crumble around him.
Meanwhile, an assistant urgently contacts HMCS headquarters, informing President Choi that it's an urgent matter and he needs to make time, completely unaware of the chaos he's just caused. The assistant stresses that President Choi needs to make time. Choi Dae-soo, gritting his teeth in frustration and visible defeat, slams his phone shut, cursing under his breath but admitting he'll be there, a bitter pill to swallow after his grand display of power. Min Si-woo, with his casual stance, watches as Kang Yo-hwa addresses a still-defeated Choi Dae-soo, coolly observing that this is exactly why they say you should never take in a wild beast like him. Choi Dae-soo, his face grim with utter defeat, glares at Kang Yo-hwa and Min Si-woo, curtly telling them he's lost interest and to simply get lost, turning away from the shattered battlefield and acknowledging his unexpected failure. With Choi Dae-soo's retreat, the battle is decisively over, leaving only his lingering shadow on the desolate, cracked ground, a silent testament to the fight's dramatic conclusion. Kang Yo-hwa lies on the ground, bruised and defeated, internally lamenting that Shu was the last person she wanted to find out her secret. She vows that she would rather die than betray the sincerity and kindness her master showed her. She silently agonizes over how she will explain to Shu that the disciple he took in and cared for is the daughter of a notorious criminal, as Shu's voice cuts through her thoughts, calling out her name, Kanghwa. Our boy Shu, his face etched with genuine concern, reaches out to his battered disciple, gently asking if she is okay and not too badly hurt from the brutal fight. Kang Yo-hwa, bruised and still recovering, looks up at her master, a blush creeping onto her face as she struggles to form words. "Ah, master, you." A soft, almost pained smile plays on her lips as she closes her eyes, realizing that despite everything, her master is still the warm and compassionate person she remembers. Overwhelmed with emotion and relief, Kang Yo-hwa abruptly lunges forward and embraces Shu tightly, burying her face into his chest and crying out his name, "Master." From within, Pred grumbles about her having too much energy. Elsewhere, President Choi Dae-soo, standing confidently in his office, dismisses the ongoing commotion, stating he doesn't understand why everyone is making such a big deal over a single hunter's words, and firmly reiterates that he hasn't broken any laws. Kang Yo-hwa, now on a phone call and looking stressed, explains that a certain foolish hunter caused such an uproar that the HMCS intervened, admitting that the resulting confusion at headquarters is technically their fault, but her tone suggests there's more to the story. Back in his office, Choi Dae-soo, with a stern and subtly annoyed expression, questions the severity of the HMCS's actions, deeming it excessive to interfere with something as trivial as a light training session inside a closed gate. A new, formidable figure is introduced, Edward C. Blackwood, the vice president of HMCS International Headquarters, a blonde, impeccably dressed man who calmly acknowledges someone with a simple, "Mr. Blackwood." Edward C. Blackwood, the sharp vice president of HMCS International, immediately cuts through Choi Dae-soo's excuses, coolly reminding him that his former legal status no longer applies now that he's brazenly removed his manner restraining bracelet. Blackwood drives his point home, emphasizing that SS-class hunters are strictly forbidden from engaging in personal battles, making Choi Dae-soo's recent power flex a massive violation. He further explains that any lifting of such restrictions must be reported to the Hunter Association or HMCS, and even worse, using magic power against an HMCS-affiliated hunter like Shu warrants a full-blown investigation. Blackwood doesn't mince words, staring down Choi Dae-soo and asserting that given his status as a national leader, he could even be dragged before an international court for his reckless actions. He coldly informs Choi Dae-soo that even if there were no violations in his home country, there are still sufficient grounds for serious issues under international law, making it clear Choi Dae-soo is in deep trouble. However, a sly smile plays on Blackwood's face as he pivots, stating that in these peaceful times, there's no need to stir up unnecessary social chaos over what he calls a minor incident, hinting at a political play. Blackwood, with a charming yet firm demeanor, sincerely requests that Choi Dae-soo handle this matter himself in Korea, essentially delegating the headache while subtly maintaining his international leverage over the president. But just to keep things fair, Blackwood adds that even if they decide to let this matter slide, they still need to hear from all the parties involved to fully understand the situation, setting up a direct meeting for Shu. He concludes with a knowing smirk, sipping his drink, that this means they'll need to meet the mysterious man who had a small fight with none other than an SS-class hunter, referring to our boy Shu. Choi Dae-soo, his face etched with a mixture of surprise and concern, stares at Blackwood, finally grasping the true implication of his words, asking, "Are you finally making that bastard a target," referring to Shu, and sensing a deeper game at play. Choi Dae-soo ends his intense conversation with Blackwood, curtly stating that he'll see him in Korea, his mind already spinning with new, dangerous plans. He reflects on his fight with Shu, admitting it's a true disgrace. A decade ago, he felt the difference in their strength, but it wasn't this severe. He was close enough to reach him, and he was sure this time, he would surpass him. But to his utter disbelief, over the 10 years Shu disappeared, he grew impossibly stronger, as if he had become an entirely different being. Choi Dae-soo, radiating his formidable power, fumes that no matter how many years have passed, he himself has never stopped pursuing strength, so there's no way the gap between them should be this overwhelmingly vast. He furiously wonders what the hell that bastard has been doing all this time. A wicked grin spreads across Choi Dae-soo's face as he revels in the realization, questioning how long it's been since he last felt the true thrill of fighting without restraint. Sitting with a dark, confident resolve, Choi Dae-soo declares that the strength he gained while being bound by societal chains isn't enough. After all this time, he finally has a goal worth breaking free for again, and with a chilling smirk, he welcomes back the mad dog, Shu. 1 week later, we cut to the Azure Flower Guild headquarters, where 2 guild members are deep in conversation, hinting at the latest developments. A male hunter from the Azure Flower Guild confronts Kang Yeohwa, questioning why, for such a trivial reason, she didn't even bother to come and greet him despite knowing he was here, a clear jab at her recent emotional distance. Kang Yeohwa, holding a drink and a soft, knowing smile, admits she has no excuse, but for her, it was simply enough just knowing that her master, Shu, had finally returned. A male hunter, clearly frustrated by the ongoing drama and Kang Yeohwa's emotional response, lets out a dramatic sigh, muttering, seriously, as he struggles to understand her complicated feelings. Amidst the emotional intensity, Kang Yeohwa brings up the core reason for their discussion, asking Sejun if he managed to uncover any new information regarding Minjun's tragic fate during his investigations. Sejun, with a grim expression, apologizes and confirms he couldn't find anything, concluding that it's clear no one within the country was involved in Minjun's murder, shifting the search to an external source. He further explains that while Choi Dae-soo undeniably uses him for his own benefit, Sejun hasn't found any evidence that the president is currently scheming against Shu's younger sibling or other disciples, slightly easing the immediate threat. A flustered Kang Yeohwa quickly clarifies that her assessment of Choi Dae-soo is purely based on circumstantial evidence and her observations, not any familial bias, to which Sejun calmly responds that he already knows. Sejun gently pats Kang Yeohwa's head, telling her that if Choi Dae-soo truly saw her as family, he wouldn't have done such disgusting things, reassuring her that Choi Dae-soo's actions speak louder than his manipulative words. With a soft, pained smile, Kang Yeohwa reassures Sejun that she's fine now that her master, Shu, has healed all her physical wounds, but her expression still hints at deeper, unaddressed emotional scars. Sejun, his face etched with concern, firmly tells her that her physical state isn't the issue at all, sensing the profound emotional burden she carries. He asserts that it's about freeing herself from her pathetic bloodline, regardless of whether her mother was a criminal. Kang Yeohwa has lived her own life and done nothing wrong. He encourages her that if she still feels guilty, she should live proudly and give back to the world, a powerful message of redemption. In a poignant flashback, Sejun is seen comforting Kang Yeohwa amidst crumbling ruins, promising her with unwavering resolve that he will help her with that, offering his full support in her journey to overcome her past. Back in the present, a grateful Kang Yeohwa manages a soft chuckle, admitting that she's never truly lived alone, always having people like Sejun and her master supporting her, a testament to the bonds that give her strength despite her inner turmoil, a thought she'll carry into her next interaction with Sejun tomorrow. The next day, Kang Yeohwa, still processing her feelings, admits to Sejun that she feels bad for making him worry for no reason all this time, a quiet moment of regret. She reflects on Sejun's perspective, realizing it must have been incredibly hard for him to trust someone like her, who has hidden so much about her past and true intentions. Shu, listening to her, casually reminds her that Sejun is quite a cautious guy and advises her to make things right with him when she sees him tomorrow, offering some brotherly advice. Kang Yeohwa, flustered, questions tomorrow, and admits things are still a bit awkward between them. Shu, however, dismisses her concerns, stating they're both adults and there's no problem, especially since he's already spoken to Sejun about it. Still holding his phone, Shu thinks about how Choi Dae-soo handled the aftermath of their fight, observing that while chaotic, it didn't devolve into an utter mess. He then sighs, realizing Sejun's ridiculous intuition led to 9 missed calls, just as someone calls out Junior. A familiar male hunter, looking completely out of breath and frantic, confronts Shu and Kang Yeohwa, exclaiming he was leaving for a business trip today, but urgently came all the way here because Shu wasn't answering his phone. He then cuts to the chase, revealing he just received a call from the HMCS International Headquarters regarding Hunter Min Saiwoo. The male hunter, a sense of urgency in his voice, informs Shu that Vice President Blackwood is coming to Korea to meet Shu in person, then questions if Shu knows anything about this unexpected, high-level meeting. Shu's expression twists into one of annoyance and slight exasperation, muttering, "Did Edwin find out?" TSK, what a pain, clearly indicating he knows who Blackwood is and is not thrilled about the impending encounter. He then turns his gaze back to the male hunter, asking if Blackwood specified why he wanted to see him, eager to understand the true purpose of this sudden, official summons. The male hunter explains that there's a strict gag order over the entire branch regarding this matter, so he hasn't been able to get any details. He then stares at Shu, utterly baffled. "Wait, Edwin? Are you saying you actually know the vice president of the headquarters?" The male hunter continues his bewildered questioning, explaining that Vice President Blackwood specifically mentioned Shu's name, which is completely unprecedented in the history of the HMCS Korean branch, demanding to know what the hell happened. Shu, looking down and unperturbed, simply replies that if there's a gag order on the HMCS's end, he can't say anything right now, shutting down the hunter's inquiries. The male hunter, frustrated but resigned, states that he understands and that headquarters will contact them once they have a fixed schedule, telling Shu to just wait for now. In a split panel, the male hunter thinks to himself that he needs to figure out what's going on, even if it means trying to get information from Hunter Min, while another thought bubble questions why the Azure Flower Guild leader, who was supposedly on Choi Daesu's side, is now sitting so closely with Hunter Min, admitting he has no idea. With a subtle, knowing smile, Kang Yoa advises Shu, whom she calls master, to head back because a lot of eyes will be watching for a while, hinting at the high-stakes political game they are now embroiled in. As they walk together, Shu asks why Kang Yoa suddenly wants to see him off. Kang Yoa, smiling, replies that her master's grace is like heaven, and she's just on her way home from work anyway, playfully deflecting. Shu looks at Kang Yoa with a serious expression, directly asking what she plans to do from now on, pressing her for her next moves in this complicated new world. Kang Yoa, with a determined smile, pledges to follow Shu's lead from now on and do whatever she can to help, admitting it's hard for her to accept Minjun's suspicious death, even though she is a proper guild leader, showing her renewed resolve. Shu and Kang Yoa suddenly look surprised, their eyes wide, as she exclaims, "What the dash?" This car, indicating a sudden, unexpected arrival or event that catches them off guard. From inside the sleek black car, a voice mockingly questions, "Even after learning everything, you still chose to back down? You guys are no fun," revealing an unseen observer who is clearly aware of their activities. As Shu and Kang Yoa stand by, the sleek black car window lowers, revealing the sinister presence of Choi Daesu, whose mocking voice cuts through the air, causing them to exclaim, "Choi Daesu." Choi Daesu, still seated in his car, coolly addresses Shu, commanding him to step aside, Min Saiwoo, asserting his authority and trying to take control of the situation. Kang Yoa, seething with anger, immediately confronts Choi Daesu, demanding to know after pulling this stunt? What kind of bullshit dash, and defiantly questioning, and why should I, her voice laced with fury. Choi Daesu, with a sly, manipulative smile, ignores Kang Yoa's rage and addresses Shu, telling him, "If you still want to keep up this pathetic master-disciple ACT, then listen carefully," attempting to drive a wedge between them. Kang Yoa, still furious, shouts at Choi Daesu, demanding, "You think this is a joke?" But our boy Shu, calm as ever, simply cuts her off, gently calling out, "Kangwa," trying to de-escalate her escalating rage. Shu then turns away from the confrontation, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he declares, "This is as far as you go. I'll be in touch," effectively ending the tense standoff for now, and leaving Kang Yoa bewildered. Kang Yoa stares in utter shock and disbelief as Shu simply walks past her and gets into Choi Daesu's car, barely managing to stammer out, "Master," her voice filled with a mix of confusion and betrayal. Left standing alone on the street, Kang Yoa watches as the sleek black car, carrying both Shu and Choi Daesu, drives away, her expression a mix of profound sadness and unanswered questions. Inside the car, Choi Daesu, with a dismissive scoff, mocks Shu, telling him, "You've got some nerve," a clear taunt about Shu's earlier defiance. Choi Daesu continues his taunt, scoffing, "Got your ass kicked like a dog, and you're not even embarrassed?" But Shu, completely unfazed, smiles and coolly corrects him, "Ha ha ha, get your facts straight.
We haven't settled this yet. If Kong Yoa hadn't interfered, I could have finished it for good.
Choi Dae-soo, with a sinister smirk, declares that this situation has just gotten incredibly interesting, and thanks to Shu, he'll be delightfully busy for a while, promising to create a legitimate, international stage for them to settle their score properly. Shu, completely disgusted, curses under his breath, muttering that he still can't believe a bastard like Choi Dae-soo is actually the president, his annoyance palpable.
Shu then cuts straight to the heart of the matter, uttering the ominous name, Pandemonium.
Choi Dae-soo, now looking more serious, confirms Shu's suspicion, revealing that the world may think Pandemonium is gone, but remnants of that sinister group still exist, scattered across the globe. He continues his chilling confession in a flashback, explaining that after Shu vanished 10 years ago, demons themselves reached out to him through their shadowy network, even asking for his help to erase any trace of Shu's existence, confirming that those Pandemonium bastards had their eyes on Shu all along. Shu, processing this horrifying revelation, wonders if Pandemonium was merely a cult dabbling in forbidden powers, or if they were, in fact, the demon's secret pawns, a terrifying question that ties everything together. Choi Dae-soo, leaning back confidently, explains that after Pandemonium fell and the demons were driven to the far north, most traces of them conveniently vanished from the world, a narrative that now seems too neat. He asserts that even after that, world leaders, including himself, have been keeping a close watch on any demon activity, but despite their vigilance, there hasn't been a single clue, which now sounds less like reassurance and more like an ominous warning. However, Choi Dae-soo reveals a disturbing new development. There have been reports of a group of half-demons operating in the Middle Eastern desert, a chilling new threat that shatters the fragile peace. Shu, looking visibly surprised and concerned by this revelation, questions half-demon groups, his mind racing to comprehend the implications of such a hybrid menace. Choi Dae-soo explains that these half-demon groups are either humans who've had prolonged contact with demons, or even children born between demons and humans, revealing a chilling new hybrid menace. He further clarifies that while these half-demons don't possess horns or wings like their full-blooded counterparts, they do wield the ominous power of black mana, showcasing their dangerous, concealed abilities. Choi Dae-soo states that's all the intelligence he has from government officials, adding that the harsher the terrain, the higher the probability of high-level gates appearing, making foreign investigations virtually impossible due to restricted clearance. But the conversation takes a sharp turn as Choi Dae-soo confronts Shu directly, questioning the black mana he used in battle and provocatively asking if Shu sided with the demons during his 10 missing years. Shu immediately refutes the accusation, stating it's nothing like that. Choi Dae-soo, with a sly, challenging look, continues his psychological attack, stating that Shu, who once loathed demons, was no different in his desperation for strength when it truly mattered, implying hypocrisy. Our boy Shu, annoyed and resolute, cuts through Choi Dae-soo's taunts, declaring, "You think I'm like you," and demands that if Choi Dae-soo is done talking, he should pull over immediately. The car stops, and Shu opens the door, stating with a serious expression, "Let me make one thing clear. Don't get the wrong idea." Now out of the car, Shu unequivocally asserts that he has zero interest in siding with shady demon bastards, and even less interest in indulging a lunatic battle freak like Choi Dae-soo, severing any perceived ties. Shu delivers his final, defiant message, telling Choi Dae-soo to cut the crap, and if he ever wants to die, to give him a call. He then adds, with a piercing glare, to get on his knees and apologize to Yoa. Choi Dae-soo, completely unfazed, lets out a dismissive scoff, acknowledging Shu's twisted hobbies but finding his concern ridiculous. He questions why Shu wastes his time caring about weaklings who couldn't even reach his feet in 100 lifetimes, cementing his arrogant disdain. As Shu steps out of Choi Dae-soo's car, he delivers a final, chilling warning to the president, declaring that one day he will regret his actions, then pointedly addresses him as Director Nam. Shu stands alone on the street, pondering the disturbing information about half-demons Choi Dae-soo just shared, while elsewhere, a mysterious, sinister hooded figure with a wide, unsettling smile emerges, clearly a force to be reckoned with. Meanwhile, back at the bustling HMCS headquarters, the staff are abuzz with speculation, realizing with a gasp that the international headquarters team has arrived, sparking confusion and concern among the ranks. Whispers fill the HMCS offices as staff frantically try to understand why the international HQ is here, questioning if it's a routine inspection or something more serious, completely clueless about the true nature of this high-stakes visit. Inside Branch Chief Baek Jianho's office, a relieved voice expresses gratitude, thanking Sir Blackwood for making the journey,
confirming the arrival of the HMCS International Vice President.
Baek Ji-anho, now in the company of Shu, introduces our protagonist as Hunter Min Saiwoo, a new recruit with the HMCS Gangbuk team, formally presenting him to the unseen international guest. Edward C. Blackwood, the vice president of HMCS International, now fully visible, sits calmly as he formally greets Shu, stating, "A pleasure to meet you, Hunter Min Saiwoo," his expression polite but discerning. Shu, looking visibly annoyed and using Blackwood's first name, demands to know what kind of stunt this is, completely disregarding formality, much to the shock of Baek Ji-anho and another HMCS agent, who frantically call out to Shu. Blackwood, maintaining a sly smile, addresses Baek Ji-anho, politely yet firmly asking if he would mind stepping out and giving them a moment alone, a clear move to isolate Shu for a private conversation. Baek Ji-anho, looking incredibly conflicted, internally grapples with the request, realizing this is insane but knowing that if he interferes, he might blow his chance to make connections with someone from HQ, reluctantly agreeing to comply. Baek Gunho, swallowing his pride, agrees to Blackwood's request and tells them he'll wait outside, then mentally urges Shu to handle whatever comes next, clearly expecting chaos. Our boy Shu, looking thoroughly annoyed, plugs his ears, clearly not wanting to hear any more of the drama or the flustered exclamations from the departing Baek Gunho. But Blackwood, abandoning his polite demeanor, grabs Shu, passionately demanding to know where he's been for the last 10 years and why he's only showing up now, completely flabbergasted by Shu's return. His hand clenches on Shu's chest, the unspoken anger in his gaze cutting through the casual atmosphere, demanding a real explanation. Blackwood, now with a more composed but still intense expression, finally just asks Shu. Our boy Shu, looking slightly embarrassed but amused by Blackwood's outburst, simply tells him. As they finally settle down, Shu recounts his impossible journey, explaining the. Blackwood reflects on Shu's legendary status, admitting that seeing Shu now is like a haze lifting from his memories, a forgotten truth resurfacing. Shu, with a playful chibi smirk, quips that for someone who just heard his name, Blackwood certainly remembered fast. A poignant flashback reveals a younger Shu, his face serious, supporting a wounded Blackwood through a desolate battlefield, confirming Blackwood's gratitude as he recalls how Shu saved his life countless times during those chaotic days. Back in the present, our boy Shu, looking mildly disgusted, dismisses Blackwood's heartfelt memory with a sarcastic. Blackwood, undeterred by Shu's dismissive attitude, calmly shifts the conversation back to business, explaining that HMCS headquarters is currently leading a massive investigation alongside various guilds across the globe. He then reveals that Kong Yoa's guild, Azure Flower, is a key participant, adding that her recent rise to fame made it easy for him to obtain her contact information. With a charming, persuasive smile, Blackwood then directly asks Shu why he's content working at the HMCS Korea branch when he could be at headquarters, subtly offering a promotion. A bewildered Blackwood is left utterly flabbergasted by Shu's immediate and nonchalant rejection, stammering, "What? Why not?" as Shu simply retorts, "No thanks. Why would I?" Blackwood persists, arguing that someone of Shu's caliber deserves a larger stage and that he desperately needs a reliable right-hand man, but Shu, remaining firm, politely declines the offer, stating he's already deep into his own personal investigation. Blackwood, seizing the opportunity, eagerly offers the full, powerful investigative authority of HMCS headquarters to assist Shu with his personal mission, convinced he can win him over. Shu, considering the offer, says he'll think about it, then deftly pivots the conversation, inquiring about the specifics of the joint investigation Blackwood initially mentioned. Blackwood's expression turns grim as he explains a horrific hunter group massacre that occurred inside a newly discovered desert gate. He reveals that while monsters were initially suspected, autopsies shockingly showed the victims were poisoned from ingesting an unknown substance. Shu's face hardens with intense realization as Blackwood reveals their chilling conclusion. All evidence points towards illegal enhancement drugs being the cause of the massacre, indicating a sinister new threat. A worried expression crosses Shu's face as he processes the implications, quietly questioning an awakener drug, sensing a deeper, more dangerous game at play. Edward C. Blackwood, the vice president of HMCS International, confirms that while it's indeed an awakener drug, there's no official announcement yet due to a lack of concrete details about the substance or its distribution network. He then reveals the chilling truth: the Central Bureau has been secretly investigating similar awakener deaths worldwide for the past 6 months, all sharing a common factor where victims' internal organs ruptured at the cellular level.
This case was difficult to announce publicly because most victims were awakened criminals, and no traces of drugs were found in their systems. However, a breakthrough occurred when a witness fortunately appeared in China, reporting a similar incident, providing a crucial lead in their investigation. According to the witness, the deceased awakeners inhaled a mysterious black powder before exhibiting berserk behavior and ultimately self-destructing. Those who inhaled it displayed unimaginable levels of mana release and skill enhancement, turning them into living suicide weapons that wiped out everything around them before exploding. Shu, listening intently, grimly asks if this black powder is indeed an illegal awakener enhancement drug, and if it's somehow linked to the recent desert incident Kang Yoa reported. Blackwood confirms with a confident gesture that it's not just linked, it's directly connected, indicating a clear and immediate danger. He explains that they consider the desert incident to be the official starting point of this entire illegal drug case, highlighting its critical role in the unfolding mystery. Shu, still trying to connect the dots, questions why the desert case, which happened recently, is considered the starting point when similar deaths have been occurring for the past 6 months, sensing a deeper, untold story. Blackwood clarifies that a gate was discovered in the desert, accompanied by a massive number of casualties, and at its entrance, the Tsinghua Guild was the first to secure the original, pristine form of the black powder. He further reveals that near the gate, they also found a vehicle belonging to an obscure trade guild called IZ, noting that while the guild itself doesn't have any known illegal ties and seems like a small-scale operation, something about it feels deeply off and suspicious. Shu, processing all this disturbing information about the shadowy IZ guild and the illegal awakener drugs, leans back with a sigh, internally lamenting why he always gets tangled up in such messy situations, knowing this is going to be a huge hassle to deal with. Edward C. Blackwood, with a sly smirk, cuts through Shu's thoughts, confidently stating that he already knew Kang Yoa was Shu's disciple, revealing his extensive intel. Blackwood explains that this entire drug investigation has been kept strictly confidential, and since Kang Yoa was the first to uncover the drug's original, pristine form, she's now inextricably tied to the case and cannot simply back out. He then subtly pressures Shu, asserting that if Shu were to lend his aid, the immense trouble Kang Yoa now faces would be significantly lessened, clearly trying to appeal to Shu's protective instincts. Blackwood leans back, a confident, almost challenging smirk on his face, directly questioning Shu. Your precious disciple is now deeply entangled in an incredibly dangerous case, Min Saiwu. Are you truly going to stand by and ignore it? The gravity of Blackwood's words hangs in the air, his tone calling forth the legendary, ruthless hunter known only as Mad Dog Min Saiwu, a name that echoes a forgotten era of unparalleled strength and brutality. Shu lets out a low chuckle, a wry smirk on his face, realizing with a jolt that Blackwood has already meticulously set the board for this intricate game, effectively cornering him into taking action. Our boy Shu, with a resigned, chibi-sized grumble, finally agrees to join the investigation, stating that it's fine because he had business in the Middle East anyway, a convenient truth for Blackwood. Blackwood claps his hands together, overjoyed, promising to do whatever he can to help now that Shu is lending his strength. He then smoothly shifts the conversation, asking about the unauthorized live combat training between Shu and President Choi, offering to intervene, but Shu curtly dismisses it, telling him to just leave it alone. Shu leans back in his chair, a thoughtful, almost disdainful expression on his face as he dismisses Choi Dae-soo as just a power-hungry piece of trash. But his gaze softens slightly as he finishes his thought, acknowledging that regardless of that, Choi Dae-soo is still human, revealing a surprising depth to Shu's perspective. Even after Shu's surprising depth of understanding for Choi Dae-soo, his brother, Min Saiwu, is here, suitcases ready, asking if Shu is actually joining the Central Bureau's international investigation, signaling a new, high-stakes mission. Our boy Shu confirms it, mentioning that Edwin, whom Min Saiwu knows, personally asked him for this favor, setting the stage for a major international operation. Min Saiwu, looking utterly baffled, acknowledges knowing Edwin but is completely perplexed by how Shu even managed to get in touch with someone of his standing. Shu, ever the master of mysterious connections, simply states it's a long story and that Kang Yoa will explain the details, which immediately sends Min Saiwu into a fit of surprised questions about his sister's sudden involvement. Before Min Saiwu can press further, his phone rings, and he answers, a look of surprise on his face, indicating yet another unexpected development. To his utter shock, it's Kang Yoa on the other end, and Min Saiwu is completely bewildered, demanding to know how she even got his number, then is flabbergasted when she mentions Saiwu Hyung, as our protagonist casually walks away in the background.
Pred, our inner companion, questions where they're off to next, to which Shu replies they're heading to Europe, the Central Bureau's headquarters, prompting Pred, ever the food enthusiast, to immediately ask if they have chicken there, a query Shu hesitantly confirms with a probably. Pred's tone then shifts to one of concern, asking if they'll avoid pushing their mana to its absolute limits like they did in their last brutal battle, clearly wary of the consequences. Shu, with a playful chibi smirk, teases Pred about worrying over his food supply, but Pred, insulted, clarifies that he doesn't fret over mere mana. The real problem, he reveals, lies in a mysterious anomaly occurring within himself. Shu stands thoughtfully in the office, looking around at the empty space, questioning what kind of anomaly Pred is talking about, sensing a new, unsettling development that could profoundly impact their journey. Pred's voice echoes in Shu's mind, revealing the unsettling truth. Ever since returning to Earth, and as Shu's body has grown more accustomed to this world's mana, Pred has noticed an alarming loss of control within himself. Pred explains that dimensional travel hasn't just affected Shu, but him as well, and the intense fight with Choi Dae-soo, where Shu pushed his mana to the absolute limit, was likely the final trigger for this anomaly. Pred assures Shu that due to their contract, he won't directly attack him, but delivers a chilling warning: the more Shu's mana recovers, the worse Pred's loss of control will become, hinting at dangerous instability. He further cautions Shu about the dire consequences if he completely loses control, warning of unknown side effects and even the terrifying possibility of Shu being unable to use his power at a crucial moment. Shu, with a dismissive smirk, simply brushes off Pred's concerns, stating that he isn't relying on his power all that much right now anyway, so it doesn't truly matter, much to Pred's annoyance. Pred, insulted, demands to know if Shu doesn't need his power, to which our hero clarifies that he absolutely will need Pred's strength for the inevitable fight against the demon bastards, but for now, it's not a major worry. Shu stretches, a satisfied expression on his face, admitting that despite the annoyance, his warm-up fight with that bastard Choi Dae-soo actually ended up being quite useful for his power recovery. He walks towards a window, a thoughtful expression on his face, pondering the ominous topic of the Awakener enhancement drug that has become central to his investigation. Looking out at a plane flying over a bustling European city, Shu notices a familiar stench, a sign that his journey to the HMCS International headquarters is indeed taking him closer to the heart of the conspiracy. 2 days later, our hero arrives at the HMCS International headquarters, an impressive, grand building in the heart of Europe, ready to dive deeper into the mysteries surrounding the Awakener drugs and his disciple's death. As Shu arrives at the HMCS International headquarters, 2 agents are deep in conversation, with one expressing frustration that Sir Edward is adding people to a classified international investigation without proper procedure, especially with a manpower shortage. The other calmly notes that Edward has always been sudden like that. The long dark-haired agent, identified as Hayakawa Hikari, HMCS Tokyo branch, first investigation team captain, confidently declares that Hikari alone is enough for the Asia team, then asks her colleague, Kumo, for confirmation. Kumo, a younger male agent, showers Hikari with compliments, calling her the youngest recruit and first team captain in HMCS Japan's history, and the most beautiful woman in the world. Hikari, basking in the flattery, tells him to keep the compliments coming. Meanwhile, Layla, HMCS headquarters, first investigation team captain, a blonde agent, expresses a preference to work with the Korean hunter Kong Yeohwa from the last mission, even though she isn't an official HMCS member, clearly impressed by her skills. Hikari is absolutely furious, demanding to know what Layla just said, while Layla calmly responds. Just then, another HMCS agent informs the 3 captains, Hikari, Kumo, and Layla, that Director Leone has ordered everyone to assemble in the main conference hall now, signaling the urgent start of a new meeting. Hikari, crossing her arms with a skeptical expression, questions if the Kumo, looking slightly flustered, suggests they head over, confirming that the recruit just landed with Vice Chairman Edward, linking Shu's arrival directly to the high-ranking official. Layla, with a concerned and suspicious look, questions who this hunter is if the vice chairman personally went to greet him, wondering if he's even officially part of HMCS, to which Kumo clarifies that he is indeed from HMCS Korea. And finally, the mysterious recruit causing all the commotion is revealed, our boy Shu, walking confidently through the bustling HMCS International headquarters, suitcase in hand, alongside Edward C. Blackwood, ready to take on the world's most dangerous cases. Blackwood opens the international investigation meeting, thanking the assembled HMCS agents from various branches for their quick arrival despite their busy schedules, and proposes a brief round of introductions to kick things off. He starts by formally introducing our protagonist, Hunter Min Saiwoo from the Korea branch, who has officially joined their elite team for this critical mission. Next up, from the Europe branch, he introduces Layla and Stefan, two formidable agents ready to dive into the case. Representing the Asia branch, he introduces Hikari and her sharp right-hand man, Kumo, completing the roster of the international team. Blackwood, getting straight to business, declares the case is urgent and it's time to cut to the chase, especially with an unexpected new member now on board the team. He then directs Layla to provide a brief summary of the complex case, and she readily agrees, addressing him as vice chairman. Blackwood reminds everyone to be extremely cautious about leaks, as this is a classified investigation despite their familiarity with the details. Just then, an assistant interrupts, informing him it's time for his next appointment. With a confident smile, Blackwood addresses Investigation Team 1, expressing his high expectations for their excellent work. Layla, now taking the lead, sets a serious tone as she states, "Then, let's begin the briefing," signaling the official start of their critical mission. The projector flashes case number A3942FC, officially known as the Illegal Awakener Enhancement Drug Case. Layla reveals that their Investigation Team 1 is tasked with the crucial field investigation at the very site where the original, dangerous substance was first discovered. Layla continues her briefing, revealing that the initial gate discovered at the site was ranked A, and a total of 6 awakened corpses were found near its entrance. Autopsies confirmed they suffered internal damage identical to the victims in previous, mysterious incidents. Further investigation shockingly revealed that the illegal awakener enhancement drug, the very substance central to their case, was discovered among these deceased bodies. However, the gate itself showed traces of battle only near the entrance, with no unusual findings inside. Since no awakener enhancement drug was found within the gate, its level of danger is still being assessed, and a decision on clearing it will be made after their investigation is complete. Additionally, 2 military-style vehicles belonging to a shadowy trade guild known only as IZ were found mysteriously abandoned near the site, adding another layer of suspicion to the investigation. Layla concludes, explaining that upon initial investigation, IZ was identified as a small-scale, legal guild operating in the Middle East, and no notable irregularities were found, but our boy Shu's expression clearly shows his skepticism. Therefore, Layla clarifies, their elite team will primarily focus on an in-depth investigation inside the gate itself, along with a thorough field inquiry around the entire site to uncover any hidden clues. Layla, having presented the critical details of the case, turns to her assembled international team, asking if anyone has any further questions before they proceed with the mission. Shu, looking nonchalant, shrugs and replies that he's already heard most of this information before, so he has nothing specific to ask at the moment, playing it cool despite his deeper inquiries. However, Shu's true focus quickly becomes apparent as he then asks a probing question, inquiring if there's any information on demonic beings or half-demons, shifting the conversation to the sinister connection he suspects. Layla, clearly surprised by Shu's unexpected line of questioning, looks at him intently, asking if he's suggesting that demonic beings are somehow involved in this mysterious and dangerous drug case. Shu calmly responds to Layla's question, clarifying that he merely asked about demonic beings or half-demons just in case, even if they aren't directly connected to the current drug case. He explains his reasoning, stating that if the drug were purely man-made, tracking its origin wouldn't be this difficult, and if it were created using skills, a tracking-type awakener would have detected it much earlier. He also notes that the mysterious trade guild seems quite suspicious. Shu then specifically requests any information about that suspicious trade guild, even from past cases, leaving Layla looking confused as she admits she doesn't understand his logic. Hikari, the Tokyo branch team captain, confronts Shu with a frustrated look, questioning why he's bringing up completely unrelated matters during their critical briefing. Shu calmly explains that whether something is related or not can only be determined after thorough investigation, adding that he brought it up simply because of some information he came across. Hikari lets out a sarcastic scoff, clearly finding Shu's explanation utterly unbelievable and dismissive. She then scoffs at the idea that a mere hunter from the Korea branch, who was suddenly inserted into the investigation midway, somehow knows information that even the headquarters hasn't mentioned, calling it laughable and mockingly addressing him as Hunter Min. Hikari continues her skepticism, arguing that if Shu's claim were truly an important clue, the headquarters would have already addressed it, casting doubt on his credibility. Layla's colleague, a male agent, piles on, expressing disbelief that Shu, who isn't even part of the Alliance or a known rancor hunter, was parachuted into an international investigation, and is now suddenly claiming demonic beings might be involved. Hikari, looking annoyed, further criticizes Shu, pointing out that humans and demonic beings have been in cooperative relations for over 10 years now, deeming it unacceptable to drag outdated racial biases into such a critical investigation. Hikari, clearly angered by Shu's perceived insolence and disregard for established protocols, vehemently questions his authority, demanding to know who he thinks he is to make such claims, but Layla swiftly intervenes, shutting down the escalating tension with a firm, "Alright, that's enough." Kumo, ever the diplomat, offers a calming smile, urging everyone to settle down and reminding them there's no need for hostility so early into their critical mission. Layla, taking charge, addresses the room, stating that as top representatives from their respective branches, they should prioritize the case. She firmly instructs everyone to set aside personal conflicts and focus on resolving the mission as quickly as possible. Layla then directly addresses our protagonist, Hunter Min, requesting that he concentrate solely on the investigation for now, to which Shu, with a slight nod, calmly agrees, "Fine, I understand." With the internal squabbles temporarily resolved, Layla swiftly transitions, declaring it's time to move on to the details of tomorrow's critical operation in the desert area. Layla concludes the briefing, instructing everyone to be prepared on the day of departure and confirming they will all meet at the airport. Then the international team begins to disperse, preparing for their upcoming mission. As the meeting breaks, Hikari, still seething with indignation, glares after Shu, angrily questioning, just who was that guy, her frustration bubbling over. She continues her furious rant, demanding to know where Shu came from to act so arrogantly, and, more critically, how he managed to gain the vice chairman's personal favor, completely baffled by his mysterious influence, while Kumo stands by awkwardly. Layla tries to mediate, reminding Hikari that they'll be working together for a while, so there's no need to make such a big deal out of it, but Hikari, infuriated, snaps back, "What? Are you on his side now, Layla?" Layla, calmly deflecting Hikari's accusation, clarifies, "Not exactly," then, with a subtle smirk, admits that Shu simply seems more experienced than she initially expected, hinting at his hidden depths without explicitly taking his side. Meanwhile, our boy Shu is clearly unimpressed by the ongoing team dynamics, leaning back in his chair with a bored yawn, completely unbothered by the previous tense exchange. Shu internally muses that this situation might get more annoying than he thought, while Pred, from within, cuts in, criticizing Shu's lack of social awareness and calling him a total outcast. Shu simply replies that he just doesn't care for formalities. As Shu continues to stretch leisurely, Edward C. Blackwood, the vice chairman, finally approaches with a sly smile, remarking that Shu made quite the dramatic entrance. Blackwood, with a knowing smirk, quips that it took Shu long enough to show up, implying that the vice chairman is incredibly busy, but has specifically made time for him. Blackwood casually settles into a chair, expressing his frustration that this international investigation agency feels more like a circus than anything else, full of lunatics running around with bombs in their hands, concluding that nothing has changed in the past 10 years and chaos still reigns everywhere. Shu, turning away slightly, acknowledges Blackwood's sentiment, stating that great power comes with great responsibility, but it's often hard to truly understand that unless you experience it firsthand. Blackwood, now facing Shu, casually asks about his team members, gauging Shu's initial impressions of the new international recruits. Shu, looking at some papers on the table, nonchalantly replies that his team members are a little annoying, but he doesn't really care, as long as they don't get in his way. Blackwood lets out a knowing chuckle, finding Shu's unchanged demeanor amusing, and remarks that some things truly never change, as Shu is still exactly the same as he was 10 years ago. Blackwood advises Shu that tomorrow's operation is just a routine site survey, urging him not to cause too much trouble, and reminds him that he now has the entire HMCS International headquarters backing him. Shu, with a playful, dismissive yeah, shows his casual disregard for caution. Our boy Shu and his HMCS team arrive at the imposing Middle Eastern branch headquarters, a sprawling, fortified compound, where they're greeted by local officials in traditional attire, ready for their crucial investigation. A local HMCS official formally welcomes them, stating that word of their arrival has already been received from the main headquarters, ensuring everything is prepared for the international team. He continues, explaining that comfortable accommodations have been arranged in the main office building, inviting the team to rest and recuperate after their journey. The official then confirms that a vehicle has also been prepared specifically for their transportation during tomorrow's critical site visit to the desert gate. But our hero, Shu, clearly unimpressed by the pleasantries and the blazing Middle Eastern sun, is already grumbling, complaining internally that it's unbelievably hot and this place is absolutely the worst. Shu scans the city, noticing no trace of demons or any unusual mana density, making him wonder if Choi Dae-soo mistakenly sent them on a pointless wild goose chase, before calling out to someone nearby. The Tokyo branch team captain, Hikari, turns to face Shu, her back initially to him, and states that while she didn't get a chance to speak earlier, she's going to make something very clear now. With a stern glare and her arms crossed, Hikari issues a sharp warning to Shu, commanding him to stay sharp and focused if he doesn't want to die, her words dripping with thinly veiled hostility. Shu simply scratches his head, looking thoroughly annoyed, and mutters to himself that this mission is going to be way more annoying than he thought, clearly anticipating more drama from his international colleagues. The local HMCS official, addressing Shu's earlier query, explains that he's never seen a half-demon in person, only heard rumors, with whispers of a hidden village deep in the desert where they all live together. Responding to Shu's query, a local official admits he's never heard of the IZ Trade Guild, and while they don't track every small group, a guild supposedly run by demons is definitely new, making the whole situation even more suspicious. Another official, a female in a hijab, clarifies that half-demons look exactly like humans, so unless you carry a specialized magic analyzer, the average person wouldn't be able to tell them apart, highlighting their insidious ability to blend in. She explains that 10 years ago, during the brutal war between humans and demons, these hybrids were created, and no matter where they went, they were treated as outcasts, forced to live in the shadows. Given their history, she concludes that hiding their base and pretending to be human on the outside would be a much safer option for half-demons, making it nearly impossible to detect them even if they're walking around in the city. Shu, deep in thought and twirling a pen, acknowledges the lack of useful information, realizing he'll have to personally delve deeper into the desert to uncover the full truth. From within, Pred, ever the blunt one, mockingly calls Shu food supply and questions if he's a loner, seeing him wandering alone through the bustling sand city. Shu, leaning against a wall, responds that he's simply using his free time to gather intel, implying he's working independently while everyone else is in groups. Just then, Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, calls out to Shu, using his informal title Manhunter, her expression hinting at a deeper curiosity. Layla questions why Shu is here, noting that HMCS HQ is elsewhere, but Shu calmly replies that the Middle East branch headquarters are quite fancy and a great place to rest, completely unfazed by her inquiry. Shu, with a subtle smirk, states that it's still his personal time, and he wanted to check out a few things in advance, then, turning the tables, asks Layla why she's alone, hinting at his sharp observational skills. Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, responds to Shu's query, explaining that Stefan, her colleague, went to get the necessary entry permits for the gate they'll be investigating tomorrow, as the risk assessment isn't fully complete yet. Layla then turns her attention back to Shu, asking if, as a Manhunter with the Korean HMCS, he works under Director Beck, noting that she didn't see him when she previously visited Korea. Shu, calm and collected, simply replies that he's a recent recruit, which visibly surprises Layla, who questions his claim with a direct, "Really?" With a charming smile, Layla comments that Shu possesses the aura of a seasoned hunter with at least 20 years of experience. Shu internally acknowledges her sharp instincts, pondering whether he should simply brush off her accurate observation. Shu deflects the compliment, telling Layla she flatters him, then quickly corrects himself, referring to Edward, the vice president, who apparently mentioned she's quite famous in the European branch. Layla chuckles, modestly saying she wouldn't go that far, explaining she's just a regular hunter investigator who mostly works in Northern Europe. Shu, looking thoughtful, replies, "Northern Europe, huh?" He then recalls working with a hunter from there a long time ago, specifically mentioning a guy named Hans Schroeder. Layla's expression shifts to one of concern and surprise as she repeats, "Hans Schroeder," clearly recognizing the name. Shu then pulls out his phone and displays a picture of an older, distinguished man with a mustache, asking Layla, "Do you mean this man?" Layla's eyes widen in utter shock as she gasps, at the sight of the photo. Shu confirms it's him, stating he could never forget those distinct teeth, then adds that while the man has certainly aged over the last 10 years, he still looks fundamentally the same, cementing his identity. Layla, completely stunned, confirms that the man in the picture is her uncle, admitting she never expected him to have ties with an Asian hunter like Shu. A thoughtful Layla observes that Shu looks around her age, which prompts our hero to respond with a sly smirk that it's just his appearance, subtly hinting at his true, ageless nature. Layla, with a wistful smile, muses that if her uncle were awake, he'd be incredibly happy to see Shu after all these years. With a somber expression, Layla reveals the heartbreaking truth: Hans has actually been in a coma for the past 2 years, a victim of gate syndrome. Shu's expression turns serious as he repeats the unfamiliar term, gate syndrome, clearly concerned by this mysterious affliction. The narrative shifts to Hans in a hospital bed, as a voiceover explains that mana and gates remain an enigma to this world, with the strange infections and side effects they bring being just as mysterious and terrifying. We learn that Hans fell into a coma because he stayed inside a gate for too long while desperately searching for a missing comrade, and by the time the rescue team found him, he was already unconscious. Since that tragic day, Hans has been kept alive only by the continuous efforts of high-ranked healing hunters, an ongoing struggle to preserve his life against the mysterious gate syndrome. Layla's determined expression mirrors her dedication as she explains to Shu that she wants to help her uncle, so whenever she's off duty, she takes on high-level gates, but so far, she hasn't had any luck in finding a cure. Shu, listening intently, asks if Layla is looking for legendary healing items called elixirs, which he's heard some gates contain, wondering if this is the hope driving her desperate search. Layla, Shu's colleague, reveals her heartfelt motivation, admitting it's foolish but her uncle, Hans, is her only family. Just then, Stefan arrives, confirming the gate entry permits are ready, and they can head out immediately, to which Layla acknowledges, "Alright, good work." Layla, with a determined look, suggests she'll go see Hikari, the Tokyo branch team captain, herself, clearly preparing to manage their team's dynamic. Stefan, the male agent, looks thoughtful and a bit worried, deciding internally that he should at least check in on someone, hinting at underlying concerns within the team. The team's jeep now navigates the treacherous, sandy terrain of the desert, its tires kicking up dust as it pushes forward, the only sound the crunching of the ground beneath its wheels. Inside the jeep, Hikari, the Tokyo branch team captain, looks utterly annoyed, complaining about the relentless sandstorm and the endless journey, impatiently asking if they are almost at their destination. Stefan, diligently driving, replies that they're almost there, explaining that weak GPS signals in the desert have forced them to navigate by old-fashioned landmarks, a sign of the challenging environment. Kumo, in the back seat, observes that the sun is already high, which means it will be nightfall by the time they finally enter the gate, grumbling that night raids are always a hassle, hinting at increased danger. Kumo further explains that gates are dimensional portals connecting different worlds, where the weather, environment, and creatures don't follow Earth's rules. He cautions that depending on the dimension, it could be a paradise where the sun never sets, or a terrifying hell where light never shines. Kumo concludes his ominous explanation by stating the undeniable truth: they won't truly know what awaits them until they actually step inside the mysterious gate. Hikari, with a confident smirk, retorts that everyone knows that, then adds that lower-ranked gates usually resemble Earth's environment. She dismisses Kumo's dramatic warnings, stating that gates aren't some monstrous mouth ready to swallow them whole, defiantly refusing to acknowledge his concerns. Our boy Shu, however, calmly counters Hikari's dismissal, stating that Hikari, with a sarcastic smirk, questions if Shu is talking about. She continues her mocking, stating that Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, sternly tells both Hikari and Stefan to. The jeep finally arrives at their destination, a vast desert landscape where a mysterious, glowing orange gate stands ominously in the distance, surrounded by warning barriers. Hikari observes that the gate entrance is. Stefan, the driver, informs the team that. Stefan continues his unsettling observation, stating that Hikari, impatient and dismissive, starts walking towards the gate, while Layla warns her to. Hikari, with her subordinate Kumo, now stands confidently before the massive, glowing orange gate, declaring. Layla reacts with an exasperated sigh, internally lamenting how incredibly impatient these people are, clearly referring to Hikari's eagerness to charge in. The entire HMCS team, including our boy Shu, advances steadily towards the ominous, glowing orange gate, ready to delve into the heart of the desert mystery. Unbeknownst to our heroes, 3 shadowy, cloaked figures from the mysterious IZ Guild watch from a distance, their silent presence an ominous sign in the desolate desert landscape. One of the shadowy figures, with a sinister grin and a scarred face, remarks that this turn of events makes things incredibly easy for them, letting out a chilling, confident laugh. He then adds, with a chilling smirk, that the HMCS team is simply walking straight into their own graves, clearly confident in the trap they've set for the unsuspecting hunters. The local time is shown as 5:40 p.m., just as the sun begins its descent, hinting at the approaching twilight and the potential dangers of a night mission within the gate. The gate's estimated rank is confirmed as a formidable A, signifying the high level of danger and the powerful monsters that lie within. The HMCS investigation team consists of 6 A-rank hunters, a formidable force ready to tackle the challenges of the mysterious desert gate. Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, officially declares that they are now beginning the in-depth investigation of the mysterious Northern Desert CA3 gate, her team assembled and ready for action. Kumo, looking visibly nervous, admits that since his main job revolves around hunter-related crimes, it's been a long time since he's actually tackled a gate, confessing he's feeling a bit anxious about the impending mission. As Kumo expresses his anxiety about tackling a gate, Layla, kneeling and surrounded by a green mana circle, immediately clarifies their true mission, stating that their job here isn't to simply clear the gate of monsters. Layla activates her rank as skill, Wood Spear Formation Secret Garden, a powerful ability that draws mana from the ground and her own body to create plant roots capable of detecting surrounding mana and all living beings, a perfect tool for their covert mission. With her green, thorny detection roots spreading across the desolate landscape, Layla reiterates their objective, to uncover any traces of the illegal Awakener enhancement drugs hidden deep inside this mysterious gate. The team watches, impressed, as Layla's green roots expand. Someone, likely Shu, internally acknowledges this powerful detection skill, noting its impressive range for both scouting and defense, a critical asset for their dangerous mission. Layla, now standing, confidently reports to Stefan that based on her current location, she can't detect any monster activity within a 30-kilometer radius, giving them a clear initial assessment of the gate's immediate vicinity. Stefan, taking over, confirms he will continuously monitor monster movements and any abnormalities, but he issues a crucial warning: the further they venture from the gate's center, the weaker the detection will become, so they must remain constantly vigilant. Layla claps her hands, bringing the team back to attention, and outlines the next steps. For now, they will systematically divide the area and begin their in-depth investigation. With Chibi, Hikari and Kumo looking on, Layla issues strict orders, emphasizing the absolute priority of preserving the crime scene and instructing everyone to avoid unnecessary combat unless they are directly attacked, and absolutely no reckless actions, understood? Hikari, looking frustrated by Layla's strict orders, reluctantly tells Kumo to search the entire area thoroughly, to which Kumo, already running off, cheerfully replies, "Yes, Nuna." Chibi Hikari grumbles, thinking about how Layla acts all high and mighty but just uses subordinates to do the work, then defiantly states aloud that she's too high-ranked for simple investigations, completely unbothered by being overheard. Ignoring Hikari's grumbles, Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, with a resolute expression, declares, "All right then, let's spread out and begin the search," taking charge despite her team's internal friction. She then issues a crucial command to her team, including a running Kumo and other agents, telling them to report immediately if they find anything unusual, to which Kumo cheerfully responds, "Got it." Our boy Shu, however, with a skeptical look and hands in his pockets, questions the entire strategy, wondering, then why even bother forming a team, implying Layla's current orders contradict the idea of a cohesive unit. From within, Shu, Pred, ever the blunt and observant one, quips, "Now that I think about it, I'm pretty sure you are a loner," causing Shu to curtly respond, "Shut up." Shu's attention is suddenly drawn, his expression shifting to one of keen observation, hinting at something unusual he's just noticed in the environment. Shu bends down, examining the ground, musing that it looks like someone messed with this place beforehand. He then picks up some of the altered earth, finding its mana unnatural and disgusting, concluding that someone intentionally altered it. He brings the altered earth closer, his expression thoughtful, and ponders a darker possibility, or is it miasma, a term for a sinister, corrupting mana that often signals a much more dangerous presence. Meanwhile, the scene shifts as a phone rings with a distinct Dalchak sound, and an old man, revealed to be Mahiraga, answers, politely asking, "You called for me, master," confirming his ongoing secret mission for Shu. Mahiraga, standing with the vast desert and the glowing gate behind him, reports back to Shu, who calmly asks about the situation outside the gate, eager for an update on his secret surveillance.
Mahiraga, ever diligent, explains that he's been observing the gate entrance while keeping his presence hidden and has spotted a suspicious group lurking nearby, prompting Shu to sharply ask, "How many?" Mahiraga answers Shu's question, reporting that there are exactly 5 suspicious figures lurking outside the gate, all looking ready for trouble. Shu, calm and collected, instructs Mahiraga to alert him the moment they enter the gate, then thoughtfully muses that they seem like a tough bunch and offers to enter the gate himself if Mahiraga needs backup. Mahiraga, now visible on the phone, politely declines Shu's offer, explaining that if they call for reinforcements, blocking the entrance would become a massive hassle, so he assures Shu he'll stay put and keep watch, to which Shu responds, "Understood." Shu is completely taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, "What the hell? That old man's here too? Since when?" And Ichibi Shu clarifies that Mahiraga has been with them since they first arrived in the country. Ichibi Shu further explains that Mahiraga seemed skilled at stealth, so he simply told him to follow from a distance, making it clear this was a planned, covert operation. From within, Pred, ever the blunt one, calls Shu food supply and complains that he really knows how to make people work, but Shu, with a playful smirk, retorts that if you commit crimes, you have to earn your keep. Shu continues his investigation, meticulously examining the ground, musing aloud, "Now, let's see. What did they bury here that tainted the mana this badly?" Shu makes a dismissive TSK, clearly annoyed by the lingering, corrupted mana and the challenges this mystery presents, his patience wearing thin. He looks up at the setting sun, a new concern crossing his mind, realizing that if the sun sets, this entire situation will get incredibly annoying, signaling the heightened dangers of a night investigation. Meanwhile, the young agent Kumo calls out to his team captain, Nuna, catching her attention amidst the desolate landscape, just as the sun begins to fade. Kumo reports to Hikari that they've searched every inch of the area inside the gate, but found neither awakener drugs nor a single monster, his face etched with confusion. Hikari, looking visibly frustrated, argues that it doesn't make any sense. She questions how an uncleared gate, which should be teeming with monsters, can be this utterly clean and empty. Kumo then reminds his team captain, Hikari, that the traces of the drug in the battles were found outside the gate in the first place, shifting their focus to the exterior of the portal. Kumo continues his deduction, suggesting that if they assume everyone involved in the brutal fight outside was completely wiped out, it would logically explain the lack of immediate traces. Hikari then questions if the drug users never even entered the gate, but still finds it illogical, stating that even if they were only using enhancement drugs to fight outside, this gate shouldn't be so completely empty. Kumo points to the crime scene tape around the gate and explains that access to this gate was strictly restricted after the incident, so if those involved had attempted to clear it, there should be some evidence left behind. Hikari, clenching her fist in frustration, adds that if they hadn't entered the gate at all, then at least the valuable resources and monsters inside should still be completely intact and untouched. Kumo, looking defeated, then concludes there must be something valuable hidden in this gate, and if they find no direct evidence of the drug, they'll have to find something else to report to headquarters. Hikari, with a determined glint in her eye, states that HQ sent them with high expectations, and they absolutely cannot leave empty-handed, as she begins to radiate immense magical energy, preparing to take drastic action. Engulfed in crackling purple electricity, Hikari passionately declares that even if they have to dig up the entire ground, they'll find something, because an A-rank gate should at least have valuable mana stones underground, as she unleashes her skill, Kagetsuchi. Hikari, engulfed in crackling purple electricity, unleashes her formidable skill, summoning a massive, serpent-like energy construct as she commands the spirit of fire to overturn the land. A blinding beam of purple light erupts from the ground, signaling the immense power of Hikari's activated skill, ripping through the earth. Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, reacts with utter confusion and concern, muttering that she received absolutely no warning about such an unexpected and powerful energy surge. Alarmed, Layla calls out to Stefan, who is already running towards the disturbance, instructing him to investigate, and Stefan confirms he will check out the situation. Layla lets out a frustrated sigh, internally lamenting that nothing ever seems to go smoothly on these missions, clearly annoyed by the unexpected turn of events. As Layla ponders whether they should simply call it a day and head back, 3 shadowy, scarred figures from the mysterious IZ Guild are ominously revealed, lurking behind her with chilling smirks, completely unnoticed. Meanwhile, Kumo, Hikari's subordinate, enthusiastically praises his team captain, exclaiming that her single strike just completely upheaved the entire land,
as expected of her incredible power. Hikari, looking pleased and confident amidst the crater her skill created, declares that now they will finally see if they find mana stones or traces of the drugs buried within the ground. But instead of mana stones or drugs, a horrifying sight greets them as three seemingly lifeless figures are revealed, sprawled amidst the debris, one letting out a chilling scream. Kumo stares in wide-eyed terror, questioning if these are corpses, but Hikari, her face contorted in shock and fear, quickly corrects him, declaring that these are definitely something far more sinister than mere dead bodies. From beneath the shifting sands, a horrifying horde of ghouls erupts, their decaying forms twisting the cycle of life into a macabre dance, completely shocking our HMCS team. Kumo stares in disbelief, questioning the impossible sight of so many ghouls emerging from underground. He further explains his bewilderment, stating it's completely impossible for undead monsters to gather and move in such massive groups, especially in this type of gate. But Hikari is already taking action, unleashing her formidable rank S skill, Divine Spirit Kagetsuchi, summoning a colossal, glowing purple serpent of pure electricity to tear through the approaching ghouls. Her powerful Kagetsuchi skill rips through the ground, sending ghouls flying into the air amidst explosive bursts of purple light and debris, devastating the horde in a single, mighty strike. The ghouls writhe in agony, engulfed by the serpent's crackling purple electricity, completely overwhelmed by Hikari's overwhelming power. Hikari lets out a confident, almost smug laugh, reveling in her decisive victory, but her moment of triumph is abruptly cut short by a sudden, unseen threat. Just as they think it's over, even more ghouls begin to rise from the sand, their pale forms emerging from the ground, proving the horde is far larger than anticipated. Kumo, realizing the true extent of the endless horde, frantically screams a warning, "Sayas!" Behind you, as a ghoul ambushes Hikari from her blind spot. Kumo, reacting with lightning speed, unleashes a burst of light blue, electric energy, striking the attacking ghouls and defending his team captain from the sudden, terrifying ambush. Amidst the chaotic ghoul ambush, Kumo, now on the ground, questions where all these monsters suddenly came from, while Stefan expresses disbelief that their detection spell missed so many ghouls buried underground. Hikari, frustrated by the lack of mana reaction, blames Kumo for drawing them into this dangerous situation. Kumo, clearly overwhelmed by the relentless horde, quickly cuts off Hikari's blame, stating that now is not the time for pointing fingers and they need to focus. He then rises, unleashing his rank B skill, Spirit Kemaitashi, which summons a contracted spirit to fight using his mana, ready to tackle the overwhelming ghoul threat head-on. Kumo's wind blades rip through ghouls as he declares these monsters will keep coming unless they completely destroy their heads. Meanwhile, Hikari is also fighting desperately, unleashing her massive purple serpent of energy, frustrated by the relentless onslaught. Hikari realizes her skill, requiring living souls, won't last long against mere corpse fragments, and desperately yells at Stefan to call their team leader. Stefan, injured and overwhelmed, retorts that he has no time for that and believes their team leader will show up soon anyway, hinting at Shu's impending arrival. Kumo, despite his exhaustion, relentlessly punches a ghoul, acknowledging the daunting task of breaking each of their heads while they charge non-stop. Dodging another ghoul's attack, Kumo realizes that for both him and Hikari, who rely on wide-range skills, this endless, close-quarters combat against the swarming ghouls is the absolute worst possible matchup. With countless ghouls still pouring towards them across the desolate landscape, Kumo laments that at this rate, they won't last long, realizing the severity of their desperate situation. Just as all hope seems lost, a grim and determined Shu, radiating a faint red glow, calmly thinks to himself, "Choku," preparing to unleash a devastating counterattack. A massive explosion of red energy erupts from Shu, creating a circular shockwave that rips through the ghoul horde, sending them flying in all directions as he targets them with a pinpoint shot, completely overwhelming the battlefield. As the red energy disperses, Shu stands calmly, his hand glowing with residual power, leaving his teammates utterly bewildered and questioning his mysterious identity and immense strength. Hikari, the Tokyo team captain, stares in stunned frustration, her face contorted in disbelief, demanding to know what Shu's true intentions are and what exactly he's capable of. Meanwhile, Kumo, hunched over and gasping for breath, finally manages to recover, realizing that this gate is filled exclusively with ghouls, explaining why Layla's detection skill, which targets living beings, failed completely. He assesses the situation, surrounded by defeated ghouls and his exhausted colleagues, and wisely suggests they retreat for now, planning to return at dawn with a proper counterattack. Kyumo then urges Hikari to agree to Shu's suggestion, advocating that they leave the gate for now, but Hikari, ever the stubborn one, reluctantly protests, clearly unwilling to back down. Shu, completely unfazed by their squabbling, firmly commands them to stop being so stubborn, warning that if they keep pushing forward, they'll only cause more irreparable damage to the investigation site. Hikari, looking annoyed and slightly flushed, internally questions Shu's perceived hypocrisy, pondering if he's truly fine with wasting mana when he's so adamant about not wasting time. But before Hikari can voice her frustrations, a frantic shout cuts through the air as another HMCS agent yells out a dire warning. From beneath the desert sands, a terrifying sight unfolds as another wave of ghouls relentlessly erupts from the ground, their pale, decaying forms swarming towards the already beleaguered HMCS team. Hikari curses, realizing it's yet another wave just like the last, and furiously demands to know where her superior is and why he still hasn't answered her calls, utterly overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught. As the ghoul horde relentlessly attacks, Kyumo desperately tries to contact his superior, expressing frustration that he's not answering and should have been there amidst all the chaos, completely unaware of Shu's own plan. Our protagonist Shu suddenly appears with a stern expression, questioning if they actually left him behind, completely alone, hinting at his concern for Layla or another key figure, and signaling his intervention. Shu, now running into the ghoul-infested fray, casually tells his stunned teammates, "You guys handle the rest," leaving them bewildered as he dashes off, clearly having a larger target in mind. Shu is on the phone, giving urgent instructions to a subordinate, telling them they need to enter the gate right now, while a text overlay reveals his subordinate, Mahiraga, asking for orders, ready to follow his master's command. Still on the phone, Shu confirms that the outside forces, the shadowy IZ Guild, have already entered the gate, then orders Mahiraga to track their movements based on the lingering traces they've left behind. The grim reality hits hard as a voice, likely Shu's internal monologue or a distant report, reveals that amidst the desert's treacherous terrain, one of their own, Layla, has tragically been taken captive. Layla, the blonde HMCS captain, is now shown bound and gagged, her eyes filled with fear and frustration, internally lamenting that they were caught completely off guard, confirming the success of the ambush. Bound and sitting by a campfire with two hooded figures, Layla questions how they managed to bypass all the heavily secured gate entrances, revealing her captors' identities as the mysterious IZ Guild members. The younger, hooded IZ subordinate asks his scarred boss if he can kill Layla because she keeps looking at him with such disdain, but the boss, with a cunning smirk, tells him to hold back, explaining that they need Layla alive as bait to eliminate all the involved parties at once. The scarred boss, clenching his fist, asserts that they can't afford to screw up their plan like last time. He boldly declares that if they pull this off, their group, Almight, will seize absolute control of the entire underground market in this country, revealing their ambitious and sinister goal. The scarred boss, leader of Almight, continues to lay out his sinister plan, confident that the Awakener drug is their ticket to power. He muses about how much low-rank hunters, desperate for strength, would pay for this powder, believing that if they ride this wave, Almight will skyrocket into a massive organization, and demands that all little amusements be put on hold for now. However, a disgruntled figure named Robert, clearly frustrated, admits he knows how insane that drug is, but questions how much longer they have to hide like rats and follow their enigmatic leader's orders. A shadowy, ominous voice immediately cuts him off, sternly warning Robert to watch his mouth, reminding him that appearances can be deceiving when it comes to their boss. The true puppet master is then revealed, a sinister hooded figure, extending an arm that radiates blue energy, as a close-up of his hand, adorned with dark, cracked skin patterns and sharp nails, lets out a malevolent, hee. This dark magic user is clearly more than just a boss, he's a looming threat. And just like that, the necromancer's power is fully unleashed. From the very ground itself, a pale, decaying hand erupts, reaching out of the earth with a chilling sound, a clear sign of the undead horrors he commands. The necromancer, a white-haired figure with chilling stitches on his face, stands tall amidst the desolation, hands outstretched in a casting pose, as two grotesque ghouls crawl from the ground beneath him. The chilling revelation confirms it, he's a necromancer. A terrifying close-up of the necromancer's face solidifies his villainous presence. With sinister red glowing eyes, a wide, unsettling smile, and dark, sharp nails, he holds something that radiates faint blue light, truly a master of the macabre and a formidable new antagonist.